Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Stark bowls, all wrapped on the pad, leaving. Yes, given. Stark's done it again in the first over of an innings. Ducker chops it on. Michael Neese's tight line wins the day. For the over, wrapped on the pads, bowled and really likes it, he's got him! Bo Webster bowling off breaks, two, Brook through, Shelling before turned down. Up we go.
Wicket sitting.
Oh, there it is going to be three reds. It is hitting it up in the leg bail. Bo Webster's done it. Oh, he's fired up too. Oh, look at Big Bo. Boxing Day. Cross with the spin, out towards deep square, and it's taken! Wow! Cameron Green into deep. Jacks has gone for a second ball duck. Webster does it again. Bowls to Cast. Edge caught it first slip. Boland makes the breakthrough. And things are spinning late for England. Silly point now for Stokes. Edge gone. Webster's got a third. Stokes has gone fifth ball for one. Australia on a roll now.
You told me I was going to take three through loss spin, I'll probably take that. Yeah, I think it's more muscle memory. I bowled a lot of it, early 20s and teens, and they're always on tap if you need them, and I'm lucky enough to get a bit of rough outside off there and got a few to bite.
Australia moved to the brink of victory in Sydney. The spin of Bo Webster setting up a small day 5 run chase to complete a resounding series. Neeser to Bethel, drives through cover for 4. That's his best shot of the day by far. He's looking for Bethel's wickets. Bethel drives the full ball for 4. Over-pitched from Neeser. The on drive ever so elegant. Bethel, Stark in, over the wicket, away from us. Cut hard, out through point. Great timing, 4 runs. Bethel plays with the uprights. Out through point for 4. How well has he timed that? Gets up to Bethel on 62. Bowls short, pulls it hard, one man to beat, 4 runs. Bethel keep going. Green to him here, goes Fuller, and he punches beautifully through the offside. Minimum of fuss all the time you could dream of. Compelling tension at the SCG. Webster bowls to Bethel on 99, dancing and going over mid-wickets. Does it in style. Does it with a boundary. Gives it absolutely everything. Jacob Bethel, maturity beyond his years today. A maiden test century, his first class century as well. It's been an absolute stunner. The first of many, surely.
It was always coming. No, it's nice to get over the milestone, and it gave me a lot of confidence to keep doing it. To do that and have the family there was very special.
England finds its ray of hope. Jacob Bethel reveals himself as the long-term number 3 in a memorable innings to light the future. So Ben Stokes hobbles from the SCG, physically broken, and that's emblematic of his team as he departs. He'll bat, I'm sure, but having sent down more than 100 overs in the series, he can go no further.
There's still that underlying feeling of what might have been on this tour from an England fan point of view.
He has the same stats wherever he plays, whatever he does, and the question is that good enough for England?
The detail needs to come in for Baz McCullum to stay, and if he's willing to create that detail and accept that he's made mistakes and change the process in terms of the way that the team play, I have no problem with the combination carrying on, but I want to see England with a little bit more of that detail.
And Ben Stokes body breaks in a symbolic moment as England begins to review the wreckage of an ill-conceived tour and contemplate the work of the Bazball experiment. This is the final day of the Ashes summer on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Day 5 in Sydney. England's lead is 119. Australia has 2 wickets to take. And then we see if it's a straightforward or a tricky run chase. Reassuring to reach day 5. We all felt coming to Sydney that Test cricket needed a settler, and this has been a settler. The Bunnings build-up, Victor made for Australia. Gerard Whateley with Simon Katich. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
Damien Fleming, hello.
G'day, Gerard, listeners.
Nice to be here on day 5.
Yeah, what a weird series. We've had a couple of 2 days and a couple of 5 days. And I think I prefer the Adelaide-Sydney pitches too, isn't it? How good is it to see the ball turn?
Yeah. How good's to see some spin being bowled?
And see a youngster score their first 100. The cricket's been outstanding in this test.
And not just 100 too. That's a very, very special knock. I think we're going to see this kid a lot over the next 10, 15 years. That was all class.
Yeah, it's hard to compare him. He's not quite totally similar, but, there's a Graham Thorpe like to his batting. Graham Thorpe was the best English batsman I bowled to. And, I was fortunate or unfortunate to bowl to some really great ones. Graham Gooch, who was at the end, but Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, Alex Stuart, Mark Ramplakash, who should have done better at test match level. But they were very defensive type players. Atherton had a really good hook shot, as did Stewie. Whereas Graham Thorpe was the one English batsman of that generation who was after you. And if you got a fraction short, he pulled you, and then obviously he's waiting for the full one the next ball. That's the English player that I think about most when I watched Bethel yesterday, as the late Graham Thorpe.
Yeah, and the thing that stood out was that pace, spin, front foot, back foot, he looks really well organised, and probably his biggest strength, which we witnessed yesterday, young kid in the 90s for the second time in Test cricket against a very good attack, and they worked him over for 27 minutes in the 90s. That's a long period of time to contain yourself and to control your emotions and control your hands, and he did it absolutely like a seasoned campaigner. And then when he got there, thoroughly deserved. He deserves a lot of credit for that, because he practically opened the innings, given that Crawford was out in the first over.
Relatively will probably bat through. And not a lot of help. No 50s from the rest of the lineup. And there's the problem for England.
The overall match scenario. So just looking back, we recounted at the start of the Test match, Australia hasn't lost here since 2011. There have been 8 wins and 6 draws. In the wins, they've batted second 5 times. They've won by an innings twice. And the chasers have been 5 for 141 against Sri Lanka, 2 for 130 against Pakistan, and 4 for 162 against India. So it's going to be somewhere in that vicinity, you would imagine.
Yep. But they'll still want to knock over these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. They don't want it to get to 150, 160. I mean, Stokes is not going to bowl, so it's unlikely. But, spin may play a part. I mean, it's not quality spin, but it doesn't need to be because of the acute spinning, the inconsistent bounce. As Tung got one more, penetrating spell into him. We'll wait and see. And hopefully maybe Big Bo can pick up a fifer.
The haunting memory, of course, is 1994 when Australia missed 117 against South Africa. So there's always a little cautionary tale to sit there amidst the precedents that land in their favour.
Yeah, slightly different attack that day, Gerard, with Alan Donald and Farney de Villiers and those guys. Yeah. And probably a lot more of a deteriorating wicket back then in the 90s. That wicket, I remember watching it as a kid. It was, good luck. The ball's stopping in the wicket.
If anything... Australia, was it late day 3, the ball sort of went through a bit and kept low, whereas yesterday the main problem was it going through the top a bit. Not many kept really low, did they?
No. Australia deserve 4-1, don't they?
Yep. England will look back and regret going, gee, it's not the greatest Australian team that's been put on the park here, but, they've just played better as a team. They're prepared. I mean, I just looked up Scott Boland. You forget, he played 3 Shield games, took 18 wickets before the first Test match. So he's had a mountain of work, but, once you're conditioned, well, then there's just a maintenance phase. Yeah. Whereas you look at the England bowlers, they haven't actually got to that maintenance phase. They're always just chasing their height a bit, besides Josh Tung, I reckon. And they have. I mean, the issue you got is that, we really haven't unearthed anyone, but as a pure, let's win this Ashes series, let's get ourselves a chance to win the World Test final, tick.
Yeah, completely agree. We probably deserved to win 5-0. Melbourne didn't quite go, could have gone the other way too on another occasion. But, in terms of when you analyse everything in terms of, the process, Australia have completely dismantled this England unit and they're going to go away thinking we're a long way from where they are, and that's not even their best team. And that's the scary thing from England's perspective. They're so far off the mark, it's not funny. This Test match here, the fact that Australia, again, 500, same at the Gabba. And yet England had the best of the conditions in both tests because they've been able to bat first, with no scoreboard pressure. Australia have had time out in the field and then still been able to back up and bat big. So it says a lot about England's inability to take wickets and then to be able to back up day to day with the ball. An unbalanced team, no spinner, batting,
I think
relying on one or two players. There's just so many holes in this team.
Yeah, I've been confused throughout. The Jacks selection is very confusing, and it's so against Bazball, isn't it? Oh, well, we're worried about our runs, we'll play the extra batter, but you need to get 20 wickets to win test matches. I'd rather them lost going the other way. And Jacks, up until that shot yesterday, probably shown he could bat in the top 7. Could have played in front of Pope. Well, ideally from Bethel would have played the first one. And in Australia, we were sort of going, Pope's been batting threes. He's not a great number 3. They're pumping up this young Bethel, and you look, well, he hasn't got a first-class 100. So for us, we were sort of going, no, I think you'd be going Pope, wouldn't you? But they sort of did know. And it was runs from a friendly game where evidently there's music blaring and they're all mates. And I think Pope got 100 and a 90 to pass Bethel, who did get a 70 in that game. Wow, that's a sliding doors moment, isn't it?
Yep, the 2 sliding doors moments at selection for them are Bethel and Tongue.
Yeah.
If they play the whole series. And which is sort of a roll your eyes. Yeah, the coulda, shoulda, wouldas in it. Individual performance. So Bo Webster yesterday, 71 and 3 wickets. Salute to Bo.
Every time he gets a chance, he just does the job, and that's what you get from a seasoned campaigner. I think he's, 31 years of age, done his time. And, never easy coming in when he does at 9 because everyone else has made runs and he's got to go out there and then manufacture something with only a couple of partnerships left. But he did it comfortably. And then with the ball, it was so good to see him bowl spin because his first 2 overs, I think, were medium pace. I was up there thinking, what is he doing?
That.
Just bowl spin, mate.
And then backing up with Marnus bowling medium pace and it's turning. And he's not a bad part-time leg spinner.
Correct.
It's not like throwing in Stephen Smith these days. I think Marnus has got it there. But, yeah, Bo Webster, he's like AC/DC, isn't it? You know what you're getting. You put the needle on the vinyl. Doesn't matter if it's a new album. Yeah, I know that guitar tone. I know what Angus is doing here. I know what Bo's doing. And how good is it?
Yep.
Underplayed.
So what does it mean for the future when Australia comes to pick the all-rounder?
Gee, it's so far away. It'll be on conditions, but, Cam Green's bowling has regressed since the back injury. And coming back, he's like England's bowlers. He didn't have the 3 Shield games and he didn't need to bowl the overs of bowling, but I think he needed to bowl like 12 to 15. He's searching for his stock ball, and it's an awful feeling when it'd be like a batting and you just can't. Your defence is just not quite there. For your stock ball, that builds everything else. It builds all your varieties. So if there was another test, Webster plays before Green.
There's a scenario where they both play, though, because Khawaja's retiring, and they just go back to what we've seen in this series where one of them's at 5. Who that is, that's the question. Green was at 5 and then he slid down because is that too high for him? So unless someone else crops up that they go, right, we want to bat at 5, and it's a younger player potentially in and around that experience or I can't see Head moving now because he's been so dominant.
No, who's talking about that? I have seen people talking about that. That makes no sense.
Well, we said it straight after the knock in Perth. It felt like it would be a step backwards. So what we've seen since has been even more dominant than Perth, really. Like, he was dominant, Adelaide was dominant, and, why not keep doing what he's doing?
And also, we need another opener. Weatherall's gone. So, at least with Head, that's what we're banking on. He won't always get 300s in a series, but he's just a match winner. He wins 2 tests every long series. And that was the end for Usman for me, but I wasn't thinking about Usman. It was just like, well, once Head did that, I've gone, we found the man. And And someone said, "Oh, that'll be the end for Usman." And I didn't. Yeah, it is, but it's sort of. I'm not thinking that way.
Yeah, it was more about head.
It was more about head.
I agree.
And I've looked at the Shield runs. Well, there's no one unlucky not to be playing in the middle order. And then we see someone like Ollie Peake last night. He's only averaging 22 in first-class cricket, but there's a bit of Mr. Cricket about Ollie. He's been around the team. And just watching Bethel, and this is what I want from selectors, is former players, we do have an eye for certain types of players. You know, you see a fast bowler, he hasn't performed on the day, but there's genuine pace, there's bounce off a length, and he moves the ball. Yep, get it. I saw that Vidler in the Shield final last year. My first thought, get him around Cummins, Hazelwood, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't, if you're thinking about it, I'll be getting Ollie Peake into this squad.
Well, they'll have some decisions, because at the top of the order, do they give Renshaw a chance at 29 and get him back in around that group? He's been around the one-day setup. I think he's been unlucky. Yeah, and he's had a good summer. So there's that aspect. Then there's the aspect around, probably the number 5, and whether that sort of is more a younger player or whether it is another all-rounder. But, they've got some questions to answer. But in terms of the rest, pretty much the bowlers pick themselves.
Well, someone misses out. Cummins, we'll see what happens with Josh Hazelwood, but Cummins should be fine.
All right, before our day is done, you're going to have to settle on the player of the series. Just as we sit here now, who's your player of the series?
Probably Travis Head. Mitchell Starc can't get a bucket of wickets now, can he?
He can get to 30, which is probably important.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Starkey.
Okay. All right, you can take the day to.
But they should be able to share it. If there's such a thing as sharing it, I think they're both equal deserving winners.
When play resumes, England's lead is 119, 8 for 302. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Bunnings build-up brought to you by Specrite Merbau Decking. Let's bring in Adam Collins and Stuart Broad. Just as we do, maybe a little refresher of where we started our relationship in August with Stuart Broad.
Every series needs a villain. The biggest heel might, in fact, be in the commentary box. Provocateur, talisman, character. Stuart Broad's, his taunting of Australia hasn't just finished on the fields or in South Africa's coaching unit for the World Test Championship. He will be here and he will be on SEN Test Cricket.
He has been on SEN Test Cricket. He's with me here. Morning, Stuart.
Morning.
Hearing that piece of audio from Gerard there, the way in which I think it was set up as you were going to be the villain, and by the end of the summer that we'd fall in love with you. I mean, what's your experience been like on the Australian airwaves over the last 8 weeks?
I've absolutely loved it. I always knew Australia was a wonderful country full of great people. When you're playing cricket for England, you're sheltered from that a lot. You're in hotels, you're in airports, your cricket grounds, and you're only seeing sort of the cricket fans who are so desperate for Australia to win. But being on the commentary side, you get to go out, you see a lot more people. I mean, in the commentary box, one of the most special things you can do is wander around out the back, isn't it? And there's 120 sort of cricket experts. You're always nattering about cricket all day, and I've absolutely loved it. I'm disappointed how England have played, because I know there's a better team in there than England have shown in this series so far. But it's been a wonderful series to be out here for some of the best cricket grounds in the world.
It feels like you haven't had to be the villain so often either, really, has it? You've had an opportunity to play it pretty straight, but also in critiquing England as the main voice doing that.
Yeah, I obviously said that comment pre-series a couple of weeks before coming out, where I said it's the worst Australian side since 2010-11 when England last won here, and it's England's best chance. And I still actually believe that. If you just told England they're going to have Pat Cummins for 1 test only, Nathan Lyon for 2 tests, Josh Hazelwood missed the whole thing, Steve Smith miss Adelaide, give 2 debuts to 31-year-olds, have a bowling attack where the keeper stands up for 2 of the bowlers a lot of the time. They don't play a specialist spinner in Sydney. You'd be thinking, cool, England, and Joe Root's going to score you 200. Yep. You think, well, England are going to win this. But it's a real missed opportunity for England, I think. So I stand by those comments, and I think that the 2013-14 team with the Mitchell Johnsons and stuff were a brilliant team. 17-18, they dominated England, and 21-22, that was an Ashes series. They had Australia at the peak of their powers. I think Australia are in a transitional stage at the moment with a few of their players on the older side. and England, but with that experience, they've been able to grab hold of the key moments this Test series and win.
To the game situation in front of us today, overnight can do funny things to a person's brain. I mean, have you thought over the time we've been away from the SCG, have you talked yourself into believing that England are going to win today and end up, still losing the series convincingly, but getting one back here?
They have a chance. I'd say that Australia are big favourites, but I think England have to do it differently. They can't come out and try and defend a 130, 140 with Carson, Potts opening the bowling, because Travis Head will just stay leg side and cut it away through the offside. So my feeling, if it's going to be a low total, you front load your best bowlers and the best sort of tactics of how you want to go about your business. So Josh Tongue should take the new ball, and I would actually go an off spinner, whether it's Will Jacks or Joe Root, to just not to make Travis Head have to put the power on the ball and take a risk. And yes, have your scouts and your sweepers in different places, but have a slip and a catching extra cover and see what Travis Head does, because he likes pace on the ball early to utilise that. And ultimately, if you don't get Travis Head in the first 5 overs, you're not going to win the game. So try and do something a little bit differently. And that conversation in the England change was, look, if we get Australia 3 for 20, you've got a chance, and they have to tactically do things a bit differently this morning if they're going to do that.
Funnier things have happened in the game, and the reason they're in a position to even think and dream a little bit is due to Jacob Bethel. 142 not out. He'll resume this morning. Maiden Test 100. So much made of him not having a first-class 100 until yesterday as well. What a masterclass it was of Test match batting young in his Test career. Yeah,
and it was a great tempo. He dare I say, batted in an old school way, but it's not an old school way. It's what Test cricket is. He waited for the bad ball. He was patient, but when the bad ball came, he had the technical ability to put it away. Played brilliantly off the back foot, and when he drove, he got his weight transitioning forward. The calmness in the 90s was something that was really impressive for me. Didn't panic.
Yep.
He must have been over the moon when Steve Smith decided to bring Bo Webster on when he was on 99, when Scott Boland wasn't missing the top of off stump for a long time. But he didn't try and force anything. He just waited, and the calmness. He showed actually how this England team could move forward as a batting sort of style and tempo, actually. And so England have found a diamond in him, and you should probably see him at number 3 for many years to come.
He could have had, they could have been in a better position today if not for the fact that he lost Jacks at a crucial time, and then the run out of Smith and the intervention, I suppose, of Bo Webster with 3 wickets in the final session. But that frustration, another moment there when he and Brooke at one stage would put on 102 for that 4th wicket, and that's the point where things turn again.
Yeah, it sums up England's tour a little bit, just not able to win the moments where you feel like the game's really on the line. I think Harry Brooke got a really good ball, actually. It sort of spun and spat out of the footholes and caught him on the back leg to the LBW. And Will Jacks play one of those shots where you feel like he's preconceived an idea when he's sat in the change room of where he's going to try and hit his first few balls, and that was a really, really poor shot. I don't know what the tactics were with Will Jacks coming in at that stage. Was it to really take on the spin and try and move the scoreboard forward? But actually, Jacob Bethel had shown if you just play on this surface, you can score. So yeah, losing him and Jamie Smith being run out in that way sums up his trip. He's had a really poor tour. Someone who was England fans and management would be expecting a lot more from him, and he's disappointed on all fronts, really. So those dismissals almost summed up how England have gone about their business on the whole trip, but they still have a little chance today.
And lastly, I mean, they'll be doing it without Ben Stokes with the ball at least. He looks like he was in fairly substantial amount of strife when walking out to bat, unable to actually jog yesterday. He's literally bowled himself into the ground.
Yeah, and do you know what? He's got no cricket now until June. So he's done what he needed to do, in a sense that he's been a warrior on this tour. He's batted and bowled his heart out, and he gets injured in the last Test match. So it's better for England getting injured in the last Test match than the first. You know, it's not like he's going to go and miss a huge amount of cricket now, get himself fit and firing for what's to come. I'm certain he'll be Test captain going into the English summer. I don't see any need to change. He's been a warrior on the field for his whole Test match career. And I think he'll leave Australia probably for the last time in Ashes cricket, with the Australian public having huge respect for how he goes about his business. Yes, he's not had the greatest tour with the bat, but he gives his heart and soul every single time, and Australians respect that.
Brody, as Igor, give us a number. What's the one number England can defend today if they can get up to?
Psychologically, anything over 150, you never know.
Thank you, Stuart Broad. Okay, up next, I'm going downstairs to catch up with Cameron Green. This is the Bunnings build-up on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
G'day there. Crews attending a crash on the West Gate, citybound at Power Street. A couple of left-hand lanes closed. Speeds, of course, down to 40 with delays pushing back over the bridge, and lights out Templestowe Lower, Templestowe Road at Thompson's Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Find everything you need for your home at Springvale Homemaker Centre. Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA, Anaconda, JB Hi-Fi and more. Open late every Thursday and Friday until 9 p.m. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. If you're looking for overnight constipation relief, you're in luck. Prunalax Syrup 120ml is just $8.49. Support friendly gut flora with Thompson's 1-a-day milk thistle plus probiotic 30 tabs, just $19.99. And don't forget Blackmore's Total Calcium and Magnesium plus D3 200 tabs, now just $26.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Everything grows better. Hey, what do farmers call a bore with a dodgy pump? The pits. Okay, it's not very funny, but that's because water supply is no joke. So for a limited time, Grundfos is offering a double warranty on our legendary SQ, SQ Flex and small SP submersible pumps. Yeah, that's right, double warranty. Available at Nutrient Water or nutrientwaterstore.com.au. Serious pumps with serious backup.
With Nutrient Water.
Mimosa Homes V Collection is redefining what's possible, even on a budget. With prices starting from just $199,900, it's quality made affordable. Plus, every V Collection home includes our 50-year structural warranty, because peace of mind comes standard. Build your personalised quote online at mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes V Collection, quality made affordable. T's and C's apply. V Collection homes only.
Mimosa Homes.
Good morning, neighbours. The Kogan Money Boxing Day offer is here, and I need you all to listen. Yes, Mike, even you. I see you putting your rubbish in my bin, Mike. I just scored a Kogan Money credit card with 0 annual fee, and I earned $400 Kogan.com credit. Get a deal to shout about. Search Kogan Money credit card now. Kogan.com. Click and awesome.
Spend criteria, T's and C's apply. Offer ends 18th of January 2026. Credit provider National Australia Bank Limited.
Keep straight for 100 metres towards the intersection.
Speeding these holidays?
Turn left for point-to-point speed cameras. Turn right for a mobile police unit with handheld radar guns. Or continue straight for a crash that could result in critical injury or death.
The police will be using every tool they have to keep the roads safe. So if you decide to speed, even just a little, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The build-up to day 5 here in Sydney. Anticipation of an Australian run chase as the Aussies look for 4-1 in the series. This is the Bunnings build-up brought to you by Sideco. The final day of the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan have gone downstairs into the Australian camp. They are with Cameron Green.
Thanks, Cameron Green, joining us on SEN Test Cricket. Last day of the series. What have you made of the last couple of months?
Oh, it's been awesome. Obviously, yeah, to be in the position we are now, I probably wouldn't have guessed it for the tour. I think, yeah, there was so many moving parts. Weren't sure about the opener, who that was going to be. I think Jake's been awesome for us. Yeah, Hoff going down, Short Abbott going down, not really having Paddy. Obviously what happened with Gaz. So, there's been so much going on, and yeah, so proud of the guys for, yeah, being able to perform and do really well and put us in this position.
And how have you found the series from your perspective?
Oh, you never want to talk about yourself, but you always want things to go better, but that's okay, good learnings.
A great catch yesterday, which will be remembered, I reckon, out the front of the O'Reilly stand. I mean, charging in off the rope, great highlight there. Yeah, obviously. It was a big moment in the game for us. I think, yeah, Bo got the rewards that he's been so close to getting for us. So, so happy for him. I think, yeah, it's a massive change of the game. I think, yeah, to get those 2 wickets in one over, yeah, basically changed the whole day for us. In terms of you with the bat, you started at 5, obviously shuffled down to 7. You've got in sort of multiple times, had the opportunity to crack on. Will you leave with that element of frustration, I suppose, that you haven't been able to really put the foot down and punish England?
Certainly. You always want to, make the most of your starts. I think, yeah, the hardest thing to do is to start your innings, and I have done that. I just haven't been able to kick on. So, yeah, some things I need to take forward and learn.
But have you felt like you've been batting well, Cam? I mean, there's batting well and then it's making the most of the starts.
Yeah, I felt really good. I think, yeah, every single time I've gone out there, I've felt in a position where I could score, could be in a good position to make a big total. It just hasn't quite happened.
And with the ball as well, Cam, I mean, you've been used in different roles as the series has progressed. Like, how do you think you've gone with the ball?
A bit the same. Really close to being not far off where I wanted to be. Just haven't quite got the results. But at the same time, I think I'm pretty proud of coming back from a back injury, not getting a whole lot of time bowling before the tour. So, I'm feeling as good as I have done in my career bowling-wise, especially body-wise. So.
Just on that, on your body, are you at 100% fitness at the moment? The wear and tear that you get naturally through a series, none of it's really affected your back?
No, not at all. No, back's all good.
And just, it's been an interesting few months for you as well, Cam. I mean, obviously your focus has been on the Ashes, but then there's the IPL auction that comes into it as well. Like, how have you got time to just get your head around what has been the last 2 months of Cam Green's life?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't think international cricket's ever calm. There's always a lot of stuff going on. There's so many comps going on that you got to prepare for months out. So. International cricket's pretty crazy.
And just on that, I mean, are you looking at the possibility of your next proper first-class game being that next test against Bangladesh in August? Because now you go off and there's white ball cricket, there's the IPL. And have you kind of planned your next 6 months, or how have you planned it?
Yeah, I think we got so much cricket. I think it's pretty tough to plan what's going to happen in 6 months' time. Obviously our next games are in Pakistan and then a World Cup. So... yeah, there's so much cricket to be played before then, so you can't look too far ahead.
Last year you used the county championship to tune up with Gloucestershire. Might that be an option for you again this year ahead of that big clump of test cricket that's coming up starting in August?
I don't think so. I think, there's so much cricket being played. I think, sometimes rest is just as important as playing cricket. So, there's certainly a lot of cricket to be played before then, so probably just rest after.
Just about where this game stands, Cam, walking out, hitting the winning runs 4-1, is that how you're looking at how this day goes from here?
Well, hopefully we're none down. That'd be nice. No, not looking that far ahead.
Just the pitch, I mean, there's been some talk, like some have said it's east down, some say no, there are still some spots there. What did this pitch do yesterday?
Yeah, it's probably just the hardness of the ball. I think, certainly when it's a brand new ball, there is enough there. I think we saw that with Starkey that first over. I think, on TV it looks like swing, but apparently he said he held it for a wobble and just nipped back. So that probably gives you an idea of what the wicket's doing.
And just on Jacob Bethel, I mean, you've seen him around the tracks here and there in white ball cricket. What did you make of his innings?
Yeah, incredible. Obviously a young guy. His first class 100, which is pretty remarkable. Obviously batting at 3 for England. But yeah, obviously you can see the player that he can be, or the player that he is, and obviously very special for him.
Nice one. Thanks, Cam Green. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, guys.
Cameron Green ahead of the final day of this Ashes series. It's a big world for him with the IPL record sale at auction for an international player. What comes up there? He's a pivotal part of Australia's T20 World Cup campaign before then, and then just exactly what his Test future holds. We'll get the last of the English perspective next. Lawrence Booth, terrific writer for the Daily Mail, is going to come and join us in our pre-match. The Bunnings build-up Sightco stands for safety, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Day 5, the New Year's Test on SEN Test Cricket. To cut mower available at Bunnings Warehouse. Depending on your perspective, it's either the last day of school or the first day of parole. We gather friends along the way across the summer of cricket. Lawrence Booth is one of those, cricket correspondent at the Daily Mail and the co-author of Bazball, the inside story of a Test revolution. Lawrence, it's great to see you again on SEN Test Cricket. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Gerard.
How are you feeling ahead of the last day of a long tour, I'm sure?
I'm feeling like it's the kind of revolution that ends with necks on the guillotine.
Yes.
It's going to be 4-1 today at some point, and there'll be a reckoning for administrators, possibly 1 or 2 players. It's not been the tour England hoped for, and we'll see how hard they fight today.
So you've started the writing and what's happening behind the scenes in the early stages of review. Just give us a perspective from your understanding of what's happening inside English cricket.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the English post-mortem, if you like, really began after 3-0 at Adelaide. The series had gone. The questions started then about what was going to happen next. The general feeling seems to be that they don't want to tear everything up. We've been here before, terrible trip to Australia, and people are sacked, and then you start again and you're going back to square one, and you lose what one administrator referred to me as institutional memory of how to do Ashes tours, how to learn from mistakes. They've admitted mistakes. Brendan McCullum and Rob Key, the managing director, both said they didn't prepare the team properly for the first test at Perth. That was a big error, a big hands up really, and a tough one then for the ECB bigwigs, Richard Thompson, the chairman, Richard Gould, the chief executive, to work out what you do with that. Is that a sackable offence, or are they saying these are the guys who can actually take England forward? Now, McCullum has a contract till 2027. That takes in the next home Ashes. And they have to decide if he is willing to change his ways, if you like, to tighten up, because that's been the general perception, has been that they've been too loose behind the scenes, on the field. Is McCullum willing to tighten up? If he's not, he could be on his way out. He may walk. So those are the questions that they need to sort out over the next few weeks.
So culture and strategy.
I think so. When McCullum and Stokes joined forces in 2022, it worked for a while. It was a pick-me-up from a disastrous period in English cricket. They won 10 out of 11, often in amazing fashion. That's why I wrote that book with Nicole, because it seemed that something interesting was going on, and we thought, try and get to the bottom of this. But they've become too predictable, they've become too dogmatic, they've hung on to players who didn't deserve to be hung on to. I mean, look, Jacob Bethel, 142 not out, played like a dream yesterday, almost operating outside the kind of Bazball bubble, if you like, just playing his own game, judging each ball on its merits. He should have been in the team a long time ago. They hung on to Ollie Pope because Ben Stokes was too loyal to him. And by shutting out what they always call the outside noise, it's almost like they stopped listening to reason. Pope should have gone. Bethel should have been in at number 3 from the start. Just one of many mistakes they've made. So the ECB have to work out if these are the right guys to take them forward.
In what you've observed of McCullum, how likely is he to acquiesce to the request to change, or is he no, this is what I represent, and if you don't want that, we are going to part ways? I'm
more inclined to the latter of those scenarios. He's not a big fan of corporate culture. He's trimmed down the dressing room since he got the job. The backroom staff has dwindled. My sense is it's now a coterie of yes men, and that's a problem. There are not enough dissenting voices in that dressing room. There's no one to say, hang on, should we be doing this a bit differently? Should we be dialing this down? I mean, let's take Harry Brook, for example. incredibly talented player, will end up with an all-time great set of stats. I've no doubt about that. Already averages mid-50s, 1000s, but he's not been giving himself the best chance in this series. And who in that dressing room is saying to him, you know what, when Mitchell Starc drops short, you don't need to back away and try and ramp him over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. You're better than that. Let's let Starc burn himself out for a few overs. So they're not getting the best out of some of the talented players. Jamie Smith's another one, by the way, who I think is a very good player. He's not shown the best of himself. He's become a laughing stock in this game, unfortunately, because of the Labuschagne dismissal. But he's a serious player. But again, he's been allowed to fall by the wayside. So McCullum has to show that he's willing to change, and I have my doubts whether he'll want to do that.
Conventional Test cricket looks like it actually does suit at least some of the players in this team. We've seen that in Adelaide, and we've seen that here. So there is a halfway house, or maybe there is just a reversion to actually these are the disciplines of Test cricket. And somewhere in here, I don't know about the bowling, but there is a good team somewhere in here.
I think so. If you look at the next 3 or 4 years, a 3-4-5 of Bethel, Root, Brook, that's serious. That's a serious middle order. The openers, I'm not so worried about Duckett because his Test average is still around 40. He's got a good body of work before this tour. He's had a shocking tour, no doubt about that. But I don't think you ditch a guy on one bad trip. Crawley's a problem. They hung on to him for a long time on the basis that he'd thrive in the big series on these pitches, although, of course, the pitches had changed, and that was another way where England have been off the pace. Average 27, it hasn't worked for him. So, especially if a new coach comes in, I think Crawley will go. Stokes is an interesting one because his batting's fallen off a cliff, even while his bowling has been as good as ever. So, look, there is a nucleus there, I agree with you, and I think they just need a bit more guidance, a bit of tweaking here and there.
On the bowling front, so Wood broke down, Archer broke down, Atkinson broke down, and sort of symbolically at the end, Stokes broke down. What do you think the reviews of that are going to be?
Wood was a risk worth taking. He bowls 95 miles an hour. He's the fastest bowler in the world, and he'd had some success against Australia in the previous 2 Ashes series. So I think they knew they wouldn't get more than 2 tests out of him. One was a disappointment, there's no doubt about that. Archer, 3 in a row, was probably a bit above expectation. I mean, I thought he might play 3 spread across the series. And look good at Adelaide. How much more we'll get out of Jofra Archer over the next 3 years remains to be seen, but I'd be surprised if he wasn't taking the new ball against New Zealand at Lords in June. Atkinson, again, I think they're a bit concerned about his fitness. These soft tissue injuries for England reflect a slight lack of match readiness. But I still think he's a good bowler. I don't think his figures have reflected some of the new ball spells he's bowled on this trip. And Josh Tongue has come through and looked good. So I think there is a nucleus there. And Stokes is still bowling really well. They're going to have to... They're still working out life after Broad and Anderson, and to a lesser extent Chris Wokes at home, if not away. But there's a group there that they can move forward with.
Every Ashes series is a study of culture between the motherland and its former colony, England and Australia. This has been, well, I guess the 2 series have been distinct in the Bazball era, and maybe this is as far as that will go. How have you observed that? What would you say of the Australian attitude towards this English setup? Well,
it was weird. And after the 23 series in England, I felt there was a bit of denial among the Australians about what had gone on in that series. For the only time in their Test history, Australia had blown a 2-0 lead. They'd never not won a Test series from 2-0 up. And you'll be sick of hearing about the Manchester rain, but had it not rained, they could have become only the second team in Test history to lose from 2-0 up. So I think there was a kind of desire to knock England down a bit, to say, I don't think Australia liked the fact that England were playing the more adventurous Test cricket, if you like. And so there was a great desire to humiliate them, really, on this trip. I mean, all the coverage and the build-up was total mockery, and you can't argue that what's happened here hasn't sort of confirmed that perspective, really, because England have walked into so many traps that have been set. They played, if you rank the top 20 bad shots in this series, England probably have about 15 of them. So you can't say that wasn't a fair position for Australia to take. They've just played the tougher, more pragmatic cricket. I mean, actually, if you look at what the Australians have done, I would say there's only probably 6 players have pulled their weight for Australia in this tour. And you go through the batting, there's Head, Smith, Whateley, Carey, Stark, Boland, and to a lesser degree Nisa. But that's all they've needed, because England have sort of fallen in a heap in the crucial moments. Australia have won the crucial moments. Even Cummins comes back for one test in Adelaide, gets root twice, takes 6 wickets at less than 20 and secures the Ashes. So they've done what they've needed to do. I don't think it's a great Australian team. I think it's a good one. And they've been good enough to beat this England side.
So there's always the desire in both countries to win. Yeah. Pride, history. It has felt personal in this series. I felt that coming in. And I know that 2 months leading up, as every expert has their say, and we're going to get after Boland and Bazball gets under your skin and the moral victory stuff and all. It has felt quite personal, I think. Maybe it drifts away at the end of a series, but the 3-0 for Australia, I think, felt a bit of an up yours.
I think so. You know, we saw the celebrations, the Ron Ball T-shirts and everything, and Head immediately talking about wanting 5-0. There was definitely a desire to put England back in their box. That's great. I mean, that's what we want to be talking about Ashes series for months in advance and months after. That's what keeps the whole thing going. But yes, there was an edge to this one. And that's why it was interesting to see the reaction to the Melbourne test, where suddenly Australia, well, it didn't really matter. You know, McDonald saying, well, we'd already won the series 3-0, guys. But no, Australia wanted to win that 5-0, and England were absolutely thrilled to not have that whitewash on their card. Stokes didn't want that on his CV, but they needed to come here and make it 3-2 to dampen down criticism and to be able to talk about some kind of progress going into 2027. That's not going to happen. So, you know, 4-1, I think, will be a fair reflection of what's happened.
First blush for 27. I feel like everything at the very end of today, it's going to be right. Well, we'll see you then. First blush. Will this be a good English team at home in 27? Will it be a reinvented Australian team or an Australian team hanging on? It is quite intriguing, because typically at the end of a summer, a suite of questions have been answered. We've got a result, but I'm not sure the suite of questions actually got answered. No, I think what Australia have done is they've put all their eggs in the basket marked 25, 26 Ashes. They've made sure they haven't lost at home to England, which is always a once-in-a-generational disaster for Australian cricket. That hasn't happened. But now you're looking at a lot of the bowling attack. I mean, look, Cummins has played one test, Hazelwood none, Lyon is on the outer, Boland is mid-30s, Stark is. You know, how many of these guys are going to be there in 27? Australia haven't won in England since 2001. OK, they've drawn the last couple of series, which has been enough to retain the Ashes, but they've not won there. And England are a good team at home. You know, they don't tend to lose. There have been a couple of blips in the last 15 years, but not much. So it's daft saying I think England will win in 2027. I'd have the marginal favourites right now, but they don't thrash Australia at home in the way Australia thrash England at home. They get over the line with a tight win here or there. It's 2-1 or it's, whatever. So it's always close. But Bethel, it's just given England fans some hope. It's like, actually, we've found a number 3. You know, that is a big moment for English cricket. Have you enjoyed it? Oh, I've always loved coming here. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the best places in the world to watch. India's different. It's kind of it's all around you. It's all encompassing. But here there's this sort of deep passion, and the rivalry and the history just adds to it. I mean, every morning I've walked from my hotel near the CBD through Surrey Hills, and this morning I stopped to take some pictures because just a sort of coffee houses and lovely old bungalows. Those are the memories I'll take home as much as the cricket, which has been engrossing and always fun to write about. Lawrence, thanks for taking up with us at various stages across the summer. Travel well. Thank you. We'll read your stuff in the lead up to 27. Thanks for having me. Lawrence Booth, cricket correspondent for the Daily Mail. This is the Bunnings build-up. Spec-Right Murbow decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse, the final day of the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to Biz Cover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? Biz Cover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PBS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Umpires on their way into the middle of the SCG under brilliant sunshine, better than 30 degrees forecast, and a terrific crowd already in, so much so that the all-time record for a test match attendance here in Sydney has been broken. It stood since 1946-47. We needed 10,000 and a few. We're well beyond 11,000 at last count. And to my eye, we're nearing sort of 18 to 20,000. Usman Khawaja leads the Australian team out onto the field. Past the stencil. Thanks, Uzi, on the turf here in Sydney. He grew up just around the corner, walking distance from the grounds. Played his first test match here in an Ashes battle. And this is how he'll bow out as the day unfolds. Our pre-game has been for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, love how you live. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. Welcome back, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Tom, all our listeners.
What did you see in the day 5 pitch?
It's whitened up. There's hardly any sort of green tinges left now, given the heat in the last couple of days, but a couple of cracks have opened up a bit wider, but it still looks a pretty good surface. Footmarks are obviously a little bit more developed than they were yesterday, but overall a lot drier surface, and there'll be a bit there with that new ball if Australia have to take it in 5 overs time.
27 degrees, heading for a top of 31 for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hard Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Bo Webster volunteered for duty last night. He'd love to start the day's play, and that's what's going to happen. The McDelivery of the first ball. Macca's loving the cricket. So 3 from Webster from the Randwick end on the way to the new ball. If he wants to pick up 2 and take a 5 for Damien Fleming, we're all up for that.
Oh, I'd be happy with that. Imagine Big Bo's name up there for a 5 for SCG change rooms. And it's a good option going forward, isn't it, for Big Bo to bowl some medium pace and provide some off spin when it's turning.
Warm-ups are all done for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Bethel 142. Matt Potts saw 10 balls last night, survived them. He is yet to score. England's lead is 119.
Play, gentlemen.
And away we go. Short leg and a slip in place. Webster bowls to Potts, who's back and knocking the ball out through cover for a boundary. There's a heart starter off the first ball. Half tracker, bang it away to the rope. Azito brushless power tools do you.
Yeah, not the length that Bo Webster was looking for there. He's trying to hit that rough, but far too short. And Matthew Potts just hammered that through point for 4 off the back foot.
Jerusalem, the last time in the morning. Webster in. Potts stands and defends to leg. We love to play scenarios at the start of the day. What number would make it sticky? Is there a number that makes it sticky?
Oh, well, 200.
Potts drives, doesn't beat straight mid-wicket.
But those chases you mentioned earlier, what were they, 120 to 160? I mean, last year, if Bumrah was fit to bowl, India could have won that.
Webster's over the wickets. Potts, that got all tangled up, falls away to the offside.
And if Stokes was fit to bowl, that's the problem for me. I think Tongue can go flat out. I mean, if Cast gets on a roll, which he's only really done in Melbourne, which helped them win.
Potts leans a long way forward to mid-wicket, no run.
And Jacks, can he do what Bo Webster's done? So, yeah, close to 200.
They'll push back on the offside to give the single to Potts should he want. Webster bowls to him. Potts does want. He plays the ball out to deep cover. Goes to 5. Stretches the lead to 124. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. 8 for 307. Lovely rendition of Jerusalem. Down at the Randwick end, the Barmies are spread through the lower bays and indeed up the top in the shade at the start of the day. So the recent chases, 2013, 5 for 141, 2024, 2 for 130, and 2025, 4 for 162. The historic sticking point is 1994 when Australia missed a chase of 117. Is there a number, Cat, for you that might make you shift in your seat?
Yeah, 250 off maybe 50 overs where they have to score at a decent clip, which gives England a chance to maybe have to take some wickets, or get the chance to take wickets with a little bit of run rate pressure. And then if they were to knock someone like Travis Head over early, that puts a bit more scoring pressure on the rest of the order, which potentially leads to wickets.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Scott Boland has duties from the Paddington ends. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34 yesterday. He's in and bowls to Potts. He's wrapped on the pads. Not out.
Close. Height looks good. You like it? You like it? You like it? Like it?
It was to Scott Boland. Would you like it?
He's not easy to get a word out of, Scott Boland.
He sort of turned away, didn't he?
It could have been just a little like an acknowledgement of his head, big bolo.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
DRS for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar.
Right, more that. We're moving to that side.
This is a bit of a luck tester, I reckon.
Okay, looks like there's a gap between bat and the ball. Yeah, you can go to the RPS.
Right on the knee roll, heading toward the leg stump.
Yep, gap between bat and the ball. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. On-field decision is not out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Asan, you can stay with your on-field decision not out. You're on the screen.
I have a feeling Carey was the one who said sliding. And that's how it was. It was sliding down the leg side on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Good way to start, though. So we spoke about Boland a lot yesterday. I broke down the spells last night. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Boland heads back into Potts. Squared up in defence. 4 overs, none for 15, which included the 4 overthrows. So that's got an asterisk. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4.
And also he worked over, England's greatest batsman of this generation, 24 balls, and Joe couldn't score off him.
Yep.
And got dismissed by him. Taken over the Pat Cummins role.
Tireless throughout the series. For the first time in his career, he's played the 5 test matches. And full of running as he bowls to Potts, who drives off the inside portion of the bat harmlessly to mid-on. So he's up to 154 overs. He's taken 20 wickets at 24.
Yeah, brilliant. 3 Shield games. So he's played 8 first-class games, which years ago would be just the norm. But this is my question for the next generation of fast bowlers at state cricket. They're not playing 8 first-class games for the whole season.
Boland over the wickets to Potts. Back foot defence.
And you've got to be able to do it, Kato.
Definitely.
So the question is, how are we building this next generation of fast bowler?
How have you seen Boland's relentlessness if you're a captain to have him in the arsenal?
Locked and loaded. He'd be one of the first you pick.
He's going to finish having bowled the most overs in the series. 2 slips and a gully in place. Boland to Potts. Defence just inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, he's just sort of cricketer, a bit like Michael Neser, where you just know what you're going to get from him, and that sort of consistency is highly valued in this group. You can tell day in, day out. Like, he's probably had 1 bad day for the series, which was day 1 in Perth. Just got a bit too full, but then made the adjustments, and since then hardly put a foot wrong.
And with Carey coming up too, it's been a really good ploy by the Australians, and it has messed with the England's footwork, where they like to walk down the pitch or give themselves room to the leg side.
Yeah, great combo.
Having trouble with one of the stops. Needs the umpire to lend a bit of assistance to screw it back
Good
in.
work. Everyone's in it together. Now just give an LB.
Got to have the right tools, umpire Raza there. So one to come in Boland's first over of the day. It's the 77th of the innings. He's in and bowling to Potts, who leaves. A maiden from Scott Boland to start. England's lead is 124. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
G'day there, crews attending a crash in the city involving a truck and a tram. Collins Street at William Street. Multiple lanes closed in all directions. Lights out Templestowe Lower, Templestowe Road at Thompson's Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Feeling the heat, Melbourne? Call down with Harvey Norman, your local air conditioning specialist. Best range, best brands, best prices. Shop air conditioners at Harvey Norman in-store and online today. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
Jacob Bethel to see his first ball of the day. SEN Test Crickets for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hearts. And they retreat to the boundaries far and wide. Only Smith stays at slip in the infield. So 9 back. 8 back, I beg your pardon. 8 back. And it is a ring all the way around. Webster bowls to Bethel, who stands and he will take the single out to the extra cover. 8 for 308.
I think that's fine with Potts to Webster. He's scored a first-class 100, hasn't he, Potts? Looks pretty comfortable out there. Then spin.
So up they come. Slip, bat pad, backward point, cover, mid-off, and a straight mid-wicket. And they'll keep deep backward square on the rope, deep mid-wicket, and long on. Webster to Potts, who drives down to long on and helps himself to a run. Tom Morris, hello to you. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Flem. Morning, Kat. Yes, Matthew Potts has 1 first-class ton and 4 first-class 50s, Flem. He averages 20 at that level.
Webster around the wicket to Bethel, drives the full toss out to long off, goes to 144.
Australia just biding their time to that second new ball here. They'll hope to pick up a bonus wicket, but it's all about the second newie.
Tidied their over 8 to -1, drifted away, and then with 90 minutes to go yesterday, Steve Smith made that a focus. Potts pushes forward, he won't get a run at mid-off, and he got a run out, and then Stokes as the bonus wickets along the way, and it's a rare moment. You heard the captain telling players to run to their positions, to get themselves moving. It was a very deliberate ploy. Advancing, Potts hits it in the air, out to mid-wicket, gets a single.
Whereas that was standard years ago, Cato, wasn't it? 20 minutes, half an hour, let's go. Look, everyone run between, let's get the overs
We
back.
got through 90 overs a day comfortably. Like it was
like Shield was 96, so I found when we got to Test cricket, it was at a slow pace.
Correct. And county cricket's 104.
Oh, wow.
Extra 8, that extra 8, you knew about it.
Yeah.
A long day in the dirt.
Last ball of Webster's 15th over. 4 singles from it so far. Jacob Bethel faces up on 144. He's decided to reverse sweep, just chips it out into the deep. Travis Head down on the rope. 145 for Bethel, 312 for England. The lead's 129. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
This summer, get 10 cents for every eligible drink container you return with Victoria's Container Deposit Scheme and feel like $1 million. Search CDS Vic to get started.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Jacob Bethel has become such a beacon at the end of a pretty miserable tour for England with this 145. Scott Boland has the one slip in place as he bowls to him, and Bethel defends back down the pitch. We're at a hotel that's got plenty of the travelling Barmy Army there, and they've been a bit browbeaten along the way, but last night you could hear them talking about Bethel and what the future looks like, and there's nothing like the untried colt in the paddock, and then you get a look and it was something to behold.
Signs for the future.
Yeah, the promise of next time. Next time, the great lure of sports fans. Boland strides in, delivers to Bethel, stands up and defends.
The problem is for them next time, there's a number of their players that might not be here in 4 years' time, like a Root and Stokes and these guys. So they're going to have to figure out who's got it in them to play Test cricket in this country.
I'd like to know, they said it's been 3 years of planning. I'd love to see their thoughts on that first planning meeting to what we've seen served up here. Because if they hadn't said that 3-year planning and you're analysing their tactics...
Boland around the wickets, Bethel forward defending.
You'd have to say they've been all over the shop.
Wanted a better plan from 3 years worth of think tanks.
Yeah. Some real, like a surprise. Oh, that's actually smart. They've brought this player specifically here, and I know they're wrong. And that'd be what I'd question. I don't know what a lot of what their roles are. I don't know if they know. I don't know also what you feel, Kato, but when I had my role defined in the team, geez, it made it a lot easier and easy to prepare.
Boland to Bethel, who cuts him down to deep backward point for a single, goes to 146.
I think it'll be easier for them to prepare next time once they change their attitude around the game plan, because their game plan, for me, was the massive fail. And as soon as you've got that wrong, the rest filters down. They needed to get the game plan right and then pick the players based on a better game plan.
Yeah.
It was never going to stack up.
But their game plan originally... then they contradicted themselves with the Jacks selection.
Yeah. But I guess they could do all the planning. The problem was they were basing it on playing inferior teams in conditions that suit that type of game plan, not in these conditions.
Boland to Potts, who leaves tight to the off stump.
And that's probably been the big knock on this regime. They have not been able to beat India or Australia in the big series.
Yeah,
and that's realistically what you have to do, because that's where world cricket's at the moment.
Yeah, and for people that don't know, we were over there for the 2023 Ashes. They were not the traditional England pitches. They were virtually 50 over pitches for the whole time. So James Anderson, one of the greatest fastest bowlers of all time, averaged 85. Yeah. So it was all for their batting.
Yeah.
Boland's got one to come in his 21st over. 2 slips and a gully. It's another crack at Potts, who's forward defending back to the bowler. 8 for 313. The lead is 130. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Save between 20 to 60% off Sealy and Freedom mattresses and ensembles. It's their biggest sale ever, only at Freedom.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Webster starts his fresh over. Bethel down to sweep, missed it. It sneaks past to Carey. Scramble through for a run. 8 for 314. He's just got a little something on that, I think. On the sweep, he's 147.
Yeah, and talking about the game plan, they've picked players that probably don't suit that game plan. They think they suit them, but Ollie Pope doesn't suit playing baseball. Not in these conditions.
Just play with freedom, though.
Webster to Potts. That covers the stumps.
Has Zach Crawley become a better player playing baseball?
No, his best innings was the non-baseball Adelaide innings, where he let the ball go and looked a fine player.
Potts has the strike, jumps down the pitch, clips it to long on for a single, the lead 132.
Joe Root's hundreds were certainly not baseball.
Yep.
And
Bethel
Bethel is 147 off 240.
Playing normally.
And his strike rate in T20 is 155, so you know he can go like not many other international players can, but he's decided to bat tough in a test match.
Webster to Bethel in on the pads, no run.
So but once again, it gets back to that confusing game plan messaging, and I think players don't like that. They like to know specifically what the plan is, what's the role, where are we going.
Bethel clips it up into the deep, but lands short of the extra cover. They take a run, 148 for Bethel. This will be the last ball with this Kookaburra. We'll see a little bit of Mitch Stark with the new ball. Weatherald handed the helmet. And there's going to be a straight catching mid-on, 6 steps in front of the popping crease.
How many times do I have to say back?
Don't cross the teacher today. Last ball of the over is...
Oh, well fielded, Marnus.
You'll be shocked to know that it was Marnus. 8 for 316, the Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with the power to double your campaign effectiveness, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. 8 for 316. Umpire Raza shows the new ball to the crowd and then tosses it to Mitch Stark. Feel like this matters. He's on 29 wickets at 21. You'd love him to have 30.
Yeah, it's rarefied air, isn't it? 30 test wickets in a Ashes summer. And it'd be fitting because Australia, I don't think they win those first 2 tests without Mitchell Stark at the top of his game.
This session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Okay, he gets a lot of dismissals in his first over with a new ball.
Mitch Stark with the crowd at his back. Jacob Bethel has the strike. Stark with the new ball, pitched it right up, got clipped away into the deep. Now they'll run these hard and come back for a second. Throw comes into Stark. They make their ground and Jacob Bethel goes to 150. And he adds magnitude to this immense innings. The ray of hope for England at the end of a misfiring series.
Thoroughly deserved by the young man. Great placement and great running as well. They knew straight away they'd get 2 to Travis Head's left out at deep mid-on. So good start against the new ball.
Just a gentle raise of the bat off the shoulder rather than anything significant. It's a job to do here. Stark to Bethel, rips past the outside edge.
Oh, that's a ripper from Stark. Guess what? 140 kilometres an hour.
They're thinking about this.
Oh, yeah.
But there's only one left.
Stark standing mid-pitch.
Yeah.
Carey and Smith confer.
I've heard a lot of them in the headphones this summer. I didn't hear anything there.
Yes, you've had good ears for it. Get a little look at Snicko. Nothing there on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Stark down below us. Set the tone in the very first over of the series. Strides in, he bowls to Bethel, who maybe pulls inside the line, as again it flies past his outside edge.
Flem, what about the carry on day 5 here at the SCG? That is phenomenal.
I've never seen it before.
That is quite remarkable. What a test wicket it's been.
Adelaide and here, thumbs up.
Yeah, great pitch.
All skills have had a chance to flourish.
Yes, if only there had been a frontline spinner to fully expose.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad was floating the theory yesterday. He thought if Nathan Lyon had been fit and playing, it would have been over yesterday. Such was the amount of spin. Stark comes roaring in. He bowls to Bethel, who thinks about the swish of the wider delivery outside the off stump.
And next time India come here, they'll probably have 3 of them in the team, given they love the all-rounders, whether it's Kuldeep, Akshar. I'm not sure if Jadeja will still be playing.
Yeah.
Washington Sundar will be probably playing, given his all-round nature.
It does open it up to teams like India.
Yeah, massively.
To who have won series over here recently.
Bethel hones his concentration, the 247th ball that he's going to face in this innings. Stark bowls to him, and Bethel defends the ball down to third for a single. He goes to 151. It's 8 for 319 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Tom?
Jacob Bethel's the 3rd English cricketer in history to score 150 before their 23rd birthday. The other 2, Len Hutton and Joe Root.
It's good company to be keeping.
Probably the two best, aren't they?
The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin, most awarded extra virgin olive oil. As Colo retold the story yesterday that he did some work with Brian Lara as a 12-year-old, and Lara said he's better than me at that age.
Wow.
Sort of became a big part of his story, and those names were being whispered around yesterday as we watched something of real significance materialise for us. Potts faces up to Stark. He goes full and he's slapped away through backward point. They will get 2 as 2 fielders converged in the deep. Potts scrambles back. England builds its lead to 138. Navigating the first over with the new ball. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
The summer of horsepower is here. It's the summer of glory. 6 Super Saturdays of elite harness racing. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up across 6 harness racing tracks for one spectacular carnival. It all kicks off this Saturday with the running of the Group 2 Bendigo Cup. Get on track for a chance to win a car or watch it live on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For more, go to thetrots.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Scott Boland switches ends. He heads up to the Randwick end. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 35. Stuart Broad was hoping for something beyond 150 to give England a chance of a miracle. It is heading in that direction at the moment. 8 for 321.
Look at Smithy getting the field right. Wow, he's manic and he's moving around again. He's not happy with the field.
You want to be paying attention, don't you? Bethel's on strike. He lets the first delivery of the Boland over go. The lead is 138.
Yeah, you got to be watching the captain. They get narky. You know, when you're drifting to sleep down fine leg and just daydreaming a little bit. Then you look up and there's the teapot from Steve Waugh. He's not happy. Another dozy, fine-legged fieldsman.
Today's not the day to miss the way for the signal. His ticks have been off the charts in this test match. Boland around the wicket to Bethel. Lets it go.
And that actually adds for the spectators. I was at a function last night and I had 2 people separately come up and said, well, and that was an English tour party. You know, what is the story with Stephen Smith? Why, you know, all that sort of stuff. So they were intrigued. by his non-cricket skills and just his general behaviour.
I think he's just doing it to test everyone now. He's looked down to Cam.
Yeah, I reckon he wants him
who
up.
wasn't looking at him.
Yeah.
Hands away. He moved him one step. Bethel faces up. Oh, that jag back from Boland. They're up. Yes. Given. LBW, the mastery of Scott Boland. Jacob Bethel is obliged to review.
Yeah, fair enough too. Just give me the height maybe.
Took a long time to give it.
Yeah. TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Question for Australia is height. The batter jumping.
Okay.
Only has to be touching for Bethel's.
Do you have the front on?
Ooh.
Up on the flap, on the jump.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice and slow. You can go to RTS when it's ready. Sorry, ball tracking. Big gap between bat and the ball.
There was a big gap between the
ball tracking, please.
All right, this is all about heights.
Original decision is out. Impact in line. Wickets missing.
Up over the
Wickets
top.
Missing. Chris, you need to change your decision. You're on the screen.
Bethel survives. And England get to continue to build this lead. The LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
The old SCG Day 5, that's hitting the stumps halfway up.
Yeah, because it would have hit him on the shin. It wouldn't have bounced that much. That's amazing bounce, isn't it?
Gee, I still thought it might have been clipping the bails.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just watching it again. I tell you what, I'd love to see side on.
Such a good piece of bowling. Now, Bethel's bat was nowhere near it. It did so much. Bethel's on the walk. That hasn't worked for him, and he's beaten on the outside edge.
If we could have replays when he's walked at Neser and Boland, the unforced error, I think, every time he's done it.
Yep. And he's usually done it after a mistake or he's been and it just hasn't worked for him.
And you see the position he gets into there. He's really upright, no stride in, so he's not balanced. Squares him up. He's much better just defending from the crease like he has all innings.
Boland's got a good over going. Bethel tucks him away to leg and rotates the strike with a ball to go. Bethel 152.
It's been that good a knock. He deserves to be not out at the end.
Yep.
But the game doesn't give you those luxuries. You still got to earn it.
Yep.
And Potts has done well. I mean, he's 10, but his running between the wickets has been outstanding. Yeah. He's identified the scenario, and he's getting in and out of the crease with good pace.
So it has had its moments. 2 DRSs, 1 Australia tried unsuccessfully. And the second one, Bethel gets a reprieve. First half hour of the day comes to a close as Potts leans forward and keeps Boland out. 8 for 322. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Adam Collins comes in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
A brand new year of savings. Start the year strong at Chemist Warehouse. Look out for the new and exclusive Maybelline Serum Lipstick range. Just $11.49 each. Plump skin with Freeze Frame Pro Collagen Sunceutical 30ml, now $41.39. Treat nail fungus with Excelor Ultra Fungal Nail Treatment Colour, nude or red, just $54.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. England have advanced their position by 20 runs. 2 overs into the second new ball. They lead by 139. Bethel on strike on 152. Reprieved on 151. Stark bowls to him. Gets it past Carey. Down off his hip for 4 to find leg. Valuable runs. Bethel 156. If it wasn't leg buys, it was leg buys either way. 8 for 326. Adam Collins in with Damien Fleming. And in comes Glenn McGrath from the Paddington end. Hello, Pigeon, as you update us on pinktest.com.au. Where are we up to on the virtual seats?
Yeah, g'day, Adam. G'day, Flem. G'day, everyone.
Pidgey.
Yeah, that's the final day. Got into day 5, which is always brilliant. And our push, we're asking for everyone to rise to the occasion for the last day. So we're a bit over 412,000 virtual pink seats, which is awesome. Incredible. Brilliant. Our goal is 480, so we're a final little push to see if we can get there to support more Australian families going through cancer.
Let's help with that. Field all back, Stark bowls to Bethel, pushing into the onside, no single, all back with the exception of 2 slips, I should say.
So, yeah, it's even Cricket Australia, people coming down to the ground, part of the ticket sales, what is it, $30 for adults, and kids under 15s are free, but half of that is coming to the McGrath Foundation as well, which is brilliant.
And there's still so much cricket to come. So if you're in Sydney and thinking about it, get yourself here. Sun's out. Australia still need 2 wickets. England lead by 143.
This has the potential. If these two can bat for another even 40 minutes or thereabouts. Stark into Bethel, 2 slips, delivers here and leaves alone. Swings away, bounces before it reaches the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, so no, I was curious just to see how they'd start. This pitch still looks pretty good, doesn't it? So,
well, that Bolo LBW going over day 5 at the SCG. Wouldn't have happened in your time.
No, exactly. It's they thought this pitch might break up a bit more too, so there's still plenty of time to come down and see this final test match here, day 5. And if you're sitting at home and you haven't got your virtual pink seat yet, jump on pinktest.com.au. Also, I got to present Usman Khawaja with a little signed baggy pink on behalf of myself and the foundation. All the baggy pinks signed by both teams are on pinktest.com.au, and you can bid for those.
Stark bowls, Bethel plays and misses, moves away again off the seam into the gloves of the keeper Carey. I suppose Khawaja would have been part of so many of these pink ball test matches all the way back to 2011.
No, exactly right. And 2009 was the first pink test, so he's in every time he's played here at Sydney, it's been a pink test. So I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of myself, my family, and everyone at the foundation. So it was a nice little moment.
So if you can't make it down, you've got to buy a virtual seat today.
Yep, if you haven't got them already, I know all the boys here
we all
have them.
$25, pinktest.com.au. Just let's get them to 480. And Stark bowls here to Bethel. Down the leg side again. Doesn't catch up with it. Tried to flick it away towards the trumper stand.
You might as well bowl that one again and let Boland start the over against Potts.
That's a good point.
Yep.
4 leg bias.
You're not going for a bouncer? You're not going for the one that pitches leg hits top of off, Flem?
Well, that's his stock ball. He can do that. Doesn't look to be swinging quite as much as a little bit first innings, but there's enough.
It's carrying through nicely, like you said, Flem. So it's not a bad deck. I think Steve Smith thought it would break up it, and a spinner wouldn't be required, but I wonder if he's rethinking that.
Wrong.
The old cliche, there's been a bit there for everyone. Stark to finish into Bethel, 2 slips remain. Yorker length, dug out, and it means he gets the single to third man, exactly what Bethel was trying to do. Beautifully bowled by Stark to finish. 153 for Bethel, 10 for Potts to leads, 144. At 8 for 327. Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinapec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinapeconline.com.au. Sinapec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
SEN Test Cricket for Goody Batteries from Solar Heart. Always a privilege to have Glenn McGrath with us during the Pink Test. Pinktest.com.au. Buy your virtual seat. Scotty Boland, second new ball, bowling beautifully. Into Bethel, 2 slips, field spread, chops down hard, deep backward point, declines the single. 8 for 327. The score. How many interviews do you reckon you've done this week, Glenn?
Yeah, I've done a couple, so it's kept me busy, and it's always a special week, but I don't mind putting the extra hard work in. At the end of the day, I'm a fast bowler, so we're used to it, aren't we, Flem?
Correct.
So, batsmen, maybe a little bit different, but...
they would have checked out after day 2.
Oh, they wouldn't
be
here
seriously, Glenn.
But yeah, no, it has been a busy week, but it's very special just talking to people, hearing their stories and of their cancer journey, and then having a McGrath nurse.
Boland round the wicket, Bethel defensively down the pitch.
Now, Pitch, I was talking about how the Boland LBW was going over.
Yep.
What about this? He hasn't put his name to it. I've been saying for 20 years on text, raise the height of the stumps. Ray Lindwall was 5'9".
Yep.
Now, we're fast bowlers. The average height, it gets higher each generation, but the stumps have stayed the same.
Yep. And more fielding restrictions than ever.
Should maybe raise them an inch.
Yeah.
You happy with that? Ray was only 5'9". The average fast bowler is 6'4" now.
Boland change of angle over the wicket, using his feet, Bethel, to meet it.
Yeah, so you think...
No run down to long off.
You think an inch is enough?
2 inches.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, then again, I'm very much a traditionalist. I think they stuff around with the game too much. But, I don't mind it. The fact that...
That would have been out, Bolo. 2 more inches.
I think ball tracking always plays on bouncy wickets.
Oh.
Some look like they're smashing the stumps and they just...
I'd like to see Boland side on. It was like at the last minute
I think it probably, looking at where it hit him in the pad, I thought, that's probably going over.
Boland halfway through, stays over the wicket to Bethel, place and misses, swings prodigiously. The second new ball, Carey taking it in front of Webster at first slip. It prompts Steve Smith to ring some changes with 2 balls left in the over. Up comes deep square leg, up comes cover, and they swing third man round a deep backward point. Fine bowling again, attempts are out there.
Yeah, well bowled. Definitely encourage driving on the up.
Yeah, it's very much a new ball wicket for the fast, for the fielding team. They need to make use of it, with only tongue to come, if they can wrap them up here. But this pitch doesn't look like it's got too many demons in it at the moment.
8 for 327. So, the tests for England will be
Yep.
Creating opportunities in the absence of Stokes.
Gone away, Boland. Does he get the one to come in again?
Round the wicket, change of angle. Bowls to Bethel, deflects to backward point, gets one. Frustration from Smith, you can hear through the stump mic. 154 for Bethel, lead 145. One ball left in the over at 8 for 328.
It's like he's playing charades out there, Stephen Smith. His arms are just flapping everywhere.
You reckon you can work out what he's saying or what he's trying to say?
I've got no idea.
When you used to field on the boundary and the captain would move you, but they just use their finger.
Yeah.
And you go,
which way?
And then they'd let you know.
Oh, I've talked about that earlier. Some of the sprays or their teapot captain.
Yeah.
Boland gets one crack at Potts here. Got the short leg, comes up down the pitch a few steps, but the ball's down the leg side. Tries to negate the swing that was there. It was clearly there had he got it online. 8 for 328, leads 145. Bethel 154, Potts on 10. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
G'day there, crews attending a crash in the city involving a truck and a tram. Collins Street at William Street. Multiple lanes closed in all directions. Lights out Templestowe Lower, Templestowe Road at Thompson's Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Feeling the heat, Melbourne? Call down with Harvey Norman, your local air conditioning specialist. Best range, best brands, best prices. Shop air conditioners at Harvey Norman in-store and online today. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
England leading by 145 runs. Our coverage is for Goodby Batteries. A Solar Heart. Second new ball with Stark. His third over with it. But Bethel is the man standing in their way. He's 154. All back apart from the two slips. Paddington end. Stark over the wicket to him. And Bethel, leg stump line, out towards the leg gully region where they could take one, but they won't. Not from the first ball of the over. Carey does the tidying up. Tommy Morris is with us as well for his roadside reportings for Marshall Batteries. Holler for a Marshall Battery.
I've never looked up this before. Generations typically see an average height increase of around 1 to 2 centimetres per generation.
Ooh.
And about 10 to 11 centimetres every 100 years on average.
Yeah, so it's at least the stump should be at least 2 inches higher.
And I think generations have got wider as well, Fleming. So maybe a little bit more width, an extra stump in there.
Fourth stump.
Fast move.
Now we're talking. Fourth stump, more to aim at. Stark here to Bethel, delivers. Bethel carves out.
He's out.
Oh, he's caught behind the wicket. Looking to carve it straight into the gloves of Carey. Stark's done it with the second new ball. Bethel, who's looked so comfortable leaning on that cut shot throughout his long innings, it finally comes to an end. 9 for 328. This pair batting together for nearly 45 minutes on this final day. They've done so well to get the lead up to 145. But Jacob Bethel has nicked it close to his body, looking to cut. Carey's done the rest. What a magnificent innings.
That's an epic from Jacob Bethel. Monster innings of absolute class. That was a masterclass in how to defend early when your team's in trouble and then start to show everyone your elaborate stroke play. And in a test where some of the greats have made hundreds, Joe Root and Stephen Smith, Bethel has played the best of all three of them.
Yeah, no, I think he's looked great. He's looked composed. He's got a good technique. England were wondering if they were going to take anything home out of this test series positive. And I think there they have. They found their number 3. He looks quality. Lara was a big rap over him, Brian Lara, so he hasn't disappointed. So for the young guy to come here, family in the background, a special moment for him.
Brilliant. Thank you, Glenn McGrath. Pinktest.com.au. Make sure you get your virtual seat. Drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, after Stark's 30th wicket of the series. England, a 9 for 328.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
While the Aussies hold the line this Ashes, make sure your ute does the same. Max Liners got the gear that lasts the innings. Venture canopies, Max Pro floor liners, tough 4x4 accessories and more. Set yourself up at maxliner.com.au/SEN.
Webster bowls to Potts, who's back and knocking the ball out through cover for a boundary. There's a heart starter off the first ball. Stark with the new ball, pitched it right up, got clipped away into the deep. Now they'll run these hard and come back for a second. Throw comes into Stark. They make their ground and Jacob Bethel goes to 150 and he adds magnitude to this immense innings.
Sue Bethel delivers. Bethel carves out.
He's out.
Oh, he's caught behind the wicket. Looking to carve it straight into the gloves of Carey. Leaning on that cut shot throughout his long innings. It finally comes to an end. Jacob Bethel, quite magnificent. 154 from 265 balls. What a performance it's been. It's keeping England in the test match. Their lead is 145, but only Josh Tongue left. Adam Collins with you. Tom Morris is with me as well. He'll run through some numbers for Australia here, especially as it relates to Mitchell Stark with 30 in the series. Marshall Battery's hollow for a Marshall Battery.
So Mitchell Stark now the first bowler to take 30 wickets in an Ashes series since Mitchell Johnson in 2013-14.
Stark into Tongue. His first ball over the wicket. It's a tempter, well wide of the off stump. Beats him on the outside edge.
And that Alex Carey catch brings him within one of Brad Haddon's all-time record of 29 dismissals in a series.
Ah, yes, of course.
So that was an important wicket.
So what we were looking this morning for a couple of caught Careys bowled Stark for the statos out there. All the numbers for pay.com.au, points for business. Stark has 2 in the innings, 1 in the first over of it. Zach Crawley, and now, Bethel, that precision placement all the way through. Coming back today, only adding a dozen or so runs to his overnight tally, but a chance for the SCG to rise to him again. Stark bowls here to Tongue. It goes past the inside edge, swinging back towards him, full of length, not far away from the woodwork as well. Bharat Sundaresan's going to jump in with us for Eufy POA Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. And his fellow new baller, Tom Morris, as well. G'day, Baz.
Morning. What a great ovation for Jacob Bethel. So happy to see the SCG crowd rise as one. And what a shirt on his dad as well. I loved it. Graham Bethel sporting a beautiful beige and shirt.
Seen the replay back there on the Chemist Warehouse screen. It wasn't far away from collecting the off stump on the way through there. Stark looking to go forward and straight. Broady in 2. AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Stuart Broad. As Stark bowls here, Tongue behind it, pushing out to the onside. No run. Morning, Broady.
Good morning. Yeah, it's been a pretty intriguing morning of Test match cricket, actually. I've really enjoyed it. It just feels like the game is it doesn't. Australia are favourites, but it doesn't have that sense that they're just going to cruise home one down here. There's been movement. Scott Boland particularly is seaming the ball and getting a different bounce. Thought Jacob Bethel played calmly, didn't just give his wicket away.
Josh Tongue has to take the new ball, Brody, whatever happens.
Oh, please.
You might run on. There'll be an intervention if he doesn't get it. Here's Stark. One left in the over. Picked up Bethel already. Bowls to Tongue, full and straight and dug out and pushed to wide mid-on. Gets one to Travis Head, keeps the strike. So 9 for 329, the lead up to 146. Tongue 1, Potts on 10, having added 31 with Jacob Bethel, who was out in the over on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is now on. It's time. Visit your local BMW dealership today. Ends February 28. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Scott Boland, who's been all over England. 2 wickets to show for it, but played a big role in tying England up at crucial times. Gets a look at Josh Tongue.
After this ball, Baz, I'll pick up on that. Who should open the bowling for England theory?
Please do. Boland to Tongue, short leg, 2 slips, delivers here. Wafts at a ball well wide of the off stump.
It's a low total. So we're talking, it's going to be around 150, we think. So you don't have long to play with. You might be out there 50 overs max, but you front load your best bowlers and your best tacticians. So to me, what we can't fall into the trap of is watching England run in and bowl Carson Potts and Travis Head, whack it everywhere, and Australia none for 50 off 7, and the game is gone. They have, and that's been the rhythm of the whole series. So they have to change, do something different to defend a low total.
Boland into Tongue. Can he finish it here? Delivers to him. Pops up off the inside part of the bat. Pass short leg to mid-wicket. Gets one. He's 2. 9 for 330. Lead 147.
Yes, Cars is England's leading wicket taker in the series. He's played all 5 tests. I think those wickets flatter to deceive, if I'm being harsh, I suppose, and particularly with the brand new ball of setting the tone. Personally, how I would do it, I'd say Josh Tongue, you hit the pitch really hard, you bring out that slightly fuller length, you've got that wide of the crease angle that could be useful, and I would start with off spin, whether that's Joe Root or Will Jacks, and say to Travis Head, okay, you put the pace on the ball then. If you want to take the risk, we've seen Bo Webster, part-timer, rag it today.
Boland to Potts, he's on 10 from 33, he's beaten on the outside edge. Boland getting it going both ways this morning.
I'd set a long off, I'd set a deep square leg, maybe even a deep cover, and then you have a slip, a short leg and a catching cover, and say, if you want to dance down the surface.
I should say here, by the way, that they've sent this upstairs for caught behind. So there wasn't really an appeal from anybody, but Steve Smith has initiated the DRS process.
Director, we have a player review for caught. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
I suppose they've got them, and it's 9 down.
Yeah, I think this is more one of those reviews.
Okay.
Where,
So Kumar Dharmasena is upstairs.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
Okay, RTS, please.
Oh, it's very, very close to the outside edge. That's certain. We're about to go through Snicko here.
Once more, please. Once more.
It'll be fitting to have one
as
more.
The ball past the bat, you can go to the press. Chris, you can stay with your on-field not out decision. You're on the screen.
So all good, they lose a review. I sort of feel like we're destined to have one more Snicko drama before the end of the test match, but it won't be here.
It'd be lovely if it was real tight test match. 8 down.
Ooh. I mean, the probability, we should say for the record, for those listening, we're not building it up as though it's a fait accompli, it's going to be a close finish if Australia are defending 150. We're just saying, if it were to be, how might it happen? As Boland arrives and bowls and defending his pots into the onside, because sometimes weird things can happen in the 4th innings. We know that.
Yeah, so you're saying you'll open with Jacks or maybe Joe Root and push, because you have now the other openers under extreme pressure, probably playing for his career.
Yeah, and there's spin in this surface, and then you're saying to Travis Head, you're not going to just stay leg side and use the pace and carve it through the offside. You have to make the play. We're going to, with a brand new ball, it might sort of grip in the surface and bounce for the spin. I'm not saying it's Shane Warne or Muttiah Mullarathan who's going to break the game open. But actually, sometimes part-time off-spin's hard to face because sometimes it skids on and sometimes it spins. And your centre said, OK, if you want to find the boundary, you have to take a risk.
So Boland to Potts on 10. 2 slips the gully. Potts turns it through the onside. Nicely timed. Out towards the rope for 4. In front of the O'Reilly stand, it'll take the lead beyond 150. England 151 ahead at 9 for 334. Potts playing a role here. He's up to 14.
That nice little psychological number, isn't it? We always, when we near scores as a batting group and we sneak over 200, sneak over 300, it's a 150 chase. Just means someone's got to bat well. They need a partnership. And if I'm in that England change room now and talking the language you're using, it's we get Travis Head and Steve Smith who's getting these runs for them.
10th wicket partnerships can play a role in all of this. Boland delivers to Potts through the offside, crashes it through cover, back-to-back boundaries. Matty Potts so maligned through the week with the ball. He's got himself up to 18. The lead's 151. England now 9 for 338 at the end of a more expensive over. Boundaries for Rizzuto brushless power tools, do you? And all the numbers on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Hey, the little treat you deserve is at McCafe.
What?
The little treat you deserve is at McCafe.
Oh, I know. I've got the iced strawberry matcha latte.
From McCafe?
Yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available at participating restaurants. Limited time only while stocks last.
For MEGT, sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Stark the tongue. Can he finish it here? Potts, a couple of lovely boundaries. One clip through square leg, one crash through covers. Lead 155. 2 slips, Stark. Delivers to Tongue. And Tongue, he's beaten on the outside edge. One more thing I'd say about your theory there, Brody, is that what Joe Root possesses is that lovely little arm ball as well, doesn't he? So bowling with the new ball, that might exaggerate the movement that he gets there. I know he hasn't bowled and he's got the back issue, but yeah, there's something in this theory, I reckon.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Maybe Joe Root's the play, actually. Yep. We saw him, and it was a T20 World Cup final when he surprisingly took the new ball and got, I think it was Chris Gale called long off. And
Gale, 2 wickets in the same over.
Yeah.
Picked up a couple of Ashes wickets at Manchester back in 23 with that out-swinging arm ball. Under lights, gloomy day. Not quite that here. It's gorgeous. Stark bowls and Tongue ducks the short one.
Yeah, last year Australia needed 162. And then the entire focus shifted to that Indian dressing room. Will Bumrah step out? And he was captaining that team as well.
Well, given you mentioned 162, that's what Australia were bowled out for at Melbourne in 98. And the only reason I raised that, it was Alan Mullally down at number 11 who smacked those boundaries off Glenn McGrath. Hadn't made a run for the series, got 16 in a hurry. So it's these historical markers. Can Matty Potts, along with Josh Tongue, you know, if they had 20 here, it'll feel a little bit different going into the 4th innings.
Absolutely.
Just the energy of the Test match. And remember, when Australia were chasing 162 last year, they lost 3 early wickets. Yeah. And India had their claws into Australia before Usman Khawaja and Bo Webster shut the whole thing down. Stark away from us. Bowls to Tongue. Delivering here. Beaten again. That's quick and swinging and hitting the gloves hard. Stark's pace up at 143, so deep in the series. He's been super consistent on that front, Brody.
He's been absolutely exceptional, hasn't he? I just look at some players. When they're given added responsibility, it brings the best out of them. And to me, this is a series that we'll talk about Mitchell Stark when he's finished and he's having his glass of wine, and we'll go, remember that series when Stark stood up when all the bowlers were injured and he went, okay, I'm going to win this series for Australia on my own. I'm not saying he's done it on his own, but he has led the group absolutely brilliantly.
Stark will run in and bowl to Josh Tongue. It's full and driven and away for 4. Josh Tongue straight drive. Stuart Broad can't believe it. He's up to 6, 9 for 342. Boundaries for Rizzuto. Brushless power tools, do you?
Shot of the day.
Yeah.
Might be shot of the Test match for his lack of ability with the bat.
Wow. It's like you just need to go on to Instagram and say, who's this kid? Like you did 9 years ago when you saw him bowl.
I mean, the lofted off drive. all the flair as well, off Mitchell Starc no less, with 30 wickets in the series.
Got a feeling this might not be quite as full.
Have you ever seen him play a shot like that at the nets at Trent Bridge, Brody?
No. Limited batting ability.
So Starc won't be happy with that. 2 left in the over. Bowls to Tongue, full, beaten. Again, that pace, full up. And Carey taking it with his fingers pointing to the sky.
Oh, look at him now. He's shadow practicing an off drive.
143 Ks. Tommy Morris, all the numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business.
Yeah, just giving you an idea of how rare it is for a bowler to take 30 wickets in a series. So Mitchell Johnson, 2013-14.
Yep.
R. Ashwin, 2015-16 against South Africa. And Jasper Bumrah last year here against Australia. That's the only time it's happened in the last 11 years. And now Starc in this series.
Tommy Morris, Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. Starc to finish here. Into Tongue. He's on 6. He's hit the straight boundary. Goes back to the short ball. Just pulls the gloves out the way at the last moment. 9 for 342. Tongue up to 6. Potts on 18. The lead's 159 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is now on. It's time. Visit your local BMW dealership today. Ends February 28. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Our coverage, as always, for Henley Homes, 1800 64 6464. The text machine firing up as it tends to do when Broady's here with us. 0433 98 11 16. Wanting to know what you think of Jamie Overton, who wasn't available for this series, according to our correspondent, bowling 145 last night. Here's Boland in to Potts on his hip, doesn't work it away.
Yes, it's Andy's text saying, what do you think about Jamie Overton? Watched him play for the Strikers, bowling 145, height, bounce and combat. He played the last Test match against India at the Oval in the English summer. Lacked a bit of consistency, I'd say. Wasn't quite quick enough to challenge the best in the world, and it was a real swing bowler and got over pitched a little bit. So I had doubts whether he was a Test match cricketer. Watching him, and actually he stepped away from the red ball game for opportunities elsewhere.
As Boland delivers to Potts, playing his role. Stepping forward, meeting it, not quite on the half volley, but defending to mid-on. He's protecting Josh Tongue, no single to mid-on.
So he was in the plans for the Ashes tour, and I have no doubts that he'd have been in the Ashes touring squad if he'd have decided, but I think he had, whether it's, well, definitely Big Bash, but whether it's T10 or LT20, I haven't followed what he's done this winter, but yeah, unusual decision, I thought, with the opportunity to tour Australia in an Ashes tour when England had a real chance. Financial decision.
Yeah. Of course, his twin brother played Ashes cricket here 8 years ago, Craig.
Yep.
Potts facing Boland, delivers here, goes back and punches, but straight to cover. So they've spread the field since Potts has become the senior batter, so to speak, out there at the moment.
He played in 2019 as well, right?
Yep. Played at Manchester when Steve Smith made that massive double. Craig Overs.
Similar bowler? What?
Different, very different styles, actually. Jamie Overton's faster, a bit more sort of wild, I'd say less skillful than Craig. Craig's much slower, but has can set the tone with a new ball and can move it both ways. Both fiery competitors and get in the contest.
159 ahead England. Boland to Potts. Leaves. He thought about playing. Attempter wide of the off stump, but pulled out.
We're both at Somerset, then Jamie moved to Surrey, and actually there's been some good contests between them both when they're running. Imagine the backyard years ago. That's been replicated in professional cricket, which I always think is quite fun.
Before we head out, another 10 minutes or so, we'll round off on Jacob Bethel's contribution here to think what he's been able to achieve in such a relatively short time on the scene. Remember a couple of years ago when he was playing T20 cricket up at Birmingham, he nearly ended up in the Big Bash before he was remotely on the radar. Talent ID'd very early. Boland delivers to Potts on 18, plays and misses. Same part of the pitch and thought he had to play, didn't quite catch up with it. Well bowled Scott Boland throughout today from the Randwick end, but what this might do for Jacob Bethel as far as what England have to do from here, rebuilding after an Ashes loss.
it's just the style of his batting, I think, has been really appreciated by everybody. He's not gone out and slogged, and he's waited for bad balls. When you watch the highlights, it looks, every time he's got a bad ball, he's put it away. He's quick onto the short ball. He's driven nicely through mid-wicket when it's got leg side. But in between that, he's got those bad balls because he defended really solidly. He's left on length.
Last ball here, Bowen delivers. Potts wants one, but doesn't get very far at all. You can pick this up with Gerard. Whateley, who's taking over from me with England at 9 for 342. They've lost 1 wicket this morning. That was Bethel for 154. Tongue 6. Potts is 18, and that's all on the Toyota scoreboard. 100 available now. Visit the Toyota dealer today.
G'day there. Word of a crash on the Monash outbound just after Warragul Road, and works see the Eastern Freeway closed between Doncaster and Middleborough roads in both directions. Take Doncaster or Whitehorse roads instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Save between 20 to 60% off Sealy and Freedom mattresses and ensembles. It's their biggest sale ever, only at Freedom. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. This late flurry from England ensuring there's plenty of cricket left in day 5. The lead's 159. Tongue has the strike. Stark into him. Edges out to point. No runs. Stuart Broad and Bharat Sundaresan sharing duties for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Hello to you both.
Morning, Gerard.
Morning. I've got a really nice, excited feeling that we're going to be in for another story here today. I think everyone in this ground thinks Australia are favourites, but we want to see Test cricket where the game gets close and nervy, and you know, I've got a feeling it could. And actually, when I see Boland coming in, hitting an air, and there's a bit of bounce and a bit of lift, that should be lifting the England changing room. Because suddenly, it's funny how cricket works, isn't it? Runs can come really easily and it looks easy. And then suddenly a team's batting, you think, where are the next 5 runs coming from?
Keep talking us into it, Stuart. I love it. Stark bowls to Tongue. He's driving straight to mid-off, but he's out. Labuschagne takes the catch. Stark finishes his series with 31 wickets. England all out, 342. Australia require 160 for a 4-1 victory in this Ashes series.
First of all, I think it's been a fine effort. England with the bat, 342, led by Jacob Bethel. They've shown a lot of character very easily at the end of a long tour when you've lost the Ashes to fall in a heap. End of touritis. But they've shown a lot of character to get themselves into this game. We don't know how this is going to play out over the next few hours. Could be over very quickly if a Travis Head gets going. But a 3 for 20, 3 for 30, and we've got a game on our hands. So it's been a brilliant test match so far. Credit to the ground staff for the pitch. I think it's been a brilliant test match pitch. Bowlers have had to work hard to get their wickets. Runs can be scored. I think fitting that Mitchell Starc has taken the last Australian wicket of this series. He has been absolutely superb. Going to give him a rating of 10 out of 10.
Took the first and the last.
First and the last. I might have to lean on Tommy a bit here, but I imagine that's his most prolific Ashes series for being a wicket taker. Australia will walk off with their heads held high and a lot of confidence, but England will also have a spring in their step.
They've kept themselves alive in the contest, haven't they? I mean, we needed this English team to show us some character in the final test. It hasn't been a series that's gone their way. I mean, they won in Melbourne, but the pitch got more attention.
Of the series, 31 wickets to him. Congratulations. It's been a stunning series for you, but I guess it was just a matter of time this morning.
Yeah, there's still some flat patches. There's still some. There's enough in it, obviously. Day 5 wicket, but obviously with Jacob batting as well as he has through the second innings, we knew had to be a little bit patient there. They're going to play the game with the non-batter at the other end. So still had a job to do this morning, and now 159, 160 to win. We'll take that.
Is that going to be straightforward?
No, I don't think so. We still know how good a bowling unit they are, and a wicket that's starting to play some tricks. So it's probably a new ball wicket where that harder seam, a bit of swing in the air. That's probably the hardest time to bat. We saw once it gets a little bit softer and it gets a little bit easier to bat, but it'll still be tricky.
I imagine you don't want to have to bat this afternoon, but what a moment would it be if Usman Khawaja finishes things off?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I think a part of him would be happy if he didn't have to bat. Another part would obviously be that bit of that fairy tale if he hit the winning runs. I think in the end, if we can win a Test match for Australia, he'd be pleased as punch.
Well done, Mitch. Go and put your feet up.
Thanks, Ish. What's up?
Mitch Stark there with Ishaq Bharat, as you were.
Yep, and so it's great that England, through Jacob Bethel, have shown that, look, they might not have got the job done this time, but in 4 years' time, they have something to work on, something to build on. And it was great to see Mitch Stark waited, Gerard, as that innings finished. He waited for all the bowlers, and they all patted each other on their back, got into their bit of a bowler's huddle, and then walked off together. But also, Mitch Stark mentioned him there, Usman Khawaja, leaving the field probably for the last time as an Australian cricketer. I mean, he might have to come out and bat again. You never have to put on that baggy green and get into slip or be in that mid-on position where he's generally put in.
You don't think they'll give him the opportunity to open?
Imagine if you're Jake Weather, all your career on the line, and they say, hey, Jake, just take a break. We're going to let Usman Khawaja. I think if it had maybe it was just 30-40 runs to chase down Brody, maybe that would have happened. But like Mitchell Stark said there as well, they don't think it's going to be straightforward. And I'm just looking down and saying Ollie Pope is taking some... he's part of the cordon anyway as they're practicing slip catches. So no vision of Ben Stokes. There he is.
Yeah, he has his whites on. He was warming up this morning, practicing some slip catching, which I was really surprised at, but he'll want his cricketing brain to be out there.
All right, England all out, 342. It sets up a chase of 160. Mitch Stark, 31 wickets at 19.93. How perfect. He got under the 20 and over the 30 wicket milestone. This is SEN Test Cricket for Good Wee Batteries from Solar Hearts.
Barbecues Galore Boxing Day clearance. Up to 40% off selected barbecues, 20 to 50% off selected outdoor furniture, plus huge deals on gifts and gear. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
Springvale Homemaker is open until 9 p.m. tonight. Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA and more. Late night shopping at Springvale Homemaker. Thursday and Friday until 9 p.m.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Do you require a pintle hook for your truck or a towing eye for the trailer? Rogers Willex manufactures a range with a capacity up to 13 tonnes. Order online now at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
2 slips the gully. Potts turns it through the onside. Nicely timed. Out towards the rope for 4. Boland delivers to Potts. Through the offside. Crashes it through cover. Back-to-back boundaries. Stark will run in and bowl to Josh Tongue. It's full and driven. And away for 4. Josh Tongue straight drive. Stuart Broad can't believe it.
Stark bowls to Tongue. He's driving straight to mid-off, but he's out. Labuschagne takes the catch. Stark finishes his series with 31 wickets. England all out, 342. Australia require 160 for a 4-1 victory. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Last year's chase was 162. Australia got into early trouble. Jasper Bumrah wasn't able to bowl. Ben Stokes is not going to be able to bowl here. It was 3 for not many, but they won with 6 wickets in hand. Bharat and Stuart Broader with us for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Can I ask, how was that surface playing at that time? Was there a bit of spin and uneven bounce?
No, it was wicked. That was day 3.
Okay,
it was a wicked surface.
Seam movement.
Yeah. So much harder to bat on than this feels, not to say there's not a little bit going on.
Yeah.
I mean, safe to say the way Bumrah had bowled in that series and the way Australia had batted against him, if he bowls, he'll probably win. That's just the command he had over them.
The great unanswerable question is what would have happened had he been able to. So our umpires heading out into the middle. There's the collective drive for 4-1, and then there are individual moments here, and perhaps none bigger than Jake Weatherall's.
Met him this morning, Gerard. Just he had a bit of a net, and I said, be good for you to finish on a high. And he said, yeah, it would be good, wouldn't it? I said, no, man, I think it will, it comes down to this, really. And he's a cool character. He's a very cool cat, Jake Weatherall, but you could see he knows it could all be over today if it doesn't work out his way, or at least not only will he go back into the pool, but further below in the pecking order, because they've given him 5 tests, and especially if it's a full ball, gets trapped LBW. Now,
presented the Australian team for Australian Made by Australia's Support Australians. Who's going over the bowling there, Stuart? I can't watch.
Well, Bryden Cast has taken his cap off, and if England are going to win this test match, take 10 wickets for under 160 runs, he's going to have to bowl the best new ball spell of this series for him, because he's been really poor with the new ball, and it wouldn't have been the way I'd have gone, but he is England's leading wicket taker. He has run in with a lot of heart and a lot of drive, and Ben Stokes has trusted him throughout, but he's going to have to bowl the best 4 overs of setting the tone of his career.
Stokes is out on the field. He's going to set up at first slip. We watched him in the warm-ups do a little bit of that. And Jake Weatherall and Travis Head come out to the middle. Head is going to take a strike.
I think the duration of Travis Head's innings, you'll think will have a big impact on probably how this test match goes, or how long it'll last. And if he hangs in there for an hour, it'll be game over, and so it wouldn't take too long for Australia to get there.
So last year it was Constance 22, Labuschagne 6, Smith 4. It was 3 for 58 in pursuit of 162. Khawaja batted well for 41, and then Head and Webster guided the Australians home. Those recent chases we mentioned, 2013, 5 for 141 to beat South Africa. 2024, 2 for 130 to beat Pakistan. Last year, 4 for 162 to beat India. And deep in the recesses of our minds, we're haunted by 1994 when 117 wasn't achieved against South Africa.
Tommy, just while there's a little delay, can I just ask you to just do a bit of research for me on Bryden Cast's new ball spells at the openers? So not the second new ball. How has he gone in this series, having taken the new ball?
Cast to Head, full toss. It actually hit him on the pad, and they throw the stumps down from slips. It's all happening. The LBW appeal's been turned down, and the run-outs needs to be referred.
Two noises.
I'm certain the LBW is not out, but I would like to see the run-out, because Travis Head sort of plonked his bat down.
So the inside edge, no referral. A sneak attack of a full toss to start.
Which can't have been
TV umpire director, we have umpire review for run out from the striker's end.
Oh, what a start this would be. if he hasn't got his bat down in time.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. There's a collective holding of breath here.
Move forward.
Bat
Yes, grounded. Yes, grounded. I have a decision for you at the big screen.
Beat it back by 2 frames. Well, that was lively.
Well, if that's what's coming our way, strap in.
2 slips, gully, leg, gully. Deep point, 2 deep on the leg sides. Cast bowls to head, in on the pads and flicked away through square. A single taken to open the Australian account. The chase for 160, it's none for 1.
You mentioned Baz with Weatherall getting on strike now. Cast, there is movement, there is swing. I don't know if he's deliberately bowling as full as that to Travis Head, but if he gets one right to Weatherall with that in swing, he could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's gone on at least 3 times that I can remember to that full ball, a couple of times to Archer, maybe even more. Stokes got him like that a couple of days ago, so that would be the tactic you'd think straight away.
The last rendition of Jerusalem for the series. Jacob Weatherall, 167 at 21. Faces up to Cast, defends the ball to the leg side and sneaks a run at mid-wicket. Seemed to have a bit of swing to it.
There's movement. There is movement.
Something Cam Green said this morning about that ball, that Stark ball to Zach Crawley. Apparently he said that wasn't in swing. He said it was just wobble stream. It hit the surface and came back.
Hit the crack. And when you have a brand new ball in your hand, because it's harder, it moves more off the cracks. As soon as that ball gets softer, it doesn't respond so much off cracks. So it's really important England use this brand new ball, get it in a good area.
Cast bowling to head, defending on the jump.
Old bowling coach used to say to me, it's not what the ball does, it's where it does it from. Actually, if you get low bounce on 7th stump, it's irrelevant. That's what makes Scott Boland so amazing. I used to think naively about Scott Boland, he needs conditions in his favour. He's actually almost a better bowler on flatter pitches because he's just in an area the whole time, and when he gets a bit of deviation, he's in the game. Been so impressed with him in this series.
None for 2. First over of the run chase. Weatherall bowls. Full toss in the head. Again, they're appealing for LBW. It's squirted away through the cordon. It's run down to the boundary for 4. Leg buys. So he hasn't hit it in the estimation of the umpire.
Yeah, I don't know why he's gone for the leg by so soon, the umpire.
We're going to review here.
No, that was interesting because he's given it leg buys and they're saying they thought he hit it.
Yeah.
We have a TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Because the Sundaresan just started signalling leg by. Generally, umpires like to wait.
Yeah.
Before the
Well,
DRS.
they should wait.
Yeah, they should.
Should wait because England were discussing
Nice and
has
slow.
he hit it.
Okay.
Pictures of the leg stump.
Would like to see the ultra edge when it's ready. Sorry, RTS.
Looks like that's straight off the bat.
It does.
To me, and it hasn't hit any part of the pad.
Yep, it's clearly from the bat. Can you go back once more, please?
This is where it's a little bit wrong that
clearly from the bat.
The umpire signal leg buys.
Move forward.
Because that is why England have then reviewed that.
I agree with that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So Stokes is now.
You can go to the umpire. It's clearly from the bat. Asan, you can stay with your on-field call not out.
But she'll have to withdraw the leg buys.
He's just done that. That's poor umpiring. It's poor umpiring from an umpire at elite level. He just signaled it straight away.
Got the process wrong, really, hasn't he?
Head goes to 5. At lunch, that they ought to go and ask for that review back. Casts an eventful over to Head. Drives him through mid-on. Climbed into the over-pitch delivery. It's running to the rope for 4. Travis Head's underway. Boundary for Azito brushless power tools do you It's none for 10 after 1 over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-6464-64. The target's 160. It's none for 10. And that, Stuart Broad, was a wretched first over.
It's just frustrating. It's really frustrating because there is movement there. And yes, there was drama. There was a big appeal. There was a review. But there was one ball on length to Jake Weatherall, first ball that would have hit the top of middle stump. All the others, one was too short, and then four were basically full tosses, if not Yorkers. And low run chase, you can't be non for 10 off 1 over.
Josh Tongue has the new ball at the Randwick end. He's going to be around the wicket to Jake Weatherall, who's wrapped on the pads, trying to tuck away. Umpire says no. And not coming together to confer on this occasion. Session for MEGT. Sign up your apprentice with MEGT.
I think it was the angle Ben Stokes said, and looked a bit high as well. But at least, Brody, you have Josh Tongue with the new ball, so you haven't gone cars and pots.
Yeah, it's the right decision. I would just now go, okay, let's change it up from Casters End, because if he bowls 3 overs for 25, the game's done.
Tongue around the wickets. Weatherall back to cuts. There is a sweeper in the deep. Duckett hurrying around to his left. He'll cut off the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Weatherall's 3. The total's 12.
Okay. So they aired the Jake Weatherall feature yesterday, Gerard, on 7.
Yes.
It was very gracious of them to let me into their house, and it's a great story. I mean, to go from someone who didn't care if he lived or not just 7 years ago to now be playing Test cricket, Ashes cricket.
Tongue bowls to Weatherall, who leaves.
It's quite the journey, and his wife Rachel has played such a big role. There's a point, she said 7 years ago, he left home, got on his bike and said, if I get hit by a car and I don't make it, who cares? Who cares if I live or die? And it's been a long process for him, so even for him to be doing what he's doing and to have a smile on his face is a win. It's a big success story. So, and for him to be so open to talk about it as well, it's good.
Tongue to Weatherall, in on the pads and flicked away. He's got that square. It's going to take a bit of stopping. Cuts the angles. Keeps it to 2. Weatherall's 5. It's none for 14.
And yeah, I've spoken before about his love for music, and yeah, you get inspiration from different things, don't you, when you play sport at the elite level. And for him, it's been music, but it's also been the growth he's made as a human being and all the mental health battles and love at the end of the day.
Tongue targets, short, wide, smacked for 4, out through cover. Weatherall's eyes lit up to that. This is a horrid start from England's quicks. There is already 18 on the board.
Surprise, surprise. Gerard calling a cut shot from an Australian opening batter with a brand new ball. Short, wide, easy paced pitch from out there. A bit of a free hit, really.
He has given him 2 balls to cut, 1 to just clip away, half volley on his pads.
Australia running hot for Ream. Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Weatherall sees the last ball of the over. He's forward and defending to mid-off. None for 18 after 2. The chase is 160. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers.
Butchers, the meat specialists.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. None for 18. Head 9. Wetherall's 9. Cast went for 10. Tongue went for 8. Cast's got to come up with something better. He bowls to heads. He's driven to mid-on. No run. Have you stayed in touch with Rachel, Bharat?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And she's travelled with Jake during the series. Gerard, we again had a probably family get-together at Kiribati House. Jake and Rachel obviously were keener on talking to Isha than me. So, no, she's an amazing person. And she's learned from the number of attempts it took for them to find the right psychiatrist and the right help that Jake needed. And that led to her starting her own company called Allied AU.
Cast bowls to heads, tucks him away down the leg side. Finally gets fielded. 1 added, none for 19.
And one of the more impressive young women I met, Gerard. And so Allied AU, I mean, we all have our GPs, but it allows you to get in touch with the professional help that you need, with whether it's physiotherapy or mental health or anything else. So, yeah, they've been through this journey, and childhood sweethearts as well. So there's a lot of love that you feel when they're together. She's getting into her cricket as well now with each game that her husband plays.
Cast to Wetherall, defends the ball to the offside, which is wide open, and a single easily taken at cover. None for 20.
And that's why she's based out of Adelaide. So Jake still lives in Adelaide. He's renting an apartment in Tasmania. So every time he goes for a game, he has somewhere, a few guitars there, a few guitars here. And yeah, it's been lovely. And Rachel and I are kind of similar, Isha and Jake, so they're the reserved ones. Yeah. She's one of us. Talks a lot.
2 in the deep square of the wicket, deep points. Heads 10 from 7. 2 slips and a wide gully. Cast to heads, who's able to defend the ball to root at mid-off.
I think, which is why, I mean, even this morning, the brief chat I had with him after his net, you can see he's got that perspective. I mean, obviously he wants to succeed. Obviously, this is the pinnacle for him, playing Test cricket, being part of an Ashes winning squad. But he is in that kind of place. And just the fact that he just looked at me and said, it would be good, wouldn't it? If I can finish on a high. Yeah, it would. Kind of tells you the place he is in. And I like athletes who have that perspective in life, Gerard.
Yep. There's been pressure progressively building, and it did look to be weighing heavily on him in the first innings. Full again from head. He does from a cast ahead. He keeps it out. A lot of attempted Yorkers going on at the start of this spell.
Yeah, it is all over the place. This new ball spell yet again from Bryden Cast. Full tosses. This is the third one that Travis Head has had to face. Yet to get that ball to just hit one of those cracks or even anywhere near the length where there is some help. Both Stark and Boland got off the surface.
Last ball of the Cast over. He delivers to Head, who defends down the line of the offside. None for 20. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with the career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. A little bit of chaos theory from England to start their defence of 160. rather in keeping with their new ball bowling for the majority of the series. Tongue around the wicket here, bowling to Wetherall, quickest shingle to cover point, sneaks through. He's 11, none for 21. Adam Collins with you. Simon Katich joining us as well for UFI POA Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Morning, Kat.
Morning, Colo, Bharat, Tommy, all our listeners.
Cast with the new ball. Doesn't sort of strike me as the thing we're going to see for too much more of his Test career, but he's done it quite a bit in the last 2 weeks, weirdly.
Every innings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, after the first Test, I think, there's been every innings from him, so...
I don't think I've ever seen him bowl with a new ball for Durham either. It's just been an odd thing the way it's played out through this series. He's operating, it's Tongue at the moment, of course, operating around the wicket with the 2 slips in the backward point. 2 back on the leg side, bowling to head, 10 from 10. Drive straight, beats mid-on, not quite. Diving stop. They'll get through for 1. He joins Wetherall on 11, none for 22. Of course, no Ben Stokes today. He's standing at first slip. He was doing some cradle work before play. Doesn't often field in the cordon these days. He used to, of course. He took that brilliant catch in the Trent Bridge Test of 2015 with Brody, the meme that continues to do the rounds all these years later with his hands on his mouth, but typically seen a bit off.
Yeah, it's amazing he's still out there. That just shows he just wants to be amongst it.
Yep. Tongue, round weekend. Bowls to Wetherall. Off his hip. Maybe a leg by, maybe a run off the bat. We'll find out in a moment. Bharat, our umpire, says leg by, and Chris Gaffney agrees. None for 23.
Yeah, just no consistency at all in these 3.5 overs from these two. And we heard that Josh Tongue probably is the kind of bowler that doesn't like bowling with the new ball, and I think you can see why. He clearly has no control over it. The lengths have been all over the place.
Yeah, some players just have that sort of feel. They prefer bowling after sort of 10 overs of seeing how the ball's performed in the first part when it's brand new. But
England already down to just 1 slip. Yeah. 1 slip when defending 160. Tongue around the wicket, head well wide of the off stump. He gave him the stumps as well. He backed away to try and carve it out through point as he does so well, but it missed everything through to the gloves of Smith.
Travis Head is batting like he is a very, very thirsty man.
He is in charge of the after party.
Yep.
I mean, there is next to no energy here at all. We saw on the screen last over there were a couple of guys dressed as Jesus in the Barmy Army, so it looks like with the way they've got it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a miracle. Well, if you're going to get a miracle, you need early wickets, you need men round the bat, Cat. You need to provide something, anything.
Yep.
Instead, going through the motions, only in the 4th over. Tongue up, bowls here, head. Thinks he can cut that, but he can't. Even for Travis Head, that's too close to his body. Goes over the top of his horizontal blade. He looks down at the pitch with closed eyes as if to say, don't nick that, Travis. He doesn't want to get out. He wants to be there at the end. It'd be fitting.
Because he knows if he's there for longer, like Kat said, he doesn't have to. He has to be thirsty for less longer.
He can't control a quicker finish if he gets out. He knows that.
He knows that.
That's in his hands. The destiny of a quick drink is in his hands.
Another game within a game. Head facing Tongue for the final time in the over, goes back and plays it to point where he manufactures that gap time and time again. Head will keep the strike on 12. Wetherall 11. Australia are 136 away from their target of 160 at none for 24. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day there, crews attending a crash in South Yarra, Punt Road northbound, just after Alexandra Avenue. The right-hand lane blocked. Clear and quiet around the CBD. No dramas on the Tullah to and from the airport. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday, the 1st of March, to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Bryden Cass will continue. We've said that a few times through the series. Bryden Cass will continue. Away from us, bowling here to head on 12. The left-hander makes room and cuts in front of point. Gets 1. 13 for him, none for 25. Australia. I was making a list earlier, Kat, of players in the series who've enhanced their reputation, accepting that some players have already got remarkable reputations, like, say, Steve Smith, for instance. But who has performed in such a way in this series that they are even more highly thought of by the end of it?
Travis Head.
And that's again from a very
different role,
from a very high base as well.
Yeah.
Even still.
Yep. because he's played a different role, which there were people questioning, is it the right role for him, given he's been so dominant number 5, but he's transformed this top order for Australia because a number of them have benefited.
Cast to Wetherald, full and driven out to the same part of the ground. Deep cover or thereabouts. Wetherald 12, none for 26.
Bo Webster on the back of not playing and then reconfirming why he was given the opportunity last summer, and one opportunity nails it with both bat and ball. I think obviously Jacob Bethel is a standout for that because he's a young man and first Test 100, and yes, it was a Test 100, but it was the way he did it. That was what was made it special because it was under pressure. It was on a 4th-day wicket. It was against a very good attack, and he went through, all the challenges of pace, spin.
2 back on the leg side. Cast bowls and beating the bat of Travis Head. It's done plenty. Middle stump line, he was walking at him, trying to play it down the ground, and it's gone past the edge and over the top of the off stump. That's the length that we would have loved to have seen a lot more from Cast through the series.
Yeah. Much fuller length there. Just nips away. Travis Head's lucky he didn't hit that. He's on the walk. It was a walking drive.
Wobble seam we can see back on our screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So, exceeding their expectation, expanding their reputation. So Cat's gone with Head, Bethel,
Webster,
Alex Carey,
definitely.
Again, Cast bowling to Head. Can he bowl 2 good ones in a row? Beats him here. Now it was full, and Head stayed anchored to the crease and tried to flame through the offside. Went actually underneath his bat. Scott Boland, his numbers won't be as exceptional or excessive in terms of what we've seen over the course of the career he's enjoyed, but the way he's bowled, the lived experience of watching Scott Boland.
Yeah, the fact that he's played all 5 tests.
5. Michael Neser, whose career was essentially over. Played 3 test matches. Not sure what his average will be with the ball at the end of it, but it'll have a 1 in front of it, not a 2.
And the fact that he's played red ball tests and consecutively as well, I think that's enhanced his reputation.
So a good group of half a dozen Australians have enhanced their reputation across 8 weeks. Cast bowling here. Head pulling this side, other side of the ground. This time, other side of the ground to deep mid-wicket, gets 1, gets inside the line of it. 14 with the single, none for 27. Tommy?
So Michael Neser's average this series is identical to Mitchell Stark's, 19.93.
Wow. Lovely. He's just ticking under 20. That'll look good on paper. All of Tommy's numbers for pay.com.au, points for business. And then from England, we mentioned Bethel. Tongue?
First time he's played here, definitely.
So we've got 6-2 on that measure.
The other one you could argue is Mitchell Stark because he's done it without the partners in crime, the big 4.
How have we missed Stark in all of that? I mean, given where he's always been seen as a fantastic fast bowler, but you're dead right, Kat. 31 wickets. He's risen to number 2 in the world on those ICC rankings. Never better on that front. Cast to finish here, driving hard to cover is Wetherald, but there won't be a single. We'll come back to that. Wetherald 12, Head 14, none for 27. The target is 160 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
At Officeworks, get low prices on back-to-school essentials. Buy wireless mice from only $7 each. Or purchase any eligible Canon printer from $89 and redeem 2 bonus movie tickets for Disney and Pixar's Hoppers. Shop now at Officeworks while stocks last.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
And Test cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. So we've got the players who've enhanced their reputation. The ones who are interesting are the 2 all-time greats in Root and Smith. Obviously, Root in Australian terms, 200s over here, Kat. I mean, it's a big pass mark on that front. More than that, it's a big tick on that front. But from the very high base.
I think he's enhanced it, particularly playing here in Australia, because obviously he'd struggled here previously, so 200s, and then the way he's done it too, super impressive.
And the quirky one here is Smith, not necessarily because he's had an enormous series, but when you look at it in context, as Tongue bowls to Head on 14, fly slip back already. Head just doing as he pleases here, knocks it into the onside for 1. He's 15. England have all but thrown in the towel. None for 28. Smith, 4 tests where he's led the Aussie team. 3 of those wins. 2 of them when the series, well, I say 4, assuming they win here, sorry. And then the 2 wins when it really mattered at the very start of the series in Perth and of course at the Gabba under lights, and then having only been dismissed 3 times until he rocked up here, and then making 160, or was it 163? Whatever it was, 150 plus here in the first innings at Sydney.
Yeah, they've all been outstanding.
So Steve Smith for the broader contribution. Tongue bowling around the wicket, off the leading edge, was it? Diving away to his left, not taken. It was edge or thigh pad. It was Bethel who was making the big diving effort. Didn't quite get to the contest. We'll need to see it back to discern whether it was edge or thigh pad. We'll do so here, Simon.
Hard to tell from that angle.
Probably thigh pad,
Yeah,
just based on the way it ballooned up.
Yep. Yeah.
Great effort.
Yeah, it was a great effort. But
I think he's winded himself as well.
yeah, back
on that.
Yeah, it was thigh pad. It didn't kiss the inside edge on the way through. So all good for Weatherald. He's got that big stripe of zinc, which might become a bit of an icon for him. Keep that going. Here is Tongue round the wicket. Bowling to Weatherald, shout for leg before, but inside edge and probably impact outside the line of the off stump. They bail out of the appeal. Leg before shouts for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland Choose to Drink Wise.
I wonder whose reputations have gone the other way, though. Duckett, right on top of that list. Ollie Pope, wonder when he'll play his next test now that Bethel has made number 3 his own. Zach Crawley somewhere in the middle, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you're basing it on where we were before the series, it's about the same for Crawley, isn't it? Depends where you start the...
Yeah.
Given that Crawley's averaged 27 in the series, 31 overall in his career, that's roughly where it is,
Average.
right? A couple of good innings. Tongue bowls here, where they're all back defending to the onside. We expect a couple of good performances from Zach Crawley per series.
I think in the other list, enhanced reputations, I think we have to put Jofra Archer in there.
Yep.
I thought he bowled with some fire, especially after
Brisbane,
that second innings. Till then, not sure what was up with him. But
Yeah, no, he fought back well in Adelaide.
5 for and a 50 in Adelaide for Jofra Archer before breaking down. What about Australian players who have not met their pre-series expectations as Tongue approaches from the Ram weekend to Weatherald. Weatherald off his hip, down to the onside, no run.
Cam Green and Marnus definitely in that mix.
Yep.
Marnus, for him to have brought, to Ricky Ponting's original question, did he bring form or runs? I thought he brought both into this series, but to get just 250s and one more start and to average less than 30, so he's where he was pretty much last year.
Yeah. And then probably can't really comment on Weatherald until this innings plays out. If he goes 60, 70 not out.
So much rides on it for him. He's 12 and he's looking to drive here, but it's gone past the inside part of the bat. It was full. A bit of movement just at the end there from Tongue. 12 for Weatherald, 15 for Head. Australia require 132 from here at none for 28. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change Menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
First session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Cast away from us. Just one slip in a gully. Field spread. Bowls here. New over to Head, who pulls straight away in front of square to deep mid wicket for an easy single. He's 16 from 20. None for 29. Tom Morris has got numbers for us on Brighton Cast. So commissioned by Stuart Broad. Pay.com.au. Points for business.
And Baz has helped me with the Crick Buzz algorithm to go through it and work out what Brighton Cast's figures are when he's bowling with the new ball this series. So he bowled with the new ball in Adelaide in each innings. 1 for 29, 1 for 19. He bowled with the new ball in Melbourne, didn't take a wicket, none for 20, none for 11. And then the first innings here, 1 for 20. And then in the with the second new ball, none for 18. So overall, 3 for 117 off 26 overs, which is sort of in line with his overall stats. No better or no worse than the rest of his stats.
Yep, taking wickets, but boy, he's gone for runs. Cast up here, bowling to Weatherald, who again is beaten. Consecutive deliveries. One was from the full ball to finish the Tongue over. This was not quite back of a length, but he was trying to play with his knees bent and crank it through. I suppose it would have been cover point had he made contacts, but instead it's gone over the horizontal bat.
And that's the tricky part about playing the horizontal shots on this wicket. There is extra bounce And when there used to be lower bounce here, it was a dangerous shot because you'd see a lot of chop-ons and had to be careful of playing square of the wicket here.
One here from Gavin in Albury saying the Barmy Army have enhanced their reputation. They've certainly been here enforced and sung every day.
Noosa?
That's
really
Noosa sits alongside some of the other great cricket tourist destinations now, I think. There's a whole topic in this. When you go to, as Cass goes around the wicket to Wetherald, he makes contact this time, a cut shot for 4, behind point. We saw it Brisbane, he loves it there. It was a long time since then. But that's where he's at his most comfortable. Carving off the back foot, 16 for him, joining head on that score, none for 33 Australia.
Yeah, that was right where he wanted it, short and wide. Beautifully played, though. He's set up for that. He presses forward, but then as soon as he sees Andy sort of width, just transfers back. Beat the sweeper easily.
Sort of like infamous cricket spots, isn't there? The Embargo nightclub in Bristol. The Walkabout in Birmingham.
Yep. Oh, yes. The Bourbon and Beefsteak.
Bourbon and Beefsteak in Sydney. Nice cat. Great reference. Cast bowls round the wicket. Beats Wetherald. Is there an edge? The bowler doesn't think so. The cordon does. That's Stokes and Smith, and Stokes gets the final say. It was jagging back towards him, trying to cut. Was there an inside edge? Stokes brings in his privy council of sorts, wants his keeper and his bowler, and does go upstairs. He wanted all the information. He sought advice from point, from the keeper, from the bowler, who wasn't interested, I hasten to add, but here we go upstairs.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet, fair delivery, front on, please.
Check Wetherald just walked away towards square leg as soon as that appeal went up.
So first replay, Kat, what do you reckon?
Okay, can you go to the RTS, please?
Doesn't look any change on the ball.
Maybe the bottom of the bat might be...
It's a little flick.
That's the first replay, sending it back for Chemist Warehouse. If there's a touch on it, seeing Snicko here, looks like there is, bottom of the bat, there's a little murmur.
Roll back, please?
What kind of murmur is it?
What kind of murmur is it? It's one of those where it's across the sound wave. It's not a spike, which does complicate matters, Kat.
Do they consider it?
We did say to Brody earlier today we were due one more Snicko controversy.
From the beginning?
It's bottom of the bat when looking to cut.
Nice and slow.
Nice and slow, says Dharmasena.
So the frame will be fine to give it out on the basis of where it's lined up. It's whether they're accepting the...
It's not a spike, is it?
The rumble.
Once more, please. Once more.
The little rumble strip there. Is that going to be sufficient evidence for Kumar Dharmasena?
You can state the on-field call, Asan.
Not out.
Not out. You can state the on-field call.
Wow.
Well, you can see the Barmy Army in the corner of our screen. They are kicking off.
On the screen, Asan.
They genuinely feel like they've been aggrieved by the work of the
so are the
third umpire in the interpretation of technology. Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes pulling Bryden Cars away.
Ben Stokes fired up, walking up to Cast. Cast goes up to Ashan Raza. And Stokes has said, get out of there. And Stokes talks to the umpire instead. Ashan Raza, who gave it not out. His decision's been confirmed. A moment of controversy at the SCG. And to be really clear about this, with that one frame of leniency, that typically the way it's been interpreted through the series.
There's no point with Stokes carrying on here. Raza is not in control of this. He's given him a pat on the back, but he was about to get a bit ugly there with Bryden Cast and Ahsan Raza. It was towering over the umpire. Not a great call that from the fast bowler. But I think it was just, if there was even one slight vertical spike, I think that's given out.
This is where it's tricky, because the way in which the umpires are directed to interpret these matters, the education process with players and fans alike, as Cast delivers here, and Wetherald does exactly the same thing. That's 4 times in 2 overs he's been beaten on the cut shot. Cast straight up to him. Give him a piece of his mind. Cast is fired up. Right up to Wetherald. And Wetherald offers an opinion on the way back, and Cast goes back to his mark. Umpire Raza involved too.
Now Joe Root asking for calm. Now Travis Head stood up for his South Australian there. He walks straight up to Cast.
Seeing Root here, who collects the ball. So Carson Wetherill, whether they made contact shoulder to shoulder as well, looks like they did on our replay screen. Well, that will prompt plenty of discussion at lunch and beyond. So Cast to finish a controversial, eventful over to that man Wetherill, who goes back. That time he hits it, no doubt. The deep backward square gets one, moves to 17. 16 for head, none for 34 the score. The boos come from the England fans. The players and the umpire are back together again. Cast is being dragged away by Stokes. He won't give it up here. We'll just stick with this. Umpire Raza goes up to the England players and to the Aussie batsman. Can't quite hear what's going on through stump mic. Got Cast, who's going back towards fine leg, talking with the 12th man Shah Bashir. It's going to be drinks. They're going to have to take a beat here. Drinks are being brought out onto the field with Australia at none for 34. Wetherill does get a let off. We'll come back and discuss how that happened after our break here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The target's 160, Wetherill 17, head 16, none for 34 the score.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I dee-dee.
Yes, I dee-dee. Casts an eventful over to head, drives him through mid-on, climbed into the over-pitch delivery. It's running to the rope for four. Targets short, wide, smacked for four, out through cover. Wetherill's eyes lit up to that.
Cast bowls around the wicket, beats Wetherill. Is there an edge? The bowler doesn't think so. The cordon does. What do you think, Baz?
On-field call, Hassan.
Not out. Not out.
You can stay the on-field call.
Wow. Well, you can see the Barmy Army in the corner of our screen. They are kicking off.
On the screen, Hassan.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. The target's 160. Australia none for 34, but a moment of controversy in the previous over. Jake Wetherill given not out on DRS. There was a murmur. There was a rumble on Snicko at a time that did line up the way it's been interpreted, in a way that third umpires can give it out, but he's given it not out. We can only assume Simon Katich and Damien Fleming, who's jumping in as well, on the basis of the type of waves that it was presenting. I mean, this is complicated stuff, but it's a big part of the modern game, and it's not the first time we've had these conversations on the coverage through the course of this series. Good afternoon, Flem.
Not conclusive.
Yeah.
Murmur, not a spike.
Yeah.
But then has there been murmurs given out previously?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jamie Smith at Perth, the England fans would say.
So
off the glove, they would say murmur was sufficient evidence there. How is it not sufficient evidence here?
And the timing of it wasn't. Oh, sorry, I can't see this.
Sort of feels like the timing piece. We've been educated to know that if it's one frame after the ball's passed the bat, then they're cool with that, and that feels like that met that criteria.
That probably syncs up timing-wise.
Yep. Yeah. So it's all down to the type of frame. We've got a correspondent here, Ryan, who says he's a sound engineer who looks at these waveforms all the time, and saying that I can tell that's not the waveform of a nick, and that's where you pointed out, Flem, it's the spike versus the murmur. And that prompted quite the response from Bryden Cast, who went up to the batter. Did he make contact with Jake Wetherill? That'll be reviewed, I'm sure. Ben Stokes needed to drag the fast bowler away, not once but twice. Both of them going up to Ashan Raza. Fiery stuff. It's pausing here as we reset after the drinks break.
Bethel gets the ball. brilliant with the bat.
And, of course...
Picked up a wicket at Travis Head.
Yep.
So, can he be the golden arm for England?
They'll need a spark here, England, because they have conceded runs quickly, especially the way they've bowled to Head. He's cut away a couple of times, and Weatherall's overtaken him on 17. Another part of the conversation that always comes up, Kat, is that we don't have hotspot anymore. We used to. That would have certainly helped in a decision like that for the third ump.
That's going to be a talking point for the ICC, their next meeting, surely. Having to pay for that rather than the broadcast.
Have they got any money?
Bill?
The ICC, Simon?
Weatherall facing Bethel. Reverse sweep right away for 4. Picked up the length, committed to the shot, smacks it away. He moves to 21. Boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. It takes Australia to none for 38.
Gee, that's skillfully played. Because it wasn't really, it was sort of back of a length and he had to stop and wait for it, but the timing of the shot was critical because if he didn't get it right, that was going top edge to that 45 fielder on the offside.
Would you go Jacks to the 2 left-handers, not Bethel?
So.
I would.
But maybe he wants to turn back in.
Just didn't seem to turn it that much.
Slipping a short leg. Bethel bowls here to Weatherall, spins back to the left-hander, as you say, placed to the offside.
G'day there, a crash in Bayswater on Scoresby Road south of the Mountain Highway. The right-hand lane closed in both directions. In Sunshine North, got a breakdown on Ballarat Road, city bound before Anderson Road in the right-hand lane. And in Hobbers Crossing, a crash on Old Geelong Road, city bound before the Creek Crossing. Ready to play by your own rules? Powerball's massive $20 million draw is on tonight. Buy in store, online or on the mobile app before 8:30 tonight. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
Defence, inside edge, pad balloons to Silly Point where there isn't a fielder. And the last part to this, of course, is that it was given not out on the field, so they'll be looking for that conclusive evidence when going to the third umpire, as pointed out by Cooney in Kensington on the text.
Yep.
Bethel bowls to Head. Back leaving a ball that spins, clips him on the pad on the way through. Given not out, no shot offered, so they won't run. Of course, the ball's spilling away. When there's no shot offered, it always adds an extra layer of interest, Kat.
That might have hit a 6th stump if they put another set next to the current set. That was well wide.
Yes, watching it back on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Spot on Simon Katich. 2 balls left here, Bethel. Bowling to Head. Ram weekend, Head gets forward before defending. Looking forward to seeing how Cast goes when he gets going. You get in the next over.
Yeah, when the
fired up.
red mist.
Yes. Not his first time either. Got the red mist at Lords last year and went finger pointing at Ravindra Jadeja. Bethel to finish here. Head goes back and cuts out in front of point. An easy single. Through for 1. Keeps the strike 17. Weatherall 22. Australia up to none for 40. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And it'll be Gerard Whateley coming in for me after the break.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change Menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30 a.m. to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
On SEN for 4.20, Australia's original fan food. The chase is for 160, Australia's none for 40, Head 17, Weatherall 22. Some late series friction. Bryden Cass is going to have to head back because Ben Stokes is still signalling to his fielders to get them in the positions that he wants. Simon Katich, Damien Fleming, hello.
Gerard.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
What did you think of what happened in the previous over?
Oh, they went overboard. Cass started to go overboard. The emotions got the better of him, but I can agree with what the umpire did on field.
Cass around the wickets, bowls, big swing from Head across the line and a big miss.
And they G'd each other up a bit too. With every time there was a little murmur, that they started celebrating as if they're going to influence the third umpire 500 metres away.
Yeah.
They must have done that 3 times, didn't they? So they're all geeing each other up.
I think we're trying to exert some influence from out in the middle. Head has a little wander away and returns. There's a leg slip, a slip and a gully. Cast around the wicket bowls. Head big cut shot. He misses.
Gee.
Got his own commentary.
He's just carve everything, isn't he?
He's bowled badly to be the second highest wicket taker in this series. You know, like anger. You know, I thought these first two balls would be fiery, on the money. That is so wide, that ball.
He hasn't channeled his aggression particularly well in the first two balls that we've seen.
No, come on. Use that aggression. Be at the batsman.
Cass hits the crease, bowls to head. Just runs the ball to gully. It's misfielded, but not enough to allow a run.
I think umpire Raz's had a good game.
Yep.
Because when you look at the DRS numbers, I think most of the... Was that just for Scotty Boland?
Yeah, that was
just for Scotty Boland.
Period of time. Yep.
I thought that was for this test. But even in this test, there's been some good decisions. If anyone's got them wrong, it's been probably Chris Gaffney.
Cass bowls to head, who drives stylishly, just backed off the power, ramped up the timing, puts it through cover and sends it to the boundary for 4. Head's running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
Wide half volley. Travis Head says, thank you very much. That's a nice little Christmas present. And we're 11 months away. Absolutely smoked that. So Cass really hasn't transferred that aggression from the non-decision into his bowling. What about a fierce bouncer at Travis Head?
Cass comes, Head turns to leg, tip and run out to mid-on. And Weatherald will see the last ball of the over. It is none for 45. 115 to win. I think if you're going to carry on, then when you've got the ball in hand, you've got to channel some venom.
Oh, well, you know, I played a lot with Merv Hughes for Victoria and Glenn McGrath. And they might, well, particularly Glenn wouldn't say as much, but he would be staring. He's not even staring at them and body language at them. And his radar is all over the place.
Cass with one left in the over. He will get to bowl to Weatherald here, and he pitches up and he's driven for 4.
Wow.
That is the lamest over from an angry fast bowler you would ever see. And the Australians just take full toll on him. He should go and have an early lunch. None for 49 at the end of the over. This session is for MEGT, your next apprentice. Hire your next apprentice with MEGT.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Got a skid steer, excavator or other special plant that needs a trailer? Rogers Willex has been manufacturing quality Australian machinery and plant trailers for over 50 years. With branches in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, there's a trailer solution for you. Visit rogerswillex.com.au.
Cricket for good wee batteries from Solar Heart. None for 49 in pursuit of 160. Weatherald 26. Head has the strike. He's on 22. Bethel is over the wicket from the round weekend. Head jumps down the pitch and slaps him out through extra cover. It'll be cut off one step inside the rope. I'll come back for 2. If ever you've seen disdain in a bat stroke, that was it. 51 on the board for Australia.
Travis Head had his bugle out. He was charging before the ball was even bowled then. He didn't care where it was. He was just going to whack it.
Whereas I think if the threat is the ball spinning away, yeah, that's such a risky philosophy, isn't it? Just to run down straight away.
It's another 50-run stand from these two. So Weatherald hasn't nailed down his position, but the partnership has been very productive for Australia.
Well, compared to England's.
Head charge, bottom edge.
Slog harder, Trev.
Out to Lon. No. He is the golfer. Just ease it back a little bit and you'll knock it 300 down the middle.
He's just putting the tee up and he's going harder. There's no such thing as an iron off the tee for Travis Head.
He hit it like an iron in the end.
He did, low and flat, but he wants to drive it, bang it.
So I think England, their average opening partnership was just 19. So Wetherald has been able to build some decent partnerships.
Wetherald reverses, slight top edge, gets it down into the outfield. The angles are everything here. It gets to the boundary for 4. The waddle of Duckett couldn't get to it. Wetherald's 30. It's none for 56. Boundaries for Lone Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Lone Market. Make it yours.
It's just not bowling well enough. I just don't know about this. I'll be getting the off spinner on, as you said, at least from Cars's end.
Bethel just holds up for a moment, delivers to Wetherald, who's back and cutting out to Duckett at deep backward points. Wetherald's 31 from 27 balls. Australia at the gallop here.
Gee, this will be humiliating for England if they lose this 10 wickets down.
Yeah.
So at an English function last night, there was optimism that they could push it closer to 200 lead and get early wickets. Wow.
I wonder where Trav is going to try to hit this 30 rows back.
I think he tried to hit it over mid-off last time, didn't he? But he lunged it down to long on.
Head stays home. Well, that jumped at him and it pops to the offside. Lands safely, no run.
Yeah, they're trusting the surface here because they're playing back. Particularly on that ball there, it was quite full, but you couldn't afford to play back too often at the SCG when it kept low. But now this one's bouncing. If anything, it's going to be the bounce to some short leg.
Head to see the last ball of the over. He's edging just short of slip. Stokes knocks it down. None for 57. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered Sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. None for 57. The chase is for 160. Wetherald's 31. Head is 25. 53 to win. Bryden Cast has been tagged out. Enough of him.
Tongue takes the ball, so yeah, you want to see right arm off spin from the other end now.
Tongue around the wicket starts to Wetherald, who leans on a ball down to fine leg. Takes a single. Goes to 32.
They're building nicely. They just can't build any pressure, England, in terms of dot balls, because these two are just looking to be aggressive every ball. Already 58 off 10.1 overs and 102 to win. So there's about 20 minutes to lunch. You'd assume that they're going to come back after lunch, only needing maybe 75 runs to win.
Tongue sets in, bowls to Head, who's cutting over gully and to the rope for 4. He's just hungry for runs, Travis said. He's 29 and running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
He's just a boundary hunter, isn't he, Travis Head? Little flick. Got into the gap. 4 runs. If Tongue overcompensates here, he's going to try and smash him through the covers. Been a brilliant series.
Yes, he's growing to a degree of all-time. Here, Travis Head. Faces up, dances down the pitch, slogs it high in the air. They close from mid-on. Good catch. Cass stood his ground underneath and held it safely. Travis Head, the fun of the fair ends at 29. Australia lose its first wicket at 62. And Head's work finishes at 629 runs for the series.
Yeah, got a bit greedy there, Travis Head. Tried to go leg side this time and just sliced it. His bat sort of opened up slightly and didn't get the full connection that he wanted off the middle of the bat. In the end, a good catch by Bryden Cass running around from mid-on. Out at our mid-wicket region. So Head departs at 29. And Australia now 1 for 62.
Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Cass has caught well in this series, so as poorly as he's bowled, he has taken his share of catches. The next batter is Marnus Labuschagne, who makes his way to the middle for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that. I wonder watch Trav ball keep going for a while. He did have the option of smashing that through the offside, but yeah, a little bit greedy, trying to muscle that bottom hand over the mid-wicket boundary.
How's Marnus going to go about it?
I hope he goes about it like he did in Perth.
Yeah.
I know he hasn't got Travis Head there, but Jake Weatherald's going at a really good clip, 32 off 28.
1, 2, 3, 4 better than 50 run stands for the first wicket for Australia when these two opened together. So 0 and 75 in Perth, 77 and 37 in Brisbane, 33 and 8 in Adelaide, 27, and then they didn't open. Oh, actually, take the 0 off because they didn't open together there. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Boland opened at the MCG, so you take the second one out there. 57 and 62. So for Australia will be well satisfied given that they have struggled to find a partnership. Now, what that means for Weatherald in the long term, the pairing worked well for them.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to come down to the back end of the Shield season, and obviously he's got Renshaw breathing down his neck. If Kellaway gets another couple of hundreds for Victoria, then they might look at that as well. But yeah, at this stage, it depends how they're viewing it.
Yeah,
if they value the partnership, then he'll probably stay.
Tongue to Labuschagne, 1 for 62, in on the pads and flicked away through backward square. Amarnis is going to open with a couple. The fielding is done from fine leg. Yeah, so 376 runs at 47 in the 8 innings that Head and Weatherald opened the batting together. The stats for pay.com.au, points for business.
But if they're looking at it from a longer term perspective and like the 20 test run that they play in that sort of 12-month period from when they're up north to Ashes in England the next year, then they might look at it differently.
Tongue into Labuschagne down the leg side.
And they might look at his technique and the dismissals and stuff. So there's a lot for them to weigh up in that whole decision-making process.
Do you want to chime in here, Tom?
Yeah, only 2 Australian batters in history have made more runs in a home Ashes series than what Travis Head did in this series. One was Don Bradman twice, and the other was Steve Smith in 2017-18.
Good company, isn't
he? Yeah. 629 at 62.9 with those 3 centuries. Tongue to Labuschagne, who defends the ball to the leg side. 1 for 62. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
Leading run scorer, TAC, speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. So Travis said 629 runs at 62.9 at a strike rate of 87.5 with 3 centuries that defined at least 2 of the matches. And only Bradman and Smith scored more in a home Ashes summer. Bethel bowls, Weatherall tickles away to the leg side for a single. And then you sit that against Stark's 31 at 19.93, and the most wickets in an Ashes series for Australia since Mitch Johnson. And then you have to split them to determine who is the man of the series.
Just looking at Stark's strike rate, 29.
It's the best strike rate of anyone who's taken 25 wickets.
You know, years ago, early 50s was outstanding, and then you had sort of Stain and Waqar Yunus in the 40s. 29. That's breaking through at an amazing rate.
Bethel bowls to Labuschagne, who's covering his stumps and clicking the ball straight to the short leg. Leading wicket taker, programmed commercial painting maintenance.
I mean, strike rates have gone down as economy rates have gone up because they just bat more aggressively now. That's a wicket every 5 overs.
Little manoeuvre in the field on the deep cover. Australia 95 to win. Labuschagne forward, pushing to cover. So they're 2 all-time performances, aren't they?
Yes. So Head's in the top 3 with Bradman and Smithy, and then is Stark in the top 5 or top 6 for Australians.
Labuschagne defends Bethel.
In a series. And short series, that's straight. He's only actually bowled 153 overs, so 30 a test match.
Bethel around the wicket. Labuschagne turns around the corner and takes a single. And then you add in the storylines. So Head is the makeshift opener, and Stark is shouldering the tack without his mates.
The number 1 spearhead.
Yep. So
for he's always been a gun, but probably for the first time. Besides some subcontinent tours.
Yeah. So it adds to the immensity of performance for each.
Yeah.
And then you got to split them at the end of play.
Yeah. I mean, Carey third.
Weatherall's back, covers his stumps, blocks the last ball out. 1 for 66. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. So Carey's ended up 1 short of the all-time record on a keeping front. So it probably means he runs third.
Yeah, I think he's third in my book. And then also, when's the series alive? Who's the most dominant player there? I was pleased Starkey finished off the innings to get into the 30s.
Stark sets a tone right at the start, but it's Trav Ball that wins the day in Perth. So one gets 10 wickets, one makes one of the best centuries we've ever seen. So they're sort of equal there. Stark's great with the pink, and then Head makes his century in Adelaide. So they're dead hitting while the series is alive.
But someone's brought it up before. Why can't they have a tied man of the series?
If ever
there wouldn't be many complaints, would there?
No. Tongue's going to begin the fresh over here. 1 for 66. Labuschagne's on 3. It's down the leg side. There is a leg slip in place, so Marnus has been guilty of that before as he looks to flick it away.
And the backups have been handy. No Cummins for 1 test match. Hazelwood, Boland 20 at 25. Neeser 15 at 20. And good economy rates as well. That's probably the difference between England. Some of the bowlers have got wickets, but they've leaked runs.
Labuschagne forward and defending.
Yeah, Cass almost 5 and over.
That was great fun. Tongue in his follow through, just tapped it up, played a bit of soccer with the ball, got it up into his hands. Appreciation from the crowd watching intently events in the middle of the SCG. Captured on the replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Here's the wicket taker, Tongue. He bowls to Labuschagne down the leg side, way down the leg side.
And both these Aussie batsmen will be keen to get not out. If Jake can finish with 60-odd, 70-odd, does give the selectors something to think about, doesn't it?
Yep. And every run matters for Marnus at the moment. Hasn't had the series that was promised, given the form that he brought in. He's on 3, Labuschagne, and he blocks down under his eyes.
But there's certainly been times early in the series and then the first innings here where you think Marnus is back to where he was 3 years ago. And then he threw away Adelaide in the first innings, started to get scratchy in the second, knocked over, scratchy in Melbourne. And it's like, he's regressed back to the way he's been batting.
48 the first innings here, which is
good. 48.
Yeah, but didn't get to
no.
Labuschagne leaves down the leg side. He's got that nasty habit. He doesn't have a century for a long time, and he leaves runs out there when he looks good.
Whereas Stephen Smith, you could see, I'm not going through this series without 100.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Like you just had him down for 100. He's going to cash in. Joe Root's missed out a lot, but the 2 opportunities he's had, he's taken it to go on and score hundreds.
Tongue is at the top of his mark. Terrific crowd in on day 5. Labuschagne drives, full face of the bat, out through cover. That's a nice shot. Marta sends it on its way to the boundary. He joins in the scoring spree, 1 for 70. He goes to 7. Player of the match, player of the series for RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists. Let's put it out there, shall we? As you choose.
Yes.
You have to split Stark and Head.
And just one little comment why.
0433 98 11 16. Who is the player of the series in 2 all-time performances? Mitch Stark or Travis Head? The Compton Miller medal to be awarded at the end of this test match. You have to split them. Which way are you going? Change of bowler for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Will Jacks. Now, you would have preferred Jacks to Bethel, Flem all along.
Yeah, just when they had the 2 left-handers out there, but Marnus is not set. Jake Weatherall played Bethel really well, didn't he? A couple of really smart reverse sweeps, a nice punch through the offside. But Joe Root, very handy part-time bowler, spinning the ball away from Weatherall.
Jacks to Weatherall, who's forward defending the first ball.
Take one with us here, Jacko.
Trying to get a little something on the way to lunch. Head the man out, caught, cast, bowled, tongue for 29. Jacks to Weatherall. Lets it pass. Outside the off stump.
Good turn there from Joe Root. Oh, sorry, Jacks. It's always been Jacks.
Slip and a short leg in play. Weatherall leans forward on the up. Jacks dives to his right. Couldn't take the catch.
Gee, that's close. That's why he should have been on beforehand. You can't drive with certainty because there's so much turn. That was so close to a caught and bowled.
On the up, carries to the outstretched hand, just tips the fingers. That's
couldn't get it under it.
No, that's a hard mark. He's got his fingers to it, but as you say, it was just a fraction short to get under. Weatherall back to cut, straight to cover, no run.
Bit short there from Jacks.
Weatherall to be disappointed he didn't pierce the field. Our replays. That's a hard mark on Jacks. Weatherall drives inside out, knocked down at cover. No run.
And that's a riskier shot. He hit it really well. But Jacks won't mind that. It's hitting on the up through the offside.
Weatherall drives, and he will get the single to mid-off this time. He's just hedging to see where Root would get to. at the catching cover. Got it through, 1-4-71. Weatherall's 34 at the end of the oval. So the early polling, the exit polling, Flem is running with Stark. Has to be Stark. More workload on him without Hazelwood and Cummins. Made English batters look like Shield cricketers. Stark for me, the numbers so hard to split, but I'm giving it to Stark in the early test where he lifted to new heights without his usually bowling cartel. I'm going with Mitch Stark. For me, the 250s on top of all the wickets get him over the line. Stark runs are very important, but you have to get 20 wickets a match, Doug, from Aspendale. Stark, we can't forget the value of his runs in Brisbane and Adelaide. Mitch Stark for player of the series did it without Paddy and Hazelwood, 31 wickets. And then don't forget how important his batting was in the first two tests.
Yeah, that's a good call, that.
Coming through in the absence of Cummins, Stark stood up. His performances I'll remember for a long time in the first two crucial tests. Stark need to bowl out teams twice. Got to be Stark. Stark, because he batted better than Head bowled. I quite like that. Tongue to Weatherald, who's on 34, and he blocks the first ball of the over. Got to be Stark. No Hoff. Paddy only won tests. And then, the cat from Sandhurst wants there to be dual players of the series, so let's wait to see how that goes. Trav Ball, because he is relaxed and doesn't make double tons. Travis Head, easy. Any Muppet can bowl.
Oh, geez, that's a bit harsh.
Coming straight at you, Flem, bowlologist.
Wow.
Travis Head, as he won 2.5 tests, where Stark won 1.5. That's a nice measure to use. I quite like that way of thinking, the defining figure in how many test matches. Tongue is bowling to Weatherall, is back to cut and he misses, not for the first time. I would say 2-1 in favour of Stark is how it's running at the moment. Maybe even 3/4. He might even be getting 75% of the vote, which in a batter's game is a nice little change of opinion, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, even in that first test, Mitchell Stark got it, didn't he, over Travis Head's whirlwind 100 in the second innings. But Stark's run's very important. You know, could we have won those first two tests without Mitchell Stark?
Tongue bowls to Weatheralds. No. Defends to cover.
Yeah.
Stark overhead just absolutely set the tone from the first over.
Yeah, you can mount an argument we still could have won Perth in the run chase without Travis Head getting that whirlwind, batting at 5 if Usman wasn't injured. But Head's 100 there did demoralise the England bowlers that they've never come back from.
So I feel like when the story of this is written, it'll be Trav Ball killed Baz Ball in Perth. And
it also created it created Baz Ball 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's killed it 4 years later.
Skewered it in Perth and they never recovered from it. Tongue bowling to Weatheralds. Oh, he's chipped it up in the air. Short ball. Will it carry to fine leg? It does. It's a kink in his technique. Weatherald, the bouncer gets him. Potts coming in from the rope to the fly ball. Takes the catch on the dive. And so in the assessments of Jake Weatherald, that's another dismissal that sits with it. Is he actually got the game for international cricket? He departs for 34. It's 2 for 71.
Oh, man, that's a bad shot. He's a weird player, isn't he? Because he looks like at times he's premeditating the pull shot and tries to play it when the ball's not short enough. And then when he gets bounces, it's almost like he freezes. Like you'd imagine that, that's in a great position if he wants to play the pull shot. Whereas he seems to play the shot so late that it freezes, and not for the first time he's got out playing a nothing shot. And did England appoint a fielding coach overnight?
Well,
I've taken 2 of their best catches.
I watched them doing fielding drills this morning, and that has not been a regular part of their routine.
No.
That's going to be lunch. Australia 2 for 71. The Chasers for 160. Labuschagne 7. and Steve Smith will join them. So we'll have a Bundaberg ginger beer, shall we? Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew. Tongue 2 for 23, RSEA safety trusted by tradies across Australia. Flem, what we saw was England added 40 runs to set the target of 160. Bethel caught Kerry Bold-Stark 154. Then Tongue caught Labuschagne Bold-Stark for 6. Potts not out 18. Stark 3 for 72. Webster 3 for 64. And then Head caught Cast Bold-Tongue for 29. Weatherald caught Potts Bold-Tongue for 34. Fall of wicket 62 and 71. 89 to win.
Yeah, another entertaining session. I thought England did really well. Bethel and Potts batted smartly, found the boundary at times. They're running between the wickets, and Mitchell Stark end up mopping the last couple of wickets, which I was happy with because he's been such a dominant bowler throughout the series. So finishing with 3 for 72, and then at stages Head and Weatherall looked like they were going to chase down this 160 by themselves. And I'm equally happy that Tongue's been the one to get the couple of wickets because I don't even think his figures reflect his impact on the England team and the series. Man, the match in Melbourne, should have had the opportunity to get a bag in Adelaide, and that was taken from him, from his skipper. And happy for Tongue to cash in here, but from an Australian perspective, happy for no more wickets.
There's at least 20,000 in here, and the next session will bring it to its conclusion one way or another. 89 to win. Enjoy a bite to eat. It'll be the last break of the series. Simon Katich and Tom Morris to take you through the lunch break. Australia 2 for 71, chasing 160.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Good wee batteries and solar hard expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
During this break in play, your hunger is calling and it wants the new Macca's Big Arch Burger. The new Macca's Big Arch Burger is the answer to those big Macca's hunger moments. It's got 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melty, cheddar cheese, crispy onions, pickles, and a tangy Big Arch sauce. Ooh, all on a poppy and sesame seed bun. It's the Big Arch, and it's for the big Macca's hunger. Available at your local McDonald's restaurants.
If you're looking for a new Kia, don't miss out on Werribee Kia's biggest clearance on new Kias ever. All 2025 plated cars reduced to clear, and that means you can save thousands of dollars. With prices too low to advertise, it's first come, first served to pick up a genuine bargain. Mention SEN to score a free accessory pack on top of the reduced prices. Don't miss Werribee Kia's biggest clearance on new Kias on now. Werribee Kia, Australia's #1 Kia dealership. LMCT 114.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. If you're looking for overnight constipation relief, you're in luck. Prunalax Syrup 120ml is just $8.49. Support friendly gut flora with Thompson's 1-a-day milk thistle plus probiotic 30 tabs, just $19.99. And don't forget Blackmore's Total Calcium and Magnesium plus D3 200 tabs, now just $26.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hunt expertise, the perfect partnership, and Host Plus. Find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Cast bowls to heads, who drives stylishly, just backed off the power, ramped up the timing and sends it to the boundary for 4. Tug sets in, bowls to heads, who's cutting over gully and to the rope for 4. Faces up, dances down the pitch, slogs it high in the air. They close from mid-on, good catch. Cast stood his ground underneath, bowling to Weatheralls. Oh, he's chipped it up in the air, short ball, will it carry to fine leg? It does. It's a kink in his technique. Weatherald, the bouncer gets him.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
Despite losing 2 wickets, Australia is very much in the box seat here at the SCG. It's lunch on day 5. The Aussies are 2 for 71. Labuschagne is 7. The next batter, which on the scorecard is Stephen Smith, is yet to get off the mark. The 2 batters are out. Jake Weatherall, 34, caught on the stroke of lunch. And Travis Head, quick fire, 29 from 35 balls. Josh Tongue with both wickets. It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supply, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's, loving the cricket. Simon Katich is alongside me. The Australian side of things for Australian, made by Australian, support Australians. No surprise the way the Aussies have gone about it so far, Kat?
Not at all. Aggressive opening partnership. They'll be disappointed both of them got out, but when you take risks like they do, that can happen on a 5th-day wicket, and they want to finish this quickly so they can enjoy the celebrations with all their family and friends afterwards.
Let's go in chronological order. So Travis Head was the first one to go, and he was always going to make a dash at it, wasn't he? He finished the series on 629 runs at an average of a tick under 70, a strike rate of 87, and at one point it looked as like he was just going to be out there and get another 80 not out. In the end, he fell. Caught by Bryden Cast, of all people, who was involved a little bit later on. But what did you make of the way he went about it?
Oh, look, no surprise how he went about it. He wanted to bring down that total quickly. He looked a thirsty man, as I said on comms at the time. That's the thing that Travis Head always does for this team, is that he wants to get out there and impose himself on the opposition. Didn't quite work today, but what a phenomenal series he's had. He's led from the front at the top of the order, no mean feat, and he's got this Australian run chase off to a flying start.
Jake Weatherall had a golden opportunity today, even if it wasn't going to lock him in for the tests and matches in Bangladesh, because they're not chasing a big enough target, to show us all that he can get a 75 not out and finish the series on a good note. What has been a disappointing series on a good note. And he fell for 34 from 40 balls. As Gerard Whateley mentioned on commentary, he's fallen to full straight balls and short balls the whole series, and the same continued today.
Yeah, and that's something that he's going to have to continue to work on, obviously, the back end of the Shield season for Tasmania and moving forward. He's still only 31 years of age, but in terms of the mode of dismissal, that's what I think the hierarchy will probably be looking at moving forward, particularly if they feel like there's other options that that finish the Shield season really strongly, and I'm talking about guys like Matt Renshaw, who's had a good summer for Queensland, and then obviously Campbell Kellaway as well, who's done well for Victoria, and whether there's any other younger batters that maybe finish the season strongly that they feel can be in those roles up top, or maybe that number 5 role that Usman Khawaja vacates.
Yeah, he's left that door ajar, hasn't he? And, he might get to Bangladesh and he might do well, but it's certainly a debate now for the next 8 months, and he'd want to have a good back half of the Shield season.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's when you do get 5 tests in a row, this can happen because a team gets a look at you over those 10 innings if you're batting all 10 innings, and at times he's looked promising and his footwork's look good, but then there's times where he does press forward and trying to get forward and drive the ball, but then they're balls that he has to play back to, and that's the danger, is that you're not neutral at the point of release, and then you get exposed either on front foot or back foot shots because your balance is not there.
Let's go to Mitchell Starc for the Player of the Day contenders, thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. He arrived at the ground this morning on 29 wickets for the series. He took the last 2. It was Bethel and then it was Tongue with a second new ball. Gave him 31 wickets for the series at a strike rate of under 30. He's had a phenomenal summer, a golden summer, a career summer, and I can't imagine anyone would have imagined this at the start of the season, particularly with no Cummins for 4 of the tests and no Josh Hazlewood for 5.
It's quite remarkable, really, and at his age too, 36 years of age.
Yeah.
But he's at the peak of his powers, and physically he looks as good as he's ever been.
How is that? How is he bowling as quick as he ever has at the age of 36?
Well, it's testament to his work ethic and also his durability, because you compare him to the English quicks, it's like there's a massive gulf between them, and you only have to look at the performances of Archer and Wood compared to Starc, and there's such a big gulf between the two in terms of not only his experience going past Akram, greatest ever left arm quick in the history of the game, but leading without his pack, the pack that he's played most of his test career with, and that includes Lyon, who only played the 1 test in Adelaide. So he played in Perth but only bowled 2 overs. So yeah, it's been a remarkable series, and not just the ball, gun in the field, and then with the bat as well.
Yeah, important runs, Mitchell Starc. So 31 wickets he's taken for the series, as I just said. And his runs, what has he made? 156 runs at 26. But that 50 at the Gabba was absolutely crucial at the time for 2 reasons. 1, it gave Australia more runs, and 2, it allowed him to bowl with a pink ball at night time later on, which changed the course of the test match. He should be very proud of his efforts. And normally he's the bowler that benefits from Cummins and Hazlewood and others, but he was the spearhead for this series, and his radar seemed to be on, which hasn't been necessarily the case for his whole career.
And what about the first over wickets?
Oh, yeah.
How many of them were there? I've lost
count. 4. So Crawley 3 times and Duckett once.
Yeah. So Crawley once here, twice in Perth, and then Duckett in Brisbane. Yeah.
Phenomenal stuff. That's for Ray White's commercial property specialist, RWC. Let's go the negative, Kat. The dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts available at Bunnings Warehouse. Can we talk about the Weatherald versus Cast little tit for tat out there?
I think, when you look at that and the way it played out, Brian Cast had the red mist. That can happen from time to time. But, in terms of what they've served up in the first couple of overs of most of the innings of these tests, you'd say they haven't learned a thing, because every time they start with the first couple of overs, they're just getting pumped everywhere. So that's the challenge moving forward for this group, is you can't allow players like Head, Weatherald, or whoever it is you're bowling to, you give them 20 runs freebies in the first 2 or 3 overs, and that's happening regularly in this series.
Absolutely bang on, and it's just one of those situations now where England would be frustrated for so many reasons, and one of those reasons I'd imagine would be the Snicko, Cat. The Snicko. Colo called it. He said we're going to finish with the Snicko controversy, and we did.
Yep. And until that whole thing gets resolved by the ICC, as it probably should, then this stuff will probably continue to happen, because what constitutes the spike, a murmur. So today was one of those where you can understand Hassan Razza's had a good test, so you got to take the on-field on that one.
It's razor thin between what a murmur is and what a feather is. It doesn't make any sense that the broadcasters pay for it. In England, Sky Sports doesn't pay for it, the ECB pays for it. So maybe Cricket Australia should be mandated to pay for it, but that's an ICC issue as well. That dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Each lunch break for the rest of the series, we will celebrate a legendary player for Penrite, the trusted Australian name in oils and lubricants. Today we celebrate Usman Khawaja, who still might play a role in the final 2 hours or so of his test career. 88 tests, he's averaged 43, 16 centuries. You won't be able to add to that. Would you send him out next, or would you send Steve Smith out?
Depends how many runs is left in the Test match, because I think at this point in time, Steve Smith will bat next.
Yep.
I don't think they'll play silly buggers out there. I think they'll be ruthless with it. But if it gets down to the last, 15 runs, then maybe he goes in next if there's a wicket forward. Smith might just give him that opportunity to walk off and potentially hit the winning runs in his last test.
That would be nice. He does write his own scripts. Trust Penrite Oil for reliable performance and protection. The experts had a play from Simon Katich for TAC. The police are using every tool they have to keep the roads safe. Drink driving, wrong choice. It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. For the last time this Ashes series, helping you get the right products for the job at better price. And Macca's, the Chicken Big Mac, is back at Macca's. Hey, Ollie Peake was unbelievable last night. We're going to talk to Bryce McGain about him after the break. A left-hander, playing all the shots in the book, Cat. He's a player of the future.
He is. I was just disappointed my Scorchers lost. But good luck to him. He's a good young kid, obviously, and got big raps on him. So if we're going to go down to anyone, I'm happy that it's a young left-hander that's taken us down.
What did you say in Channel 7 yesterday about the Scorchers Renegades game?
They asked me if the Renegades would ever beat the Scorchers last night, and I said, not in my lifetime. So I'm done.
Only about 120 odd anyway, so we'll talk to Bryce McGain about him, and we're also going to head into the Richies. It's the last test match that the Richies will have a full bay here at the SCG, and I went down there and had a chat to them, and they've got an amazing story. So I look forward to that after the break. Here at the SCG, Australia 2 for 71. They need 89 more runs to win the series 4-1. Kat, thank you for your help at lunch breaks across the summer. I've really enjoyed working with you. More from the SCG after this.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Everything grows better.
It's time to get serious about summer water security. Right now, your Grundfos dealer is offering a free double warranty with every new Grundfos SQ, SQ Flex and small SP submersible pump. Made from top quality stainless steel and proven over decades of demanding service, they're serious pumps for serious applications. And with double warranty, you can look forward to double the dependability. Available at Nutrien Water or nutrienwaterstore.com.au. Serious pumps with serious backup.
With Nutrien Water.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers, the freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Get offers that make you feel great on the inside and out. Only at Chemist Warehouse. Need fast headache relief? Nurofen Avance 80 mini liquid capsules, just $25.99. Stock up on Zyrtec 10 milligram 100 tablets. It's only $39.99. Stay hydrated this summer with Hydrolyte Watermelon Burst Effervescent Electrolyte. 60 tablets, just $25.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Mervu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Your official Summer of Cricket program Souvenir Edition is out now.
Featuring player profiles of all teams and a look at what sparks a rivalry between Australia and England.
The magazine includes your full Ashes schedule,
Australia v India Women's Series preview, and we chat to star Australian paceman Mitch Starc and Elise Perry.
Try the new and improved Gillette Labs razor for an unbeatably smooth shave. Grab it from Chemist Warehouse today.
The Summer of Cricket official program, Souvenir Edition.
$10 at Coles, Woolworths and local newsagents.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hunt expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Find us Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Here comes Hardy. Last ball to Peake. 4 to win. He swats it. He's hit it for 6. Peake's hit a blinder. What a win! Ollie Peake of the last ball and the Gades have got the victory.
Remember the name, Ollie Peake, a left-handed batter from Victoria in Geelong, and he's coming with a bullet, both in Shield cricket and white ball cricket as well. Last night, the Renegades needed 4 runs to win off the final ball, and Ollie Peake thought that's not enough. Sorry, off the final ball, Ollie Peake thought that's not enough, and he hit a 6 over fine leg, leading the Renegades to what was a thrilling victory. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies here at the SCG. Robots got it and deliver. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au, and Macca's loving the cricket. Our lunch interview today for Marshall Batteries, Holler for a Marshall Battery, is with someone who's watched Ollie Peake for a number of years now and watched him grow into, well, one of the most promising young players in the country. His name is Bryce McGain. He's very much a strong part of our SEN cricket family, and he joins us now. G'day, Bryce.
Ollie, yeah, well, it's great to be talking to you, Tom, and Ollie Peake. Well, he is just absolutely setting the scene at the moment. This is what the young talent is around Australia. They're generational, and he's leading the charge at the moment.
What do you make of the way he's playing? There's something about young players who aren't necessarily strong and don't use power to succeed, but he doesn't just seem to be technically proficient. He's also mature and very balanced for his young age.
He has a temperament that translates into top-level international cricket, and he's showing that at an age when most guys are still, working out how to shave properly. He's just so talented. But in addition to the talent, and we've heard that with the England team coming over with the Ashes, haven't we? They're so talented, they should be performing. But what he adds to that is composure. He has a game that translates through all forms, and this is quite astounding for a guy who's only 19 years old. He packs up his Big Bash kit, puts that to one side, puts on the Aussie kit now. He's going to captain the Australian under-19 and put his best foot forward there on the world stage at the underage level, and he'll be the leader of that. But it's his composure. He adapts to what's involved. And I have had the privilege to follow him through Shield cricket and List A cricket. One day, the cricket that just started, and in 12 months, he's shown that he steps into all these positions, so much so that the most pivotal role in T20 cricket, and the innings that he played last night, is at number 5. And Cameron White knows exactly the man who makes the best decisions. That's the one that goes to that spot. They may come in and they might be 3 for 15, or they might be 3 for 50 chasing 10 and over, but they know that Ollie Peake already has the composure, the temperament and the talent. He is an absolute match winner.
Yeah, if you think of BBL history, the best teams have often had experienced players in the middle order, haven't they? If you look at David Hussey at the Melbourne Stars a few years ago, and now the role that Glenn Maxwell and even Marcus Stoinis are playing. And this is often the way across different teams, not always, but often. But they've thrown the young kid to the wolves at a time when it's often most difficult, and that speaks volumes.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's actually to the wolves. I think it could be more of we're seeing something incredibly special. Yeah. And, from a Renegades perspective, Cameron White was one of those players as well. It was David Hooks that announced him as captain at 20 years of age of the whole state. And there was a lot more experienced players around him, Hodge, Elliott, all those guys around. The list goes on and on in that Victorian group. But he was identified as one of those players. So he's lived that life. He's lived the life as a Warrior, as a young player, with not only talent but composure, and understands the game. And I'm sure and I'm certain that he sees that in Ollie Peake as well. The first time we got to see him, Tom, was when we were over in Sri Lanka covering the test matches over there in Galle. And he was on that tour. Australia had already identified a couple of young talent, and he was over there just absorbing himself in that tour and getting to know what it's like to be at the very top level. There was no chance he was going to play, but he was over there to absorb that, go alongside Cooper Connolly, another rising talent that has these types of credentials. And Ollie Peake was just observing, absorbing, and being a part of that and enjoying it. He fit right in. It wasn't like he was out on the outer. He was absolutely right in the group, and they embraced him, knowing that he's this future talent.
So how far away do you think he is from being able to play Test cricket? His numbers are modest, 426 first-class runs at 26 with 3 half-centuries and a higher score of 92. But you just get the feeling with a couple of vacancies opening up over the next couple of years that they might even throw him and another couple of youngsters at baggy green at some point, particularly with series against Bangladesh and New Zealand coming up in the next year or so.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's a transitional period, and generally we look at the peak of those transitions, if you pardon the pun, as the Ashes, and we look forward to when's the next Ashes, and that's a couple of years away when we do travel over to England. And sometimes having a player like we do, and the lineup we do now, the batting lineup, having head go to the top of the order allows us to play the all-rounders through the middle and take your pick if it's Green or Webster. We can share that argument for another day. But it allows you to play maybe someone like a Peake batting at 6 or 7, because Carey's so good at 6. So it might be the perfect way that they can introduce it in this new dynamic batting lineup. So I think there's a really strong future that they may look to give those opportunities as early as Bangladesh. If not, what we do know about Ollie Peake, the context in the innings that he has made, he's there when the game gets won. He's done that twice at Sheffield Shield cricket level already, and he's done it once at List A level in this early part of his career. And then last night he did it, and he did it down at Geelong for those Renegades fans in the first game. Everyone was, and maybe the TV commentators didn't know him as closely as, maybe a few of us who follow Victorian cricket, and they were saying, I don't think he's got a power game. He doesn't have much of a power game. Then he's cut loose, and he's got levels. He's got this really dynamic skill. So he does have a power game. He can hit sixes, and it's great to see a young talent, and so measured, so composed, enjoying his cricket. And it's just like his dad, Clinton Peake, who was exactly the same, an ultra-competitive, played for the state as well, and was an ultra-competitive Premier cricketer for the best part of 2 decades. So he's a chip off the old block, and those attributes, those quality attributes and competitiveness are certainly shining through in Ollie.
And one of the texters has rightly said that Ollie Peake's dad used to play footy with Australian assistant coach Andre Borovic. So there's a strong Geelong flavour coming through here. Of course, Andrew McDonald finished his playing days in club cricket down at Geelong. Bryce, appreciate your time. We'll hear more of you on Big Bash Nation. Look forward to working with you across the next couple of weeks.
Always a pleasure. I'll catch up with the audience later tonight. I'll be doing the game at the MCG. The Stars will be on show once again. I'll catch you all soon.
Thanks, Bryce. Yes, Bryce, part of the coverage, of course, tonight at the MCG. The lunchtime interview for Marshall Battery's mobile store and service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. If you have been to the SCG, if you've watched cricket at the SCG across the last decade and a half, you'll be familiar with the Richies, a group of people, men and women, who dress up as Richie Benno, the great late Richie Benno, with the grey hair and the Channel 9 microphone and the beige off-white, brown jacket, however you want to call it. So the Richies have hung up their microphones as of this test, their jackets and their wigs. I caught up with them on day 2 here at the SCG as they told their story for the last time. When I was a young fellow, I wanted to meet 2 people in cricket media. One of them was Richie Benno and the other was Bill Laurie. I've met Bill Laurie and now I get to meet the great Richie Benno. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Oh, thank you. I can't take the mantle as the great Richie Benno, but he's a marvellous man and we all love him.
So, on a serious note, we're here because you are the boss of the Richies. There's a whole aisle full of Richies, all dressed with grey hair, beige suits or off-white, whatever way you want to call it, and all with Richie microphones. What a privilege.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? And you can hear them in the background now singing their song. It's been an amazing journey we've had over the last 16 years as part of the Richies. It's been a lot of fun.
Who started it and how did it come to fruition?
Oh, myself and a couple of mates from school and a couple of mates I went to uni with. We started it and, in hindsight it was obvious, but at the time we didn't realise. Of course, everyone loves Richie, so it snowballed very quickly. As a few blokes got together, everyone wanted on board, and before you knew it, there was hundreds of us.
So 16 years ago, you said?
Yeah, 2009-10 series. That was against Pakistan, and we were here January 2010.
And how did Richie Benno himself react to a bay full of people dressed like him?
Well, early on, there was 10 of us the first year, and then 20, and then 100, and so on. But, he gave us a nod, gave us a bit of a wave, and I think he gave us a bit of feedback on the wigs early on. He said they need a bit of improvement, and which we did. They were bad comb-overs early, so we improved those. When Richie speaks, you listen, obviously.
Absolutely. No, you've added great colour to the game. Now, your son is not 16, I take it?
No, he's not, but he's a big cricket fan. He plays cricket at Coastal Cricket Club. He loves it, loves the game.
So, coincidence or otherwise, his name is actually Richie. Is that accurate?
That is.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Richie, tell us about your journey with the Richies.
Well, this is actually my first time. I've never actually been before. But, I wanted to go, and it's just perfect to go the last time, I think.
Must be so proud. Look at that. You've got your own little Richie.
Oh, no, he's fantastic. I love him to bits. He's great. He loves cricket, loves the Aussies, he loves Richie Benno, and he couldn't ask for more.
It's added, as I said, great colour and energy to venues all around Australia, but the SCG most specifically, because, of course, Richie Benno was from New South Wales. But it's finishing up at the end of the summer, so how did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, look, we wanted to go out on a high. We've always been trying to honour Richie Benno the best way we can and keep his legacy alive, and we didn't want it to fade out or peter out, and so what better way than an Ashes series? That's the pinnacle of Test cricket, so we want to go out on a high. A full bay, 650 Richies for the SCG Test. How do
you work through the logistics? Everyone wears the same wig, everyone wears a similar jacket, ties, the microphones, which are blow up in front of me. It must be quite the operation behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of prep for this day, but it's all worth it because we love it. And, you've got a lot of choice with the jackets. You've got the cream, the bone, the white, the off-white, the ivory or the beige.
and as a result, people really get around it. And not just men either. There's women in the Richies too.
Yeah, plenty of Richettes or Daphnes, whatever you like to say. Yeah, look, we've got bearded Richies. We've got Richies from all over the world. We've even got Ranga Richies. We don't discriminate. People in the UK, in Australia, all around the cricketing world love Richie Benno, and that's heartwarming for us to see how much he was loved, and it's great. So we welcome all Richies, and they all adhere to the dress code and have a great day.
Yeah, everyone's having a great time here. Anything else you want to say as a... Oh, there we go.
Yes! That could not be any better. A wicket as we speak. Love it. Woo!
That was great.
Beautiful. Thank you, Tom.
We love that. I take full credit for that. No, nicely done. The atmosphere here is unbelievable. So you've obviously got a lot of like-minded people.
Oh, that's right. 650 of my best friends now. We've got a big day. And look, I must shout out to all the Richies. We've had people from Wollongong, from the Hunter, from Newcastle, from Wagga, Cootamundra, all over the state, but even Adelaide, North Queensland. People have come from everywhere. Aussies love cricket. They love Richie Benno, and it's really nice for everyone to come together.
Can you do anything in the future then? Is there another Richie Benno type dress-up you can have in 26, 27?
Oh, it's not on the plans. Never say never, but to be honest, we just wanted to go out on a high with the Ashes, and we're really proud of what we created, and we're really proud to go out well, and hopefully we skittle the Poms now, we run through them, and I'd love to see Uzi batting this afternoon.
Great. And last one, how do you all wear suits with jackets all day? It must be seriously hot here sometimes.
Not at all. It's actually one of our rules is you can't complain about the heat. So it's definitely not hot. It's we sort of say, look, if Starkey can run in and bowl at full tilt, the least we can do is sit in the stands with a cold drink and cheer him on.
And do your tie-up as well. They're very important.
Absolutely. Keep your wig on, keep your jacket on. We try to say, do as what Richie would do, dress to the high standards that he kept, and we're having a ball doing it.
Richie, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet both of you. Well done on bringing such life to the SCG for so long, and you should be very proud of what you've done.
Cheers, Tom. Thank you very much, mate.
What a pleasure it was to meet the Richies. It's been an incredible run, and thank you for their time. This has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket. Australia at 2 for 71. Gerard, Whateley and Stuart Broad will kick off proceedings in the second session here on day 5 at the SCG.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finders Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there. Works on the Eastern Freeway have it closed between Doncaster Road and Middleborough Road. Take Whitehorse Road or Doncaster Road instead. On the Hume Freeway, slow inbound from Cooper Street to the Ring Road. The Westgate Freeway, slow city-bound from the Pulsey through the Burnley Tunnel. Do you have a power outage plan? That's one way to amplify your prep and be power prepared this summer. Visit ausnet.com.au/AMP for more info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Find everything you need for your home at Springvale Homemaker Centre. Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA, Anaconda, JB Hi-Fi and more. Open late every Thursday and Friday until 9 p.m.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
No one likes unexpected costs.
That will be $3 for the coffee.
Great.
And $1 for the milk, $1.50 for the sugar, plus a $2 service fee.
What?
Luckily, there's one building company where what you see is what you get. Mimosa Homes offers fixed price contracts, so you won't encounter any unexpected costs. That's why Mimosa Homes is one of Victoria's fastest growing building companies. mimosahomes.com.au.
Mimosa Homes.
A brand new year of savings. Start the year strong at Chemist Warehouse. Look out for the new and exclusive Maybelline Serum Lipstick range. Just $11.49 each. Plump skin with Freeze Frame Pro Collagen Sunceutical 30ml, now $41.39. Treat nail fungus with Excelor Ultra Fungal Nail Treatment Colour, nude or red, just $54.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
Oh. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. Whatever size crack. Ooh. Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Got a crack that's large or small?
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Basement,
slab, or in the wall.
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Mr. Crack Fix are Melbourne's experts in all methods of wall crack repair. Solutions for cracked walls, slabs, basements and balconies. Free inspection, all work guaranteed.
Whatever size crack. Ooh. Mr. Crack Fix can fix that. Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
MrCrackFix.com.au.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finders Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex. Trusted Trailer Solutions.
It shapes as the finale to our Ashes summer. More than 23,000 people at the SCG basking in sunshine. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. It is 31 degrees. That was the forecast top, and it might get a little warmer still. Australia 2 for 71. Steve Smith, the new man in the middle. The Weatherall wicket brought on the lunch break. And for the last time together, I would imagine, for AIA, Protect What Matters. Do it for life with AIA. Stuart Broad, welcome in.
Great to be here. And good afternoon, everybody.
Tongue with 2 to come in the over. That was the first of those to Steve Smith, who tucks him away to leg and immediately comes up with a run. The target is 160 and the total is 72.
Yeah, probably pitch hasn't misbehaved like we might have thought it would, but there's many reasons for that. The pitch just doesn't change for no reason. It's because Scott Boland hits an area so consistently, gives it the chance to move. You think about the England bowlers, they've missed full, they've missed short, they've been wide. They haven't been able to expose the cracks that someone like a Scott Boland did, but they'll have a chat at lunch. They'll still feel that if they can pick up 2 wickets really quickly, they might still have a sniff.
Tongue bowls to Labuschagne, and clips down fine. He'll get a single down to fine leg. He ran the first hard to give himself a chance at a look at the second. It wasn't there. So 2 for 73. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
87 runs to win, 2 for 73. You have that mindset of going, okay, 5 for 100. Give yourself that chance of putting the tail under pressure if you can. This feels a big partnership to break. It always is when you're talking about Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. If you could get Steve Smith, that creates just maybe a sense of panic somewhere. Cam Green's in no form whatsoever. Khawaja on his last test appearance. That might free him up. It also might make him tense. It's going to be Will Jacks to start after lunch to the right-handed batters. There is some rough outside that off stump. We saw Bo Webster spin one back to Harry Brook yesterday. Short leg in place.
Slip a short leg, a straight mid-wicket. They're just adjusting the deep cover at the moment. This session is for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. Jacks bowled 1 over for 1 run prior to lunch. Labuschagne clips the full ball out to deep square for a single, and a 2 for 74.
With the deep cover, I imagine Ben Stokes is trying to encourage Will Jacks to bowl this wider. Aim at the bowler's foot marks. It'll be Mitchell Stark's foot marks. So you've got the protection, so almost wanting Steve Smith to try and expose that extra cover gap, spinning back through the gate and bring the stumps into play. He won't want Will Jacks bowling, pitching the ball on the stumps here, and Steve Smith just tucking it into leg side. He'll want to drag Steve Smith to think of hitting it through the offside.
Smith hammering away with the bail with the handle of his bat to mark his guard. He uses his feet, clips the ball wide of mid-on. Lovely placement to pick up runs. Crawley tracks it into the deep. They'll get 2 for 76. It's Ben Stokes revving up the troops at slip. Carr's 5 overs, none for 30. Tongue 6 overs, 2 for 25. Bethel 3 overs, none for 16. Jacks was 1 over for 1 run prior to this. Smith, again, he's able to just clip the ball out into the leg side to deep mid-wicket and add 1 more.
It's all about setting the tone with the new ball, and I was having a bit of a whinge about Bryden Carr starting because he's defending a low total. Tommy Morris has sent me his numbers through with the brand new ball bowling up the opening batters in this series.
Labuschagne's on 9, dances down the pitch, goes big, over long on, gave it the full whack and carries it into the stands. One fancies Australia want to make short work of this. Azito brushless power tools do you. It's 2 for 83.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. This is where clarity of mind from the batters. They know Will Jacks is trying to hit a certain area outside the off stump, and they're dancing down to meet it and not giving it a chance to spin. That was a crisp strike.
Yes, that's gone many rows back. Labuschagne stands and defends the next.
Yeah, Cars. 31 overs with the brand new ball. The opening batters, 3 for 147. That's not setting the tone.
It's pretty grim reading, isn't it? Labuschagne, a long way forward to defend. So that's the end of the over. 10 from it. 2 for 83 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping, or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster, and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. 2 for 83. Labuschagne is 15. Smith is 4. Messages are coming through. Brett, honestly, Stuart Broad has made my summer. Thanks for coming out here, mate. Lee, well, all over bar the ending, I'd like to say. It's been wonderful listening to Broady during this summer. Tongue begins the fresh over and he bowls to Smith, who defends the ball to the leg side.
Very kind. It's been really enjoyable. Really enjoyable. I'll leave Australia tomorrow. Just cricket is in such a good place over here. I'm from England. It's not our major sport over in England. We've got Premier League football. I know the AFL is really big over here, but the coverage, the amount of coverage, the amount of conversations, talking points, how many kids are playing cricket in the park, it's such a summer of a sport of your summer over here, isn't it?
It is. 77 to win. Defending to leg is Smith.
It's been really enjoyable to see it. Having toured here as an England player, you're aware of that, but you're not aware of the amount of coverage because you almost shy away from that as a player. You're just focusing on your job, how you can bowl better, how you can play better cricket, but actually the way the game is shared to people and spread and covered over here is truly fantastic.
So we broke the all-time record in Adelaide for test attendance. We've broken it here in Sydney as well, the 2 5-day tests. Smith defends to the offside, no run.
Another bit to talk about, which I adore, is the amount of people, ex-players and pundits and specialists of the sport who are around the commentary area. You can get a coffee and you're queuing next to Glenn McGrath and Dizzy Gillespie, and you nip for a wee and Murph Hughes in there, you have a 5-minute chat. You know, it's just the legends of the game that you end up just having such nice chats with that you certainly don't get to do as a player.
Tongue bowls. Smith drives out through cover. Duckett waddles on after it, but to no avail. That's beautifully struck from the blade. Smith is 8. The boundaries flowing for Zito Brushless Power Tools. Do you? It's 2 for 87.
Are we classing the waddle as a good sprint to the boundary, or...?
No, we're not. He's well named, I think.
That's a classy shot. Really classy shot. Foot goes towards the pitch of the ball. Big follow through from... These two batters look on, don't they? They look like they've decided they're going to get this job done.
Tongue to Smith, leans on a ball out to cover and collects another run. He's 9. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I knew this would happen as we had an idea about you and we've got our frictions, our fractious past with you, but people have come to love you. I knew Broady was a good bloke when I heard he'd lived in Hoppers and is a dog supporter. I've loved your work this summer, comrade. That's from John. I found an old Facebook post I made when Stuart didn't walk. Fair to say, you could guess what I wrote. Broady, I've loved hearing you and seeing you on the coverage. Forward comes Labuschagne to defend. Honorary Aussie, welcome here anytime. That's from Tara. That is the end of the over. 2 for 88, the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Are you one of Australia's safest drivers? Test your safe driving skills now with the Amy app. T's and C's apply. Lucky you're with Amy.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. 2 for 88. The target is 160. Smith 9, Labuschagne 15. Will Jacks none for 11 from his 2 overs. Went the journey in his first over after lunch. Smith stays home, sweeps, top edge. No one in the deep but fine leg. It pitches and trickles toward the rope. Duckett closing, ball rolling. Duckett dives. Oh, I think he got all tangled up and touched the Toblerone and the ball at the same time. He's dived and hauled it in and kept it to 3, but that's going to go under review on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
I'm absolutely certain he's dived with a stationary ball there. That might be one of the most ungainly bits of fielding I've ever seen. He could have just run alongside it, picked it up and thrown it in. He's dived like a goalkeeper trying to stop a penalty, but the ball's just stopped on the line.
He's duck dived at it. Now, where was it all in? I think he might have just managed to release it. It got caught up underneath him.
It's whether it touches his leg at this moment. No, I think he's okay.
Over the top of it. Good on him. 3 for Smith. 2 for 91. So Labuschagne has the strike as a result. He tucks it away to the leg side. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 2 for 92. Labuschagne goes to 16.
You started all the Duckett innuendos coming in now.
Yes.
That was a quacking dive by Duckett.
We'll have our afternoon fun. Meanders towards its conclusion. So the short fine leg has come in for the top edge on the sweep. Smith goes straight to mid-off instead, driving inside out, but direct to the field.
Good, Jacksy.
Sort of watch Smith. He'll tune up every one of his strokes. He'll treat this as a net. One sweep, one inside out, one tuck. A block momentarily in the air, but safely to mid-wicket.
It would have been really intriguing if one of Australia or England had played a frontline spinner on this surface, because it is puffing with dust.
Yep. Smith beaten, done, bowled. Can't believe it. Jacks, as the part-timer, has produced the most brilliant delivery, and Smith is still looking over his shoulder, wondering how on earth. Well, how do you like that? Smith goes for 12. It's 3 for 92. Right on cue, Stuart Broad.
Oh, it's an absolute cracker. It drifts away from Steve Smith. Oh. He's looking to defend it into the cover region, and that's why Ben Stokes had left that cover region empty. He wanted that body shape to allow for a gap between bad and pad, and it spins viciously out of Mitchell Stark's footholes and hits the middle and leg stump. It's an absolute beauty of a delivery from Will Jacks. And Smith's got to go for 12, and now we should just listen to the ovation for Usman Khawaja walking out onto this field.
England to go to form a guard of honour. As Khawaja makes his way to the middle. The umpires join the guard of honour as well. A handshake with Ben Stokes. That is a sentimental scene if ever you've seen one. And an embrace with Marnus Labuschagne. That will put a lump in the throat. And in a way, it's what everybody hoped for, that he would be out in the middle. And now, you can see how far he could take it. The dream would be to strike the winning runs. They're 68 away. Australia just need him to shore things up for the time being. It's nearly the ball of the summer, that from Jacks. The quality of the batter, what he's got it to do, and exactly what you've said. Oh, if only they'd played their frontline spinners.
Or started this innings with spin.
Yes.
But I need to let that go now. This won't be easy for Usman Khawaja. That has spun. I know it's from a different side of the surface, but now Will Jacks has got LBW in the game because he'll be able to pitch the ball on the stumps. He's got slip where Ben Stokes is stood. and a short leg. He's got a really front up here, Will Jacks. Sniff an opportunity.
Last ball of a successful over. Khawaja to the full ball. Defends. And he starts his final innings. 3 for 92. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
The Ash is on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 3 for 92. A fellow named Truck has sent this for you. Stuart fielded at first slip for Hoppers when Brody was playing. Dropped a few. Sorry, mate. All the best. Truck.
I've forgiven you. I've forgiven you, Truck.
So to the middle, 3 for 92, 68 runs to win. Labuschagne's 16 and Khawaja's just arrived in the middle. Tongue has 2 wickets. He's beginning his 8th over here. A slip, a gully and a leg slip. Labuschagne down the leg side. Ooh. Has he brushed it? England think yes. Umpire says no.
Ben Stokes is saying hip. He's pointing to the hip. And interestingly, England only have the 1 review left because of the odd LBW call in the first over and the edge behind that wasn't given from Weatherald. But they just need a bit of drama now, a bit of theatre.
Snicko and Chemist Warehouse replay screen confirming the hip. So the captain saw it well. Tongue to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump. What did you think of the DRS that had a murmur rather than a spike on the Weatherald?
Thought he edged the ball. You sometimes tell, I look at wicket keepers' reactions, and when a little feather comes through, they almost smile as it's coming towards them. They catch it, they throw it straight in the air, like, "Wee, that's out." The whole reaction from everyone close was that there's a feather on that.
Labuschagne stays out of the short ball.
I don't understand the language of murmurs and spikes, but there was a change on the Snicko as it within a frame. And I don't really understand how it was given not out, but we've seen confusion throughout the whole series on, and I feel for the third umpire, but we've seen confusion throughout the whole series on with the Snicko at the innings end. I think Colo was on just saying there will be a Snicko drama coming, and that's the lack of faith that we as pundits have in the technology, and the players have obviously lost faith.
Tongue to Labuschagne leaves.
To the extent when Adelaide, England got a review back because they admitted the technology was bad. Well, that was, Alex Carey then added 40, 50 runs. That shifts the whole momentum of a test match. So, don't know who makes decisions, but needs sorting out.
Yes.
Because ultimately, Gerard, it's quite boring talking about Snicko. Just, it's there to get the job done. I don't need to hear about it. Just tell me if he's nicked it or not, and then we'll crack on with the game.
I think that's a pretty good sentiment to share. The idea of what kind of a murmur or spike was it is an interesting thought. Labuschagne, leading edge, runs away past gully. Bethel sets off in pursuit. They'll come back for a second. Labuschagne to 18. Australia requires 66 to win and a 3 down. Should hotspot still be part of the game?
I quite liked hotspot. Certainly if you feel like Snicko isn't doing the job, then having 2 bits of technology that can back it up. We use alt dredge in England. Don't know the reasons why.
Last ball of the over. Labuschagne short arm jab down to deep backward square. Got it safely to ground. Picks up a single. He's 19. It's 3 for 95. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Pacific Smiles Dental has daily emergency appointments available. Book now and don't let tooth pain spoil your summer. pacificsmilesdental.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Usman Khawaja is out in the middle, but Marnus Labuschagne will have the strike. He's 19. Australia 3 for 95. Will Jacks has bowled Steve Smith. The finest of deliveries here in Sydney. Ben Stokes just taking his time to set the field. He's got a slip and a short leg. He's got a mid-wicket just off the square, a backward point and a mid-off, and then deep. The cover, the long off, the long on, I beg your pardon, and the backward square. Ever chatty around the stump mics when Marnus is in. Jacks to him. Labuschagne back tucks around the corner and finds a run. He's 20, 3 for 96.
Stay in the mid-wicket, Beth.
Who is your man of the series? Mitch Starc or Travis Head?
Mitchell Starc.
Why?
He's led a bowling attack without Pat Cummins for the majority, Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon. He's got, is it 31 wickets in the series. At crucial times, set the tone. The amount of times he's got.
Jacks to Khawaja, down to sweep, paddles it around the corner. It has served him so well through the years, and it opens his account in his final Test innings. The deft sweep of Usman Khawaja brings up the 100 for Australia. The boundaries for Azito Brushless Power Tools do you.
He's got Crawley for a pair in Perth to set the tone of the series. Duckett in the first over at the Gabba. Crawley in the first over here in the last innings. He's just got an amazing ability to break partnerships.
Jacks, what happened there? Something fell out?
Bale fell off.
Aha.
And actually, one of his most crucial contributions to the series, I thought, was his batting at the Gabba to get Australia under the lights.
Jacks to Khawaja, stands in defence.
Batted time, was it day 3? To give Australia the opportunity to have a brand new ball under the lights. It was just incredible game awareness. Exactly what England have lacked throughout this whole series. So Mitchell Starc.
Khawaja lets it pass.
How we talk about Mitchell Johnson in 13-14, that's the series we relate to Mitchell Johnson with. I feel like this is the series we'll relate to Mitchell Starc with. So remember Starc in 25-26, how awesome was he?
Defining deeds. Attempted the paddle sweep again, but it's lobbed up on the leg side. It lands safely, luckily.
And that's not to take anything away from Travis Head. So he has been spectacular, doing a role that he wasn't expecting to do before the start of the series. His 100 in Perth was one of the best Ashes 100s I've ever seen.
Khawaja readies himself. Back, edges past slip. A little lucky again. Maybe the cricket gods are with Usman Khawaja. They'll get a couple. Stokes couldn't make ground to his right. 3 for 102. That is the end of the over. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. The edge wide of Ben Stokes on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen it's because Stokes is wide. The edge was pretty regulation to first slip. Tongue begins the over to Labuschagne, who's in behind defending.
There's a few layers to that, actually. So the only reason Ben Stokes is fielding at slip to the spinner is because he's got a torn hip flexor. So he doesn't do a lot of fielding at slip. He looks, whether it's deliberate or not, he looks in the wrong place. He's almost fielding second 2.5 slip to the spinner, to a left-hander. I saw the replay where it's a genuine edge from Khawaja. Steve Smith just catches that all day long, doesn't he? Just covers good ground, but he just looks too wide.
58 to win. Labuschagne is leaving. Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Damien Fleming, welcome in.
Would have been a handy one for England. There's things happening. It's turning square. Tongue's in an excellent spell as well.
Some pressure from both ends. It's what England have failed to create so often.
Not too much, have they?
Going to have 2 mid-wickets. Fine leg, deep backward square and mid-on. Labuschagne is 20 from 29, 58 away from the target. Labuschagne stays out of the bouncer. It was a good one too.
Oh, that's a ripper. Great pace and bounce from Tongue. 2 out if he wants to take it on. Maybe they need that leg gully again after that shot.
Do you have a saying or an analogy for a ripper of a bounce? You know, you've got your avenue of apprehension.
Yeah, no. Can you hit me with one? Because I'll steal it.
Well, I think we should get the listeners diving in. Let's create something, because we've seen a few good bounces.
Yeah, the Boulevard of Bounce-a-thon. But it's a one-off, isn't it?
Tongue bowls, Labuschagne drives, Duckett fields at cover.
So is the avenue of apprehension for these England bowlers.
Well, Carsey hasn't visited the avenue. I need to introduce him to the avenue.
Give him a map. Show him where it is.
I didn't mind the Broady Boulevard of bewilderment every now and again.
Okay.
Particularly when you got your
the knees pumping.
8 to 15.
Get the knees pumping.
Yeah.
Flem, I'm going to read you a couple of numbers after this delivery.
Yeah.
It's got to be in my bonnet.
Time to Labuschagne. Blocks.
Rolled.
Bryden cast with the brand new ball against the Australian openers this series. 31 overs. 3 for 147.
Jeez. Oh boy, it's the best time to bowl. From the way the game's changed, you're wanting at least 6 wickets there at probably half the runs.
Yeah.
But the question is why he keeps getting it though.
Yeah.
Even in this test, Stokes and Tongue, please.
Tongue's last ball of the over. Labuschagne drives, drops it gully. Outside edge flew. Bethel went up, didn't hang on. And the litany of drop catches grows for England. They just can't put the tension into this. Both Khawaja and Labuschagne might have been dismissed in the past 6 minutes. 3 for 103 at the end of the over. The Capital.com scoreboard.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is now on. It's time. Visit your local BMW dealership today. Ends February 28. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen show that ball was in Bethel's hands for just a little while at full stretch.
You need to take those chances if you're going to win these close test matches defending a low target.
And he is a fine fielder, isn't he?
3 for 103. Labuschagne is on 21. Reverse sweeping. He's played it well under the ladies' pavilion for 4. Nice timing. Labuschagne 25. 3 for 107. Just before you depart, Stuart, you'll go during this over to return to Channel 7. Thank you. Thanks for being part of it. We've been thrilled to have you on SEN Test Cricket. Our audience has loved you, as they knew they would. And I said to you off air, is Hoppers Crossing, Hobart Hurricanes, SEN Test Cricket. When you think of your Australian teams, we'd love you to think of us. Labuschagne back to cut. It's wide open, and he called 2 off the bat, and 2 he will take.
Absolutely. I've loved every single moment of it. You've got a great team here in this commentary box. You can tell there's a lot of joy for Test match cricket, and I'm sure the listeners can hear that joy in everyone's voices as well. So thank you very much for having me, and I'll miss Australia, that is for sure. Yes. -4 back home, I'd just like to say.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Labuschagne faces up, jumps down the pitch, slogs down to long on. There's a fielder in place. It bounces wide of Crawley. He can't stop the boundary. Azito brushless power tools do you 10 from 3 balls. Labuschagne is trying to finish this quickly, 47 to win.
So, Stu, -4. What's your daily routine back home then?
Got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. Get up early.
Yes.
A bit earlier than I hope for generally. Don't get outside much in the winters, in January's in England.
Labuschagne reverse sweeps. It went squarer than he intended, and they'll be able to get 2 as a result as it flopped away to what originally was coming.
But
watch a bit of footy, football.
A bit of Premier League football. I probably need to do a little bit of running and gym work after the nice beers and wine in Australia.
Running indoors.
Watch the T20 World Cup from afar, I suppose. It's when's that? February time?
Is it late February, March?
Late February, March.
Quick quiz as we go. Will Ben Stokes be captain when the Test team plays next?
Yes.
Will Brendan McCullum be coach?
Yes.
Jackson Labuschagne dances down the pitch, defends the short leg, had to scurry to get back. Came out of the back of the hand of the stumps.
Have you asked him man of the series?
Yep.
Mitchell Starc, and England will win the 2027 Ashes at home. Good night.
Until next time, Stuart Broad signs off. Very nice. Signed off with a wicket last time he played in the Ashes, and that's a nice sign-off. Labuschagne slaps inside out, beats the field at mid-off.
Played well this over, Marnus.
3 boundaries in the over to ease the creeping sense of tension. Labuschagne's 37. It's 3 for 119. The scoreboard rattling. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Gingiber, the Great Australian Brew.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Do you require a pintle hook for your truck or a towing eye for the trailer? Rogers Willex manufactures a range with a capacity up to 13 tonnes. Order online now at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. Australia 41 runs away. They've knocked off 48 of their target in the last half an hour. Adam Collins jumping in. Damien Fleming with me. Flem, they're nearly there. And Khawaja out in the middle. Waiting for Tongue. Bowls to him here. Khawaja chops on. Away from his body. Back onto the woodwork. Usman Khawaja. That'll be a deflating moment round the ground that he's going to fall for 6. He's not going to be there for the winning runs. 4 for 119. But it will give the Sydney crowd one last chance to recognise a man who's made a substantial contribution to Australian cricket across 15 years. And he's going to be met by his teammate, Marnus Labuschagne, as he starts to make his way off the square and towards the gates. A big hug with Labuschagne too. Usman Khawaja, 88 Test matches, 16 centuries, well over 6,000 runs, and finishes his career as a Test player.
Well, not quite the way he wanted to walk off the ground, but he's now down on the ground, right near the message that was made for him by Cricket Australia. But what a fantastic career he's had. Loving this applause from the crowd. He deserves it. So much resilience shown over such a long period of time, being in and out of the team. But he's come back and proven people wrong time and time again. And he should be very proud of his career.
Yeah, he's been a very good Australian player, hasn't he? But he's been one of Australia's classiest top-order batsmen. So much time. A great last revival to his career, opening the batting. And it was here 4 years ago, wasn't it? He walked off with twin hundreds and went back to the top of the order. And for the next couple of years, he dominated. Also ticked off a few countries where he'd struggled to make runs all over the subcontinent. So he made himself such a really, really good all-round player, particularly in the subcontinent with his sweeping and reverse sweeping and using his feet. But a fine career. Well played, Usman.
On the ground where it all started, Usman Khawaja has left the SCG. It means that Australia still have some work to do, only 41 away from their target of 160. Shots to the crowd with his family as well. An emotional moment, no doubt.
I tell you who's flying though, Josh Tongue. This has been enormous from him, and I reckon he's still got plenty left in him here, and the ball is turning significantly at the other end. I thought Marnus played the last over really well. Get some runs, get them quick, but, you know, wickets tumble. There's enough in it for the English bowlers.
Alex Carey, 307 runs in the series. Facing first ball from Tongue. A bouncer gets underneath it. Tommy Morris is with us as well. Tom for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Flem, Josh Tongue's stats are excellent this summer. 18 wickets at 19.66 in 3 test matches. He's the 4th leading wicket taker.
And he, much like Bethel, wasn't picked in the test he should have played in at the Gabba. Superb. He just hit 143 Ks before on that bouncer. Previous over to Marnus Labuschagne.
It's been quality. Absolute quality.
So Tongue away from us to Carey, who plays off the back foot through point, off the mark. Didn't need to overhit it. There'll be a couple out towards the ladies' stand. Carey 2, Australia 4 for 221.39 away. That moment of Khawaja going down and kissing the turf next to that thanks Uzi sign, that'll be across the newspapers tomorrow, I'm sure, seeing that back on our screen here for Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, no doubt.
And his wife Rachel in tears up in the stand with their children. It's all part of the saying goodbye. We see a lot of that at the SCG, don't we? It's a ground where people over the years have seen fit to call it a day. The traditional final test of the summit, and Khawaja part of that tradition today. Tongue away from us to Carey, 39 from the target. Bowls here, Carey, middle stump, full, pushed out to mid-off, no single.
Yeah, it's an emotional time for all because Rachel's been with him on the journey now, seen the highs and the lows, and he has had plenty of them. You know, both good and bad throughout his career, and probably experienced that more than any other player that's played for Australia in the history of the game. So you can totally understand that. But it's also the closing of a chapter in his life.
Yeah, but
a big part of his
new life too,
and he starts his new life with his family and whatever he wants to do next.
Leg slip there for Carey, caught there 3 times in the series. Tongue bowls here, Carey across his stumps, pushing down the mid-on, and you can see that leg slip, thought he might be in the game.
And it's a weird time too, Cato. I don't know if you remember when you retire, because it goes against everything that you go against, is to never give up on the field. And in effect, you are giving up. That's what I found hard. I knew it was time, but to actually make the call, that was the toughest thing, because in my mind, I'm giving up something. But we're trained not to do that.
Yep.
Something that you've cherished for so long too, as Tongue finishes his successful over to Carey, again, right at the middle of the bat to mid-off the front foot. Carey 2, Labuschagne 37, 4 for 121. The over where Usman Khawaja was dismissed for 6 in his final test innings on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. If you're looking for overnight constipation relief, you're in luck. Prunalax Syrup 120ml is just $8.49. Support friendly gut flora with Thompson's 1-a-day milk thistle plus probiotic 30 tabs, just $19.99. And don't forget Blackmore's total calcium and magnesium plus D3 200 tabs, now just $26.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Our middle session for Rogers Willicks Manufacturing since 1896, seeing a sign in the crowd as he's walking off. Farewell, Uzi, the people's champ forever. Self-styled in many respects that way towards the end of his career. Felt like he was doing it on behalf of the people after that return to the team. But Yes, as you say astutely, Simon, that chapter of his life is now over as a Test player and Australian cricket. As it does, we'll move on, and the conversation will move on to the next young player who's coming through the way that Khawaja did on this ground 15 years ago. So Labuschagne on 37. He's done well so far. Facing Joe Root, gets a bowl at last. Change of bowler for RSEA. Root from the Randwick end. Labuschagne driving. Past cover. Knows the call. Step back. Labuschagne work to do. Gets back or not. We'll find out. They're going upstairs. He looks gone.
Trouble.
He looks gone. He said yes. Carey said no. It didn't look like a single. And Labuschagne hunched over his bat. He's mortified with that. I think he knows they're going to go upstairs in the usual way. But have they got themselves a 5th wicket with Australia 39 from the finish line from Joe Root's first ball, no less?
And not only that, they actually did some fielding practice this morning, and they've had their best fielding day of the Ashes series on the last day.
Nice and slow.
Kumar Dharmasena upstairs.
Yeah. Oh, he's miles out.
Yeah, replay doesn't look good.
Yeah, wickets have taken properly.
He's gone by 2 feet.
I have a decision for you at the big screen.
Marnus Labuschagne has run himself out for 37. He smashes his pad with his blade. 4 for 121 will become 5 for 121 in a moment when it's flashed up on the screen, as it does do now. Barmy Army cock-a-hoop. Labuschagne, 37 from 40, did so nicely after lunch, adding 30 to his score at the long break. Just placing it into the offside. Cat, he beat Bethel on the dive, but there was Potts.
And I think the key to all of this was he only just beat Bethel, and that was enough to spook Alex Carey at the non-strikers, because from his view, he probably felt like Bethel was in the game to get it to his right, and he knows he's a gun fielder. It only just went past Bethel. Marnus had that different view from front on, but Carey, where he's positioned, is pretty much adjacent to Bethel, and I can understand why he held his ground, because it went pretty quickly to mid-off.
No, he barely moved. He backed up, but he did not go forward after that.
See Carey's body language too, like, Marnus, what are you doing?
Yeah. We didn't need it.
We didn't, no.
So, still, 39 to go. In here at 7 green. First ball not far away from short leg. It bobbled up off the shoulder of the blade. Not far away from having another opportunity close to the bat, Joe Root.
They really need to think about their fields here, England. That has turned acutely. We know Cam Green puts his front bat well in front of his front pad.
So Root's now got the leg slip in addition to the short leg. Root bowls, Green plays out towards cover off the front foot, gets off the mark with a single. Seeing on the telly, they're flicked over from just Australia need 38 runs to England need 5 wickets, which is always a bit of a sign of what the director's thinking, for what it's worth. Now remember here, this matchup, Root has enjoyed quite a bit of success against Carey in Test cricket, got him 4 times.
And good start here from Joe Root as well. He's landed all 3 of these deliveries.
He's going to be hard to face because he's so accurate. One will spin, one might not spin. So Carey's got to be careful of both here. Outside edge and the ball that skids on into the stumps.
Slipping a leg slip when bowling to Carey. Root here round the wicket. Well forward, smothering any spin that's there.
And where Jacks will get some bounce, Root's more likely to skid a couple through, being a little bit more round arm.
Root 76 Test wickets. Bowls here to Carey. Again comes forward. Snakes it past cover. Out to Whitish. Mid-offset deep. Gets a 3rd single. 5 for 123 Australia.
Just behind, okay? Just behind. One across in here.
I'm not sure they need the deep mid-off and now the deep mid-on for Cameron Green.
No.
He's faced 2 balls. Let him go downtown out of the rough.
Totally agree.
And they've gotten rid of their leg slip too. So leg slip was there for 1 ball. Maybe that's just the communication. So he's coming back now, leg slip. That's the vice-captain, Brooke. Short leg and a slip. Root over the wicket to Green. Green forward, pushing past cover. Nicely played under his eyes. He'll get 2 towards a Brawongle stand. So a run out in the over. Labuschagne gone for 37. Australia 5 for 125. Their target's 160. Green's on 3 and Carey as well.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence.
Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Peel. I can grow on. Hairy Peel.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
Got Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich with me, Tommy as well, rattling through the series numbers. Marnus Labuschagne, those shots we saw between overs, he was just mortified with how that all played out. No one to blame but himself, I'm afraid. Tongue round the wicket to Carey, leg slip remains. Bowls here, Carey back, cutting to deep point where there's a sweeper. He's up to 4, 5 for 125, 34 away.
He's just too short there from Tongue, but now he's got Green on strike. I dare say he'll be going fuller and trying to get him cover driving. He knocked him over in Adelaide a couple of times in that fashion.
Yeah, I think there's a good matchup for England.
It's a very good matchup.
Tongue to Cam Green.
He'll use the bouncer as well. He's got 2 outs. He's got that up his sleeve to unsettle his footwork. He's left point open too.
So Green, 37 in the first dig. Catching mid-wicket is Root. 2 slips to the gully, away from us. Josh Tongue bowls and Green leg stump line, helps it to fine leg. 4 from 4, all in singles, 5 for 127. Tommy?
Marnus Labuschagne's stats for the Ashes, 259 runs at 28.77 with 2 50s.
Thank you, Tommy. Pay.com.au numbers.
And Usman Khawaja's career stats now. He's averages 42 in the end, so just a tick under 43 in fact, and he's wedged between Michael Hussey and Neil Harvey as the 15th most prolific Test batter in Australian history.
Lovely stuff. Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Tongue up, bowling to Carey, round the wicket, straight drive, past the stumps. Mid-off will get there in time. It's beneath us here. Ben Duckett, they're back for 2. Takes Carey to 6, 5 for 129. Just steadying here with some runs around the ground, not trying to overhit it, Kat.
Yeah, it's important they keep ticking it over here just so that it's pressure on Stokes with the field, and, you know, he's trying to protect as many runs as possible with sweepers, but they need wickets and they need them quickly. They're running out of runs here.
So Tongue has got 3 catches behind the wicket for Carey. Bowls here round the wicket. Goes across his stumps and works it out to deep mid-wicket where there's a nice big gap. Gets 1, 7 for him, 5 for 130.
Yeah, nicely played from Alex Carey.
So Labuschagne, having worked so hard to get back in the team. Weight of runs, dropped mid-year. Hasn't ceased to the moment, having made half centuries in the first 2 matches. Of course, he caught brilliantly as well, especially at Adelaide when it really mattered. Looked good today as well, but self-inflicted dismissal. 2 to come here, Tongue. Bowls to Green. Off his hip, not bowled well this over.
Ooh,
had the chance to score around the field. From every ball, they've scored a run. So Tongue's hit the deck. That
he's pulled up.
Yeah, he's gone straight over, haunched over.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that. 5 for 131. Green's 5, 1 left in the over.
Like a little bit of a knee, didn't it?
Yeah, something that I think the foot marks have got him on the way through. Just jarred something.
And that's the problem, you know, the options that he's got. Potts hasn't even bowled, has he?
No. Can't have the red mist.
He's just a scattergun. Yeah,
and he can't bowl himself.
His landing. Yeah, and geez, Stokes would have been handy.
Yeah.
Here, wouldn't he, with the ball?
Or a proper frontline spinner. Here is last ball of the over from Tongue. He bounces. Carey underneath it comfortably. 6 runs from the over, 5 for 131 Australia, 29 away from their target on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
Build with Mimosa Homes, Melbourne's premier new home builder. Offering fixed price contracts and backed by a 50-year structural warranty, Mimosa Homes, designed for life, built to last. Visit one of their 50-plus display homes across Metro Melbourne and Geelong. mimosahomes.com.au.
Little session on day 5 for Rogers Willock's trusted trailer solutions. Joe Root to continue. A slip and a short leg when bowling to Green is the new man out there. Delivers here. Green lunging forward and pressing it out to mid-off. There have been 35 wickets and 1,425 runs in the Test match. Pitch will get good reviews, Simon?
It will. Been excellent. Excellent Test pitch. Everyone's in the game.
Root up with a slip and a short leg to Green. Delivers here. Green forward. Root cuts it off his follow through, moving over to his right. 29 to win. Tom Morris with numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business.
It's the first Test in Australian history on these shores that someone has scored 150 or more in each of the first 3 innings.
Like it. Good for all disciplines. Root bowling spin here. Going back is Green. Spins towards the off stump. Does well to keep it out.
And just the 4th time in history across all Test matches.
Wow.
Surprising me a bit.
Contrast to last year, where it was all over in 7 sessions. Very hard work out there. But improvements made. Credit to the SCG ground staff. Root bowling to Green. He's forward. Bobbles up. Short leg gone. At least that's what England think. Unmoved is umpire Gaffney. The way that England went up, it felt like a formality, but it's been given not out and they're not reviewing.
Stokes didn't like it.
So straight back to where they came from. We'll see it on replay here. Yeah, it's missed a bat by some way off the thigh pad and the flap of the blade. I'm surprised that Root didn't realise that. He ran straight at the man at short leg as if it were foretold that he'd got himself a wicket. Not to be. Green 5. Root bowls to him. Lunges forward, pushing out to the offside. No run.
It's more chance of being out LBW that.
Yeah.
But he was outside the line, wasn't he? And he made it look like he was playing a shot even though he knew he wasn't.
Something there for the off spin to Green, no doubt.
Can they get a silly point in?
Yeah.
Get rid of this guy. Deep backward point. Make him reverse sweep or do something stupid.
Where's that leg slip gone as well? There in the previous over. Root up, bowls to Green to finish, and Green forward, smothering it. Good batting. Maiden from Root, well bowled 2. 5 for 131. 29 away from their target, Australia, with Green 5, Carey on 7. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
G'day there. Works on the Eastern Freeway have it closed in both directions between Doncaster and Middleborough Roads. Take Whitehorse Road or Doncaster Road instead. On Eastlink, it's slow southbound before the Monash Freeway due to works. And on the Monash, slow inbound between Narre Warren North Road and Belgrave Hallam Road. Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
We've got Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich with us for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bryden Castle get another crack from Paddington M with 29 runs to play with. The attendance on the board, the final attendance, a record at the SCG, 211,032 across the 5 days. Outstanding. Cast up, bowls to Carey. Carey, middle stump line, drives. Cast cuts it off in his follow through.
The crowds have been fantastic, haven't they?
Yeah.
Every venue. Record crowds everywhere.
Test cricket's alive and well in Australia, isn't it? People love it. So good.
2 bumper years in a row, isn't it? Consider the numbers we saw when India were here a year ago. Away from us is Cars. Bowls to Carey, wide on the crease. Carey inside part of the bat. Quickest shingle. Oh, a mix up there as far as Cars lunging across Green. Had he ran into him and taken him out, that would have been interesting. But they've gotten through in the end. All's well that ends well. 5 for 132.
Cameron Green is a gentle giant. He evaded Cast when he could have just dropped the shoulder and put him out of the way.
You're right, he's looked after him.
He looked after him massively.
Yeah.
He had the inside running. He keeps it. Mate,
And
you
what
dropped
you
your
didn't
shoulder
want-
and you let him...
An injury to
He's
Cameron
gone.
Green there.
Yeah.
Like landing and twisting your knee.
He's too nice, Cameron Green.
Close to ending up on the turf. Australia 5 for 132. Back to that man Green. He's 5 from 11. 2 gullies and a slip with Cast to him here. And Green going back off the hip, getting 1 to fine leg. 6 for him. 5 for 133.
Nicely played.
They actually haven't bowled well to him, Kato.
No, they bowled
He's
too
been able
straight.
to get so many singles.
You want to bowl channel Fuller and get him driving around that 4th, 5th stump region. Test his patience outside there. They've left point open for a reason. They've got a slip and 2 gullies. Make him cover drive.
Before you jumped on, Kat, before Gerard was going through each of our experts on who their player of the series is. Stark or Head for you?
Stark. Yep.
Pass to Carey. Bowls here, Carey. Off the hip, not far away from where that leg slip is, where he's been caught 3 times in the last couple of weeks. But it's past him, square of him. They get one. Carey's 9, 5 foot, 134.
I'd love if we could get a zoom in on Alex Carey's face then, because it was a look of panic as soon as that ball went around the corner. His head darted around to see where that ball had gone after being caught in that position a number of times now.
I can see teams putting a fielder there every time.
For sure.
For all of the success that Carey's enjoyed through the series, that's a feature of it as well. Adelaide, Melbourne and Sydney caught in that trap.
Oh, he needs to get one in the channel.
So for Green, a slip and 2 gullies for Cass. Catching mid-wicket, 2 balls to go. Bowls here, Green, back, out through point, waited for it, timed it, 4 runs. Moves to double figures with his most convincing shot yet. 5 for 138 Australia. Only 22 away from their target.
That is just a nothing ball. I mean, Cass has been, was fired up with that, the murmur on the snicko and having a go at Weatherald and the umpire, and then he went back and bowled a lame over, and he's sort of been up in his attitude when he's not bowling the ball. And this over again has just been a nothing over.
Yeah, too short.
So often the criticism of Cass. Bowls to Green, last ball, squared up in defence. 7 runs from the over, 5 for 138 Australia, 22 away from their target of 160. With Green on 10, Carey on 9 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
This summer, get 10 cents for every eligible drink container you return with Victoria's Container Deposit Scheme and feel like $1 million. Search CDS Vic to get started.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
The final series attendance on the board, 859,580. Massive number.
Well done, everybody. That is extraordinary.
Huge support of Test cricket. Marquee series. Joe Root, third over here. Last one was a beauty. Pulse to Carey here. He goes on the back foot. Pressure release, walks through for 1. He joins Green on 10, 5 for 100.
And the feature of actually travelling to watch cricket just gets bigger every series. I wonder what it's grown in the last sort of 12, 16 years. The Aussies will be already buying their tickets to get over for the Ashes next year in England.
2 back on the leg side. Root delivering to Green's got a short leg still. He's forward, well forward, pushing to cover. Next summer, 4 test matches in the middle of the summer against New Zealand and a couple in the top end in August against Bangladesh. Should get lots of people over from New Zealand for that, you'd expect. Should be great. Root bowling here to Green. Goes back and deflects. Late cut to deep backward point. He's 11, 5 for 140. 20 away.
Yeah, I'm hearing numbers already for Boxing Day Sydney Test from New Zealand. Very big.
Yeah. You'd expect so, because I know when the Kiwis were out and we did the pink ball test in Adelaide, it was pumping, wasn't it?
Yeah. And they got that Boxing Day Test 5 years ago and turned out great numbers. Root bowls here. Carey leaves alone. Quite in the channel, a bit closer than that, but he watched it all the way into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Yeah, there was a massive attendance for that Melbourne Test. It was just before the pandemic, wasn't it? Late 2019. 2 left from Root here. His third over. Bowling to Carey, making him play, middle stump line, defending to cover, no single. And as you say, Flem, the chance for a lot of people to go to England next year, which will be massive, especially if Australia find themselves in the World Test final again. 6 tests in England in the offing. Root to finish his over. Bowls here, Carey forward in defence. That's the end of the over. Drinks are called out onto the field. Australia have lost 3 wickets in the session. Smith bowled by Jacks for 12 by an absolute beauty. Khawaja in his final test innings chopping on to Tongue for 6. And then in the next over after that, Labuschagne running himself out. Matty Potts with the bullet throw gone for 37. It was 5 for 121. This pair have put on a subsequent 19. Australia are 20 runs away from their target of 160 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. On the other side of it, to take you through to the end of the series, Gerard Whateley.
Get a deal you'll be proud of across a range of new and demonstrator models at Hyundai, like the Kona Hybrid from $39,990 drive away at your participating Hyundai dealer today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobra Mustate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Mustate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Machine's on 9, dances down the pitch, goes big, over long on, gave it the full whack and carries it into the stands. Smith beaten, done, bowled, can't believe it. Jacks, as the part-timer, has produced the most brilliant delivery. Waiting for Tuck, bowls to him here, Kawasha chops on. That'll be a deflating moment round the ground that he's going to fall for 6. He's not going to be there for the winning run. Pass to cover, knows the call, set back, Labuschagne work to do, gets back or not. We'll find out. They're going upstairs. He looks gone. There's been a couple of tremors in this session for Australia, but 20 runs away from victory. 5 for 140. The last of the drink breaks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We've had the very last of our raspberry and pomegranate Bundabergs in this session as well.
They've been
served as well.
Yeah, great treat up here. Do yourself a favour. So I just budget on 2 a day.
No, it's a little energy burst. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. So the summer, 859,580 fans, 21,000 more than last summer. India was 837,879, which at the time was the 4th highest attended series in Australia. And think about what we missed. We missed 50,000 on day 3 in Perth and 140,000 in Melbourne across 2 days.
Correct.
Cast to Green after the break. Green ducks the bouncer. It took off. It's called a wide. Even before it reached the gloves of Jamie Smith, the umpire was signalling wide. That's how short it was. Hello, Kat. Hello, Flem.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
Yeah, those days have killed us there, haven't they?
Yeah. So it should have been well over 1 million.
Dr. Evil would have been happy, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Just 2 more days in Melbourne, 1 in Perth.
Yeah.
1 million spectators.
Very nice.
Simon?
Yep. Robbed.
UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. They're all back for the short ball assaults, riding the bouncers Green. He'll take a single. Throw the non-strikers, misses. We've seen that before, but Cast missed the stumps. Oh, terrible. They both go to the same end. Green's fallen over the throw, went to the keeper, over to come to the non-strikers. Green could have been double played. He survives.
Roll the Benny Hill music here. Simon, I reckon you put your head down because you were concerned Green's run himself out again. You didn't even see the chaos.
I know.
What happened? Watch the replay and describe it, mate.
I thought this was the same as the second innings dismissal as Melbourne. I was
That's
waiting
when
for
you
the
put your
stumps,
head down.
Put my head down, and then all of a sudden, oh no way!
So Carey's mid-pitch calling Green on because he'd followed through. And then once Green start, Carey changes his mind and goes, no, go back. And Green has to turn. He's a big man and scramble back to his ground.
And I'm watching Cato because his head was down and he didn't see it.
Oh, my goodness. It's getting loose. Cast bowls to Carey, bouncer underneath.
I'd like to see that replay again because it looks like when Alex Carey starts running back to the safe end, Cameron Green speeds up. So he mustn't be looking at Alex Carey. He can't be.
You'll be able to watch it again here. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. So Big Lunge, he's gone 6 paces through. Now Carey's 2/3.
No, he had his head down.
Yeah, head down. That's why he took off even quicker, even though Carey's running the same direction as him. Lucky.
A bit of village cricket late. Carey's 10 from 19. Australia 18 from victory. Cast none for 39. He's around the wicket bowling, and Carey stands his ground, drops it to leg, sends Green back. And now the whole crowd's in on it. Labuschagne's already been run out, and Green could have been done twice in the same play. Cast on the direct hit would have been a repeat of Melbourne, and then had the throw come to the non-strikers. Initially, it was the right throw to the keeper because Green was miles away from getting going. Once Carey changed his mind, Green was gone for all money if the throw had come to the non-strikers.
Did he change his mind to go back when he knew the ball was going to that end?
Oh, good thought.
Because he might have thought that's saving Green.
Yep. Might have been the right decision at the end. Cast over the wicket now. Bowls Carey out of the bouncer. We're going to want one last bumper assault.
And I like this too because it asks the question, if you're going to score your runs, you're going to have to take a little bit of a risk here with the field, spread it the way it is.
So Potts is unbowlable in Ben Stokes' view. So Tongue's bowled 11 overs, 3 for 42. He's done a lot of work in this innings. The leading wicket taker for programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. Carey tapping away. Cass is with them, rides the bounce, drops it to the offside, calls definitively for a run at cover. Cass goes over the ball.
Another collision again. The right away there. I think it's maybe the third time Cameron Green just runs through him.
Yeah. They're too nice now. Far too nice. You get the inside running as the batter, you control it, and you use your body to manoeuvre them out of the way.
Has to run around you.
Correct.
Yeah, that's interesting, that.
17 to win. Leading run scorer TAC drink driving. How your holiday ends is your choice. Weatherall's 34, Head 29, but Labuschagne's 37 before he ran himself out. Just taking a little moment to fully set the fields with the fly slip, the fine leg. Casts to the tall figure of Cam Green. Rides the bounce, drops it to leg, takes off and decisively calls through for the single. 16 to win. 5 for 144. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This summer, hunger meets its match with Macca's tasty new Mega Brekkie McWrap. Now with 2 sausage patties and more crispy bacon for big brekkie hunger. Nom, 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 nom. Available until 10:30 a.m.
Presenting the Australian team for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. 5 for 144, 16 runs away from the targets. Will Jacks is going to return to the attack. The bowling change here for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Took the wicket of Steve Smith. Will be bowling to Cam Green, who's on 13. Spin's been very useful from the Randwick end. Green forward to smother. I did think of you, Kat, when Smith got bowled through the gate. That was mother cricket going. So you think this pitch is not going to spin, do you?
Yeah. She always talks last.
Yeah.
She has the final say.
Green forward, defend inside edge, pass short leg, no run.
Yeah, you just imagine in the second innings of both teams what a frontline spinner would have done.
Imagine
that poor kid Bashir who's been told a 3-year plan and we think you'll be good in Australian conditions to not play a test. Disgraceful.
Green faces up, jumps down the pitch, fends the ball out to come. Oh, mix up again. Carey scrambles back.
It's a fair call.
It was Bethel in the covers.
And didn't they say they wanted these two to bat 6 and 7 or 5 and 6 at one stage? Not if they're going to run like this.
But it says they're quite close. They don't look like it with the running they've got going on. Green covers his stumps, knocks it away to duck it under the helmet.
Imagine the king on this. Oh, good luck.
That's the shame of it, is this was Sydney's chance to bite back as the spinner's deck. Green, now that leapt at him, went down the leg side. No one had a chance. It runs down toward the side screen. It'll be overhauled in the last couple of steps. Tongue puts the chase in. They take 3 buys. 13 to win.
But I suppose now that what it's said is you just have to play spin here.
Yeah.
This is the best SCG pitch in memory for me. I can't remember the previous one to rank up with this. So I really liked Adelaide and SCG. I think Brisbane was good for a pink ball test.
Yeah.
Five for 147. Capital.com scoreboards. Smart, fast, seamless. Carey reverse sweeping into the turf. Straight to Tongue though, who's there for that. 5 for 147 at the end of the over. This is the Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. 1-800-646464.
Mimosa Homes V Collection is redefining what's possible, even on a budget. With prices starting from just $199,900, it's quality made affordable. Plus, every V Collection home includes our 50-year structural warranty, because peace of mind comes standard. Build your personalised quote online at mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes V Collection, quality made affordable. T's and C's apply. V Collection Homes only.
Mimosa Homes.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Bryden Cass. Green 13, Carey 11. Australia needs 13 further runs to win. They're all set up for the bouncers once more. Green is on strike. Plays the ball to the open offside. And runs through to make it 12 to go.
Been able to get there in singles, Green, hasn't he? The most likely mode of dismissals, look, run out.
Clearly.
Hasn't it?
Yep. It was that little phase. Kawaja got missed on an edge. Stokes too wide at first slip. Then Marnus got dropped in the gully by Bethel. Hard chance. Kawaja then chopped on. Marnus got run out. And then Carey and Green have provided a couple of moments that might have resulted in a run out, but for the most part, unthreatened otherwise. Bat pad comes in, 1.5 pitches away. Carey chopping hard, high back lifts. Inside the line, tucks it past Duckett, sent back by Green. As he was herring down, Duckett got a hand to it to keep it on the square.
You got 7 months till the next test. I suggest they get a running between wickets coach, just specifically for Greenie.
Little brush up.
Carey.
Maybe a Saturday morning session here and there.
This is tough to watch.
Just rendezvous in May somewhere and just have an hour at a park.
Yep. No wangers. They can underarm into them, but they've just got to practice their backing up and calling.
It has been something.
Maybe Marnus might join him as well.
Yeah. It's a different way to run hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. 5 for 148. Carey faces up to Cass. Carey pulls, got inside the line, drags it down through square and ambles a run. He goes to 12. Had a great series himself. He ends at 28 Ashes dismissals to sit alongside Rod Marsh and one behind the record of Brad Haddon. Terrific with the bat.
Up to the stumps to Boland and Neeser. That's got to be inspiring for young wicketkeepers around Australia, isn't it? That keep working on your art.
During this, so just a short time ago, maybe a couple of runs ago, he was 318 at 45 with a century and 250s in the series. Cass bowls to Green, back to Cuts, through backward point, got a big piece of it all the way to the rope for 4. Single figures now on the Cam Green blow. Lone market boundary, whatever your ambition, find the right lone with Lone Market, make it yours. 5 for 153. That comes up in the 31st over.
Bit uppish, but Good intent from Green. If you're going to go for it hard.
Just a little shift here from Cass. Finishing off with his hands on his head.
Round the wicket.
Yep. 2 to come in the over. 3 in the deep. Behind square. Cast Green, ducks the bounce. Oh, got hit by the bouncer. Couldn't quite get under it. Wore it on the bicep. Walk away, show no pain.
Just the 7 runs now for Australia to win this test match. Win the series 4-1.
Plenty of time to savour that. We'll stay through the presentations and the interviews, and Adam White and Julian De Stoop will then convene a national discussion where the talkback lines will be open in the immediate aftermath of the Ashes. Last ball of Cass is over. He delivers it to Green. He plays the cut. He's placed it well for 4. Twice in the over. Cam Green stood tall. 3 runs to win. 10 from the over, Flem. So racing towards the finish now with a couple of boundaries.
That was a great shot from Cameron Green. The previous boundary was a little bit uppish, and it was in the air to go past gully, but this one from around the wicket, using all that 200 centimetres of height he has, hits down on the ball, hits hard down on the ball, and the man at backward point, Joe Root, had no chance of stopping that. So a handy little knock here for Cam Green, 22 off 27.
Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. 5 for 157. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart as we reach the final flurry of this Ashes summer. Will Jacks is bowling to Alex Carey. Pushes forward watchfully to mid-off, no run.
He'll be sweating on anything fraction shorter outside off stump here, Carey. Smash it off the back foot through the covers.
It's such a big role to play, Alex Carey. He's driving inside out. He pierces the infield. That's going to do it. It'll roll out to the boundary and complete a thumping triumph for Australia. 4-1. A comprehensive defence of the Ashes at home and a thorough dismantling of the Bazball fad. Australia win by 5 wickets in Sydney. A test that went the distance and restored a bit of the shaken faith in Test cricket. Our chance to salute the deeds of Australia at the end of the 25-26 summer.
Yes, Gerard, an absolute pumping 4-1 Australia, which at no stage did they play their strongest potential team, with injuries to Cummins, Hazelwood, Smith missed a test match there, but plenty of Australians stepped up. It was some of their older players, Stark, Carey, Travis Head, magnificent 300s opening the batting, and some handy backups, particularly Scott Boland, brilliant throughout the series after, taking a bit of heat early on in the Perth test match. Michael Nees has been an excellent in, and for England, I still think they'll look back going, wow, I don't think we were over-prepared. I think we were under-prepared coming into this series, and it has hurt us not only with the fitness and execution for their fast bowlers, but also their selection and getting their batting order right. But for now, plenty of celebrations for the Australians. Stephen Smith captaining 4 of those 5 test matches. He has the urn, and it's been a brilliant series, plenty of highlights, well attended, outstanding atmosphere created every day from the thousands and tens of thousands of fans at every venue. It's actually been a pleasure to commentate on, Gerard.
The lineup of handshakes, the Australians emerged from the pavilion led by Steve Smith, who lingered for a little with Ben Stokes. Words or two of fondness at this stage of a serious exchange and a pat on the shoulder. 7 weeks of valiant battle, but Australia by far and away the superior team. Brendan McCullum joins the lineup of English players as well.
I'd say they'd be joining for a beer. Even though there was a little bit of aggro on the last day, it was generally played in a lot better spirits than the 2023 series over in England.
What a thoroughly excellent test match. Game scores: England 384 and 342. Australia 567 and 5 for 161. It went the distance. The pitch was everything that it should be. Excellent for batters at times. There was enough in it for the quicks. It deteriorated. Spinners should have played a bigger role, as both teams got it wrong at selection. And that was proper test cricket.
Yeah, you just imagine if England had been able to set 200, 210, it could have been a really tough chase there for Australia. So plenty of individual highlights as well. You know, for England, Bethrell, that 100 was an absolute classic. Josh Tongue willed himself into every spell and gave him a chance. But the injury to Stokes really hurt today, didn't it? If that had a fit Ben Stokes to charge in, this 160 might have been even tougher for the Australians.
The English are heading down to where the Barmy Army are at the Randwick end. They've been such a feature across the 5 test matches, a huge travelling brigade.
I think it's smart from England because I reckon half that squad will be in the Barmy Army in 4 years' time.
Yes, just curry favour late. They enjoyed beautiful moments together at the MCG when they had won. And for a lot of English fans who in their lifetimes never would have seen England win on these shores in their travelling.
Well, Joe Root hadn't.
Yep.
You know, the legend of England cricket. So he finally broke the duck for his hundreds and got a couple, but he also got a win down in Melbourne. And the Barmy Army, they do add so much to the atmosphere. They attend all day. You know, shots of them up at the Adelaide Hill, wasn't it? It was so hot, and they were there early and they were there at the end, chanting and willing their boys over the line.
Joined by the man of the hour, Usman Khawaja. Congratulations. 88 wonderful test matches for your country. You finish in front of your home crowd with an Ashes series win. Congratulations to you and your family.
Thank you. It means a lot. It's just tough. So much has gone into it, so long, and it's funny, the game of cricket is so great. And I said to Rach this morning, she's like, just enjoy it. It's like, to be honest, the only thing I want is a win. Finish off the Ashes with a win. I'd love nothing more. And as much as I wanted to go out there and score runs and hit the winning runs, I'm just so grateful for one last final win and to celebrate with my teammates.
What was the emotions arriving at the ground today, knowing it would be the last time you get to wear that magnificent battered green hat?
Very tough. I'm going to be honest, it's very tough. I was trying to act cool, but the whole test match, I found it really hard to control my emotions. And I mean, I think I prided myself on being able to control my emotions my whole career. I haven't given away too much to the opposition or to anyone. I found it really hard to concentrate a lot, even in the first innings. I found it hard to get into rhythm. And even today, it was, you know, my whole career, particularly the last end of the career, has been built on process. It's just so hard to go out there and concentrate. But look, I'm glad we got the win, got over the line, and it's something I'll cherish for the rest of my life, being able to finish here at the SCG. Everyone's been so great. I'm so grateful to have the career I've had, and I can just finally just relax, not worrying about getting out in the morning.
As you came off the ground, once you'd been dismissed, you stopped here right in front of your sign, you bent down on the SCG turf. The crowd, what are moments like that like, Uzi?
I've said it so many times this week, it's full gratitude. I think a lot of times in life we worry about what we want, or we always want more. It's all about what else can we have, what else can we want. My whole week has all been about just be grateful. Whether I get 2 ducks or whether I get 200, just be grateful for what you've been given. And that, you know, coming back here and obviously just frustrating here and just, you know, at the hallowed turf at SCG towards Mecca, just it was one final thank you from me thank you for everything I've been given. 88 test matches, got to score so many runs, been around the world. You know, just thank you for everything, and I wanted to end on that note.
I'm not sure if you would have seen the vision. Obviously, you're a great family man. Your wife was up there. Rachel was wiping away a tear. She's been with you. Your mum and dad have been with you. To be surrounded by family. couldn't ask for much more, I wouldn't have thought.
I'm very lucky. Some people have lost family. I'm still lucky. My parents are still around. They got to experience it. Not everyone's that lucky. My family, my wife, in terms of my kids, and another on the way. I've always had a perspective on life. I love the game of cricket, but the life outside of cricket's been more important, if anything, than the game itself in a lot of respects. But I'm glad we can enjoy this one final journey, and hopefully, I've got the second half of my life to live with them now. And it was funny, my daughter even today, she's like, "Daddy, it's your last day." I was like, "Yes, the last day, honey." And she was like, "Yeah," he gave me a hug. I was like, "Why are you so happy?" And she goes, "Oh, you get to spend more time with us now." She actually said that, so I'm really excited. I gave her a big hug. I'm like, "Yes, honey, I do."
It got quite tight there at the end. Any nervous moments? What was the scene like in the dressing room?
Definitely got a bit too tight. 5 down, you're only a couple of wickets away. If you never count your chickens in cricket, Howie. You know this. You never get too far ahead of yourself. And we're like, even I was like, "Oh, come on, we've got a little partnership there." There's a few dicey runs going on there at the end, a little bit of pressure, but definitely on a wearing wicket. It was turning, going up and down. We got the job done in the end, though.
Last question for you. I think it's going around the SCG now, so an opportunity to say something not only to the people here, the people of Australia, the people of Pakistan, and all cricket fans that have supported you over this amazing 88 Test journey, mate.
I just want to say thank you very much. Without all the fans and the people watching, I wouldn't have this career. I wouldn't have the ability to play cricket, to make it my living. I love the game. To all the volunteers in the past, thank you very much. Everyone who's been involved in this, keep supporting the beautiful game of Test cricket. It is by far my favourite version of the game, and hopefully I'll see you out here soon. Next time, maybe in a suit like Howie.
Congratulations on the way you represented yourself, your family and your country, mate. Usman Khawaja, ladies and gentlemen, what a star.
Usman presented to his home crowd here in New South Wales. Got that second home in Queensland as well, but the SCG has been such a part of his story from his childhood when he would walk here to watch the cricket through to his debut and his rejuvenation and now to his final bow in an Ashes Test. He's been presented with one of the stumps from the games, which I'm sure will be a cherished keepsake.
Yeah, it is. Adam Gilchrist was always really good at that. Always had an eye on for a milestone of a teammate. And, yeah, just really apt for Usman, who debuted here many a year ago when Ricky Ponting was injured. Very fluent 37. The Renaissance was 4 years ago, wasn't it? Filling in for Travis Head for COVID protocols. Twin hundreds, and now he finishes up with a 4-1 win and a fine career.
Behind the sumps, you've been out there hitting the winning runs, but it did get, for everybody here, it got a bit tense. What was it like out in the middle, mate?
Yeah, I think that's Ashes cricket, isn't it? Leave everyone on their edge of their seats right to the end. But, look, I owe Marnus a beer or two tonight. But, yeah, great series. And, for this one to go 5 days, right to the end, one of cricket's greats in Uzi Khawaja. Yeah, he's going to be missed, a big fella, but it's fitting way to finish the Test, I reckon.
Your own series, 28 dismissals, you averaged 46 with the bat, and in many ways you changed the approach due to the fact you kept up to the stumps. Now, I know you're a modest man, but it certainly had an impact on the series, as did your performances, Kez.
Yeah, look, there are opportunities to come up to the stumps. It wasn't a preconceived idea coming into the series. Obviously, we knew it was going to be a different bowling attack. But whoever got a run did a fantastic job with the ball this summer. And, Starkey obviously led the way. And I didn't get up the stumps to Starkey, that's for sure. But the way that, Scotty Boland got through 5 Test matches, that's something new for him. And he was fantastic. Michael Nessa come in and had a huge impact. Brendan Doggett, Jai Richardson, Paddy Cummins, obviously. And then you had Slug today, Greeny, and Trav pitched in as well. And I better not forget Marnus with his wicket as well.
So these guys standing around now, they're with their family, with their friends. For all of us that will never have the talent, the ability to do such a thing, what is it like playing with a group of your mates against England in Australia and winning an Ashes, Kez?
Oh, it's a dream come true, really. Yeah, it's one of those moments I think in years to come you're certainly going to miss. The sun's out. It's the SCG, and we just wrapped up the Ashes 4-1. It's really special. It's made special by the crowd, though. We've been really lucky this summer. I think every day that I've gone out on the field, it's been a massive buzz around. The crowds have come out every single day. And even today, right to the end, it was a great atmosphere.
Alex, congratulations to you and your team. Enjoy the celebrations and well done and the way you represented the country.
Thank you. Thanks.
Alex Carey, who played a big role. Simon Katich, as we gather in the aftermath of Australia's 4-1 victory, what's your overwhelming thought?
Pride. I think, everyone should be really proud of this Aussie team for the way they've gone about this series. There was so much hype leading into it, and everyone thought it was going to be a close contest. Well, it hasn't been. Australia delivered it knockout blows early in the series, both on the field and also psychologically, and they've done it with a number of the key players being out, whether it was Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon, the guys that have come in and stepped up and done great jobs, and the three standouts, obviously Stark Head and Alex Carey there, but yeah, a very, very good all-round team performance in all disciplines of the game. So when you compare the two teams, they're miles apart, and this Australian team has been too fit, too strong, too good in all skills, and been far too ruthless.
4-1 feels right, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And it could have easily been 5-0. Didn't quite go to plan in Melbourne, but, a few more runs here and there, and it could well have been the case. But it wasn't, but they've bounced back beautifully here and deserve to enjoy the moment now.
These sweet moments when you gather like this.
Yeah, just look at the Australian players there. There's also, even in regards to Usman, there's a real big build-up and everything. There's also a bit of relief, I think, which will seep in here. Get that last chance to celebrate with your teammates. A job well done, 4-1. Always got to be happy with that. It's the end of one journey, and they've got a lot of time off in the test field. Obviously, there's a T20 World Cup coming up in a couple of months' time. But overall, they'd have to be very happy with their efforts. Hazlewood out for the whole series. Cummins only playing one test match. Smith missing Adelaide. They'd have to be happy with the players that have filled in and got them the 4-1 win.
It feels like every layer of it has, given the circumstances, has been required. The selection, the coaching, the strategy and the analytics that go into that, and then players old and young as two captains. Every part of it, every man must serve, and in this series that was true for us.
I mean, it is handy to have Stephen Smith as your backup captain, because he'd probably go down as one of our great captains really for his output. He averages over 70, but he knows, he's busy working the angles and all that, so he's excellent at that. They'll justify the no spinner. They won the test match, but they missed a break.
Hello and welcome along to the post-series presentation of the NRMA Insurance Ashes Test Series between Australia and England. We've seen record-breaking crowds, we've seen world-class performances and plenty of entertainment. And a huge congratulations goes to Australia. 5 days of hard-fought Test cricket. They get it done. They win this last Test here in Sydney to make the series 4-1. I'd also like to make special mention to the curator, Adam Lewis, and his team of ground staff for the work that they did on this surface, as we see plenty of people packing in here at the SCG. Cricket Australia would like to thank the match officials, the umpires, match referee and scorers. Your efforts across the series are greatly appreciated. Cricket Australia would also like to thank NRMA Insurance and all partners who are wonderful supporters of this incredible game. I'm joined on stage by former Australian captain Steve Waugh and Ashes legend. He will be presenting the awards. The first one is the NRMA Insurance Player of the Match. 4 centuries in this one. Steve Smith, Joe Root, a maiden ton for Jacob Bethel, but for his 163 of 166 deliveries, it's Travis Head.
It's his first Player of the Match award of the series. As weird as that is.
You can't get away that easily. Travis, you've scored centuries pretty much everywhere. Your first one here in internationals, how special was it?
Pretty much everywhere, only in Australia. It's special. There's a couple of good names up there. We've always found it tough to bat here, so nice to be up the order, nice to get the hard ball, and nice to contribute again.
How did it rank with the other tons that you scored in the series?
I said every 100 you get is going to be well cherished, but I'll probably hold the couple at the start of the series when it's on the line, and we have an opportunity to win an Ashes series in the first couple of tests. It's that was the pleasing part, and then I guess from a personal perspective, it's nice to finish a series in the 5th test with runs again, and make sure you don't take the foot off. And what an amazing week we've had. You certainly cemented that place opening the batting. I hear that you're in charge of plans tonight as well. No, I'm one of the Sydney boys, I think. So maybe, I don't know. Cummo should probably pull the weight a little bit and organise a few things. Starkey's probably ready to go after 5 test matches on the bounce, and Slug will do his thing. Well, they've had enough time to think about it. Well done once again. Travis Head's the NRMA Insurance Player of the Match. Now for the Compton Miller Medal for Player of the Series. Travis had 629 runs and an average of 62 with a strike rate of 87 with 3 tons. Alex Carey, 323 runs, an average of 46 and a strike rate of 73 with 28 dismissals. But for his 156 runs at 26 and 250s, but more importantly, the 31 wickets at 19, it's Mitch Starc.
It really is a legacy moment for the greatest left armour we've seen.
Mitch, a big applause from the hometown crowd. A special moment for you, back-to-back Player of the Series awards for yourself. Is this the best you've ever bowled in your career?
Maybe. Yeah, it feels like it's going okay. The body's still holding together, and it's a great group to be a part of. It's a lot of fun, especially when you've got Travis at the top there and in the change room. So it's been a great group to be a part of, and I'm just glad to be playing a role.
A huge impact for you right throughout the series, but more importantly, you mentioned there that the body, you were able to make it through the 5 tests. What did it take?
Yeah, a little bit tired. Scotty and I on the older side of things, but we still managed to get a job done. So between Scotty, Ness and I, we're certainly been told we're not on the younger side of things, but to play the roles that we did, we're a bit tired and sore yesterday, but yeah, I think the entire squad, we haven't used just 11 players. I think it's between the players and the staff. It's been a long series, but obviously very fruitful and enjoyable to be part of.
We've got to talk about the batting. On reflection, just how important were those runs?
Glad I got a few out of the middle at the start of the series, because certainly didn't at the end. But there's no better incentive for a bowler than to not have to bowl and stay out there with the bats. So it's nice to put a few partnerships there together. I think batting with Scotty in Brisbane was a big one for us to get to that night session and bowl with the newer pink ball under lights was a big one for us. And nice to chip in here and there, but always glad to see Hetty and those guys do the scoring.
And just last one, the McGrath Foundation, this is such a big test because of raising money for what is such an important cause. What's the significance of it for you and your team?
Yeah, I guess this week's more than just the cricket. It's obviously the final test of the series, but I think between obviously England and other oppositions that come here and play this test match, get right behind it. It's fantastic to see that, not only from the opposition teams, the cricket fraternity, the crowds have been awesome. We saw day 3 was a huge day. So that partnership with the McGrath Foundation and cricket, not only in this country but as a community. We thank all the fans in the crowd for playing their part in that. It's just been a big test match.
Well said. Congratulations once again.
Thanks, Isha.
Mitch Starc, Player of the Series. And now I'd like to welcome up the England captain, Ben Stokes. Welcome, Ben. First of all, how is the leg?
It's been better, been worse. Won't know until I get home.
It was a hard-fought test match all the way through. Where do you feel you lost it in the end?
Yeah, it was a great game to be involved in. Obviously, test matches that go to the 5th day and have a bit of drama there at the end is always something great to be a part of. I think we should have got 100 more, and we allowed Australia probably to get 100 too many in their first innings with the bat. So if you look at 200 runs on a 5th day there on that type of wicket, we would have been in the box seat.
Not the series you would have wanted. Do you feel like it was an opportunity missed, or do you look at Australia and say, well played, you completely outplayed us?
I think there's a bit of both with it. I think Australia, an incredible team. They play some incredible cricket. The individuals who stood up for them with the bat, and obviously some outstanding performances there with the ball for them as well. So you've got to give them a lot of credit as well, but also being pretty truthful to ourselves, knowing that we've done a little bit damage, ourselves. So it is a tough one to take, knowing that we know that we can play a lot better than that. But look, I've got to give full credit to Steve, Pat and the Australian cricket team. They've just been incredible for 5 Test matches.
What lessons have you learned?
Time for reflection, properly is not right now. We've got a long time off before we play our next Test series, so we've got some good time to go away and reflect on everything that not only we've sort of looked at from this series, but even series before. And come June back in the UK, when we have our first Test series after this one, hopefully we can put the wrongs right.
It's a long series, and you see quite a lot of players coming through throughout this series. Jacob Bethel and his maiden ton, Joe Root obviously scoring runs in this game. But how good is it to see that those players coming in and doing well, including Josh Tongue?
Yeah, incredible. Look, for Beth to wait for his opportunity towards the back end of the series, he put a lot of hard work and graft into his game. If that opportunity did come, and look, that knock that we witnessed there was just simply incredible for a 22-year-old lad to come out in the 5th Test of a Masters series in a huge game to play in the way they did against a quality bowling attack on a pretty difficult wicket was incredible to watch. And look, Josh Tongue just keeps going from strength to strength. Every time he puts the shirt on and gets given the responsibility to go out there and play a game for England, he just keeps impressing. So look, we've got some unbelievable talent to work with going forward. Look, as I say, we've got 6 months off to the next one. So
Just last one on playing here in Australia. We've had some record crowds right the way throughout, another record attendance here at the SCG, and the Barmy Army who have followed you all the way throughout. What has it meant to you?
Absolutely everything. Look, we always get asked about the support that we receive as England cricketers, and we're so lucky and so thankful to wherever we go in the world that we have the Barmy Army and all the English supporters who come around and watch us and show us the support. And they're going to be as disappointed as us about the way that this series has gone, but that should never ever take away the gratitude and the respect that we have as an England cricket team towards the fans who turn up day in, day out, regardless of how things are going for us. It definitely means a lot, and even singing there till the end for us, it's just so lucky that we get to represent this country, but also get to represent the Barmy Army and the fans.
Thanks, Ben, and all the best in whatever comes next, and for your recovery as well.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Ben Stokes, the England captain. And I'd like to welcome up Steve Smith. Steve, you'd already won the Ashes, but how important was it to get the win here?
Yeah, it was nice to finish on a high note. We know the importance of every Test match with the World Test Championship, so to get the result here and finish the series on a high was incredibly pleasing. I think it's been a really good week. I think it was a great wicket they've produced out here, had a bit of everything, so it was a good 5 days of cricket, hard fought, and nice to get over the line in the end.
It felt like you had plenty of contributions from everyone right throughout the series.
Yeah, it has been magnificent. I think everyone's stood up at different times. The ones you mentioned before, Alex, Travis and Starkey were obviously huge standouts, but other guys stood up at different times throughout the series, and that's what makes a good team. Trusting each other, guys standing up in different scenarios and situations, and everyone did their job. So we're really proud of that.
I guess experience counts for a lot in a series like this as well.
Yeah, of course. So it's obviously a big series. As an Australian and English cricketer, it's the pinnacle. And we've got an experienced side. We've played some really good cricket for the last 4 or 5 years. Obviously, making 2 World Test Championship finals, and we've got some guys in there that still want to keep getting better and improving. And it's just a great side to be a part of.
You've won 4 Ashes in a row here. Why do you think you have been so hard to beat in these conditions?
I think anyone at home plays better, than away. We obviously know these conditions. We've grown up with them, and we're accustomed to them. So, we know how to play on these surfaces, and we did it again this time round.
A word on Usman Khawaja in his final Test match?
Yeah, he's had a wonderful career. It's been great to be alongside him for all of it. I played in his debut Test match here 14 years ago, and he's just grown as a human and as a player. And it's been great to play alongside of him for a long time, and he's certainly going to be missed in that dressing room.
You've got an amazing squad of players there. I can see Pat Cummins over there. He came in for that one test, helped win the game and got to win the Ashes for the side as captain. I imagine he'll be coming up here with you and the rest of the boys. But well done once again, Steve. An amazing series for your group, and enjoy the celebrations.
Thanks so much. I just want to say thanks again to England. It's been a great series. It's been good fun, and you guys are fierce competitors. So, thanks for the memories, and it's been a great series. Thank you.
Without further ado, you can invite your team up to collect the trophy and accept it from the great Steve Waugh here on the incredible SCG. Congratulations to Australia. They win the Ashes. They take the series 4-1.
So the Australian players gather on the podium, and the two captains either side of the crystal urn, Steve Waugh and Pat Cummins, lift triumphantly as the streamers fly into the Sydney air. The ground is packed with patrons to acknowledge the moment. It has the necessary grandeur that should be there, and the Ashes are ultimately determined. A mix of pink and baggy greens up on the stage, a team that should be tremendously proud of what they've been able to achieve, and for all the discussion that goes on, as Simon referenced, we should be hellishly proud of what they've been able to do across the course of this series. And it's a unique moment to have a captain either side of the urn, Simon.
It's deserved by both of them. Both Steve Smith and Pat Cummins have done so much for this team over a number of years now, and as you said before with Smithy, he's done it so many times, averages 70 with the bat. The team's in good hands as soon as he takes over when Pat Cummins is out with injury, and that will be a very, very special moment for all that group.
All right, let's head down. Adam Collins is with Jacob Bethel.
Yes, Jacob Bethel. Century on the SCG.
Yeah, pretty special. Nice to walk out at the end of the day, not out past the three figures. So yeah, pretty special moment.
It's been an age on 99 or so, it seemed. All of Australia were watching you, but having the calm and the temperament to get through that moment, smacking that ball before in that celebration, that's something you'll remember forever.
Yeah, definitely. I think the nervous 90s, as they say, but I managed to just kind of stay pretty calm and get over the line with a nice boundary. So it's definitely a moment I won't forget.
We spoke to your dad earlier. He spoke about how much of a role your grandfather played. You were always WhatsApping each other. I'm sure he was looking down on you and smiling.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a few years now since he passed, but he had a massive part of my career. He was always kind of the one. He didn't really quite understand white ball cricket. He was always, if I got out playing a caught on the boundary or something like that, he would spray me a little bit. But he kept me honest, and he had a massive impact.
And then he would have been even prouder of the way you played, because it was just a classical test innings, and Joe Root said the other day as well, you're kind of old school in that way.
Yeah, I think I found a nice template there. Match the conditions well with the tempo. You're not going to always be able to bat like that, and sometimes you're going to have to go down a gear or up a gear. But I think I found the perfect tempo for that pitch.
And now you've got an opportunity to build from right the start of your to play in these big contests year after year.
Yeah, definitely. It's an exciting time. I'll just kind of go back and keep trying to get better and better, and hopefully that means I play more and more test matches and contribute to the team more and more.
The team has been soundly beaten through the series, ultimately a 4-1 series scoreline, so there'll be a natural correction on all of that, but you must be excited about being part of what comes next in English cricket.
Yeah, definitely. I think we didn't have the series we wanted out here. It showed some great fight at the back end of it, but I think just going forward, English cricket's got stuff to do, but we are very, very, very excited for what's coming.
Did you guys think you were a sniff there with a flurry of wickets in that middle session? Did you think you might have just had enough runs?
Yeah, definitely. I think, funny things happen when you have a little chase like that, and you saw it happen there. I was gutted that I didn't hang on to that catch. But, you know, you take a specky and then a little run out comes, and then all of a sudden the pressure valve goes back onto them. And, yeah, things could have gone differently, you know, ifs and buts. But, you know, it was a great little niggly chase and nice to be out there pushing.
And Joe and Ben had to wait a long time to win their first test, and Joe had to wait a longer time to get his first test 100 here. We've done it in 2 tests. But I'm sure, like, what have you enjoyed about Ashes cricket?
I like the intensity of it. You know, coming in, there was a lot of talk about that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I really enjoyed it. And, yeah, to be able to tick off a win in the first game and then 100 in the second is pretty cool. And, yeah, it's just it's a nice start to what hopefully I come over here and can have a successful time over here.
And your dad said you just, you know, you got the Bajan coolness to it. Like, are you as chilled as you come across? Or, like, what were you like once you got the 100 and when it sunk in what you had done yesterday?
It's still not really sunk in, you know. The games wasn't done. I still had a job to try and do this morning. So I think it will probably sink in over the next couple of days when I get a bit of time alone and to reflect. But yeah, I try to keep as cool as possible. You know, cricket's a funny game. When you're going well, things are beautiful. But when you're not going so well, it brings you back down to earth pretty quickly. So I just try and stay pretty chill among all of it.
And you play cricket all around the world already, Jacob. I mean, you were in the IPL. You have a busy white ball calendar coming up as well. So where do you see the rest of the year going and just your career where you have to balance all of this?
I'd love to play 3 formats for as long as possible, to be honest. You know, I work hard on my fitness and my body, and that will allow me to kind of play everything. And, you know, for the foreseeable future, that's what I'm looking to do.
Are you one of these cricketers that sees Test cricket as coming first?
He comes first, yeah, 100%. But, you know, everything's scheduled around Test cricket as well and international cricket, so that you're never going to have clashes. I know there was a one-off clash with the Zimbabwe Test last year, but, yeah, I think there's going to be an opportunity to play the white ball format of the game, but Test cricket will be first and foremost.
Great stuff, Jacob Bethell. Congratulations on what you've achieved at the SCG this week, and I'm sure we're going to see you plenty of times on these shores over the years.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Thanks.
Gerard, back to you upstairs.
Good on you there, Jacob Bethell. His name is etched in Ashes folklore already, having given what he's given us here in Sydney, and there's so many more years of it to come. I think Mitch Starc is going to join the lads in a few moments' time as well. So I was just having a look at those overall crowd records. The most attended summer in Australian cricket history is 36-37, which was 946,750. And bar for what happened in Melbourne, really, is it Perth as well if you want, but we would have broken that all-time record. We would have had more than 1 million, and Tom, we would have broken it if Melbourne had reached day 3.
It just tells us there's still this appetite for Test cricket that is unquenchable in Australia, Gerard. People want to watch it. People want to love it, which is part of the reason it's such a shame that we didn't get to 3 or 4 days or even 5 days in Perth and Melbourne. The crowd out here at the SCG is brilliant as well. Everyone's allowed on the oval. Players are signing autographs, posing for selfies. It's easy for us to say in Australia and England, Flem, but Test cricket is alive and well here. But globally, it's also our duty to make sure that we can have this elsewhere as well.
Who cares? No, seriously, that's their job, not ours.
All right, Mitch Starc has joined Colo and Bharat.
Yes, thanks, Gerard. Mitch Starc, player of the series. Congratulations. What a mighty achievement for your team winning 4-1, but that personal recognition today.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, to finish, 4-1, been nice to get the chocolates in Melbourne, but no, a hugely successful tour series for us. There's a lot of noise outside the groups heading into the series for a long time, and a lot made of our group and what was missing, or I guess perhaps some of the age groups that we're in. So yeah, to finish up 4-1, hugely rewarding. I think it's taken a squad of players and staff, and we'll have the chance tonight to reflect on all of that. Some of the achievements, obviously Uzi finishing up this week on such a successful career as well. Couldn't have asked more.
I know you're typically reluctant to talk about yourself, but I mean, 31 wickets through the series, starting the ball rolling, and the way you did with that 7-for on day 1 of it, you must feel immense pride in your own achievement here, especially without some of your great mates for most of the series.
Yeah, it's I'm not a great reflector, so I've got a chance now with a few weeks of no cricket to sort of sit back and have a few sleep-ins and maybe reflect a little bit. But yeah, it's between Scotty, Ness and I, we're on the older side, but Scotty to get through 5 as well, and Ness to play a huge role. sort of his biggest series he's had for Australia as well. So not just those three bowlers, but certainly the entire group. It's a lot of fun to be a part of. I'm glad to have played a role in that, and I couldn't have asked for much more personally as well.
And I saw you, Mitch, today after England were bowled out. You got all the bowlers together and you had a bit of a huddle to do it without Pat and Josh to lead the way. How much did that mean to you?
Yeah, well, we obviously had Pat in Adelaide, but as I said, for Scotty to play such a huge role that he has through the series, to play 5 Test matches as well. He's a tad older than I am, so for the moment anyway. I just feel like it's been a big series for the whole group, but certainly for the three of us in the last couple of matches. Some last few days, but to play the roles that we have done, certainly in the 5th Test as well, on a wicket that at times wasn't offering a whole lot. It was just
Just shake around down there a little bit, lads. We need the line of sight. You're just off air for the moment. That's it.
Mitch, we're just getting a line back here upstairs. Just go a few yards this way. Bear us a moment. Hopefully we're back on now. Sorry about this. What great scenes out here as we walk back towards the crowd as well, that we've got, thousands of people out here on the SCG recognising this team of yours.
Yeah, it's nice and warm out here as well. I think it's the hottest day of the week. So the fans throughout the series have been fantastic. Obviously the Barmy Army speak for themselves and make as much noise for themselves as they can. But I think the support through the 5 Test matches.
Let's move around.
Okay, we got... So you're doing the best we can down here on the field. But sorry, Mitch, pick it up, please.
The fans have been awesome. So I think we've had some record crowds, and to see the fans out here, the back end of the last day of the series, I think they've been treated to some fantastic cricket. Even in the final moments of the last day of the series, it still had some tense moments. So I think huge thanks to all the fans that have come out, English and Australian, and certainly made this series entertaining as well.
Does this just inspire you, a moment like this, a series like this, that at the peak of your powers, deep into your career, that you'll keep doing this, you'll keep putting Test cricket first, and you'll give yourself every opportunity to play England again in a couple of years, go to India again, and that type of thing? Does a win like this and success like this inspire you?
I obviously haven't had a chance to think of it yet. I think just putting on the baggy green is incentive enough, or wants enough to keep going. While I'm still be able to play a role in this group and I feel like I can contribute in major ways, I'd love to keep going out there and emptying the tank for the team. So without T20 cricket now, I've got a chance just to sit back and reflect on a few weeks, maybe rebuild the body a little bit and go again. So we don't have another Test match till I think August, and there's a bit of white ball cricket before then, but I won't miss getting on a plane to the World Cup. I'll sit back and watch the women's team do their thing against India, and see the guys do their stuff over in India as well.
Does it feel like a team in transition, though, Mitch? 2 years ago we were stood right here. David Warner retired. Well, literally 2 meters away, there's Usman Khawaja stood there on his last day as a Test cricketer.
2 players this transition, is it?
Two players that you played so much cricket with, and just the number of different players who came into this team as well.
You're shaking your head at me, but no, I think there's been so much made of the age profile. Sports changed, life's changed. There's no reason guys can't go longer, or there's no end date on people. As I said, while you're contributing or while you're in the best group of players, why do you have to put a cap on a guy or a girl if you're at a certain age? We've seen that from this group. There's probably something to be said for some experience as well in pressure moments or moments that may determine a game or a series. So, we'll as I said, there's no test until August, so things can change immensely. We're obviously going to recognise Usman and the fantastic career he's had for us for that's near on 15 years, being such a major role in our group, not only at the top of the order but in the change room as well. So we say goodbye to Usman this week. It could look a different squad in August. Time will tell. But for most of us, we're still contributing. We're still winning series. So why put a cap on an age?
And just on Travis Head, you spoke about top of the order. His contribution never opened before in Australia. 300 in 300s. 300s for Travis Head. Just the series that he's had.
Yeah, he's just lobbed in, so perfect timing. No, phenomenal. I think it's just been amazing to watch. I think he blows games open. Teams don't quite know where to go with him because he just can access all parts of the field, takes the game on and sort of shell shocks teams or bowling attacks. So he's been awesome in such pressure moments this series. His 3 massive hundreds been huge in the context of the series as well. To cap it off this week with another big one just speaks to what he means to this team and what he can do to opposition teams. So probably a bit unlucky not to share the medal, I reckon, but been great to see him do his work and glad to have him in the team.
Congratulations, Mitch Starc, one of the great modern Ashes series. Well played, man of the series.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
And we bring in the bloke who, could well have been the joint player of the series if we did things those ways, but we don't. 3 test tons the course of 5 matches. Travis Head, thanks for joining us as always. What a great moment here with the fans around celebrating your 4-1 achievement.
It's carnage, isn't it? It's it's nice. It's going to be a cool afternoon. Look forward to the next few hours, and these are the special moments. So it's cool to finish another summer on a winning note in a huge series. I don't think it could have. Well, we could have taken that moment last week and we made it really, really special, but I don't think it could have gone any better for us.
Just on what the next few hours look like, Trav, you generally the man in charge of all the celebrations, and just maybe have the English boys over as well.
I'll probably share that with Slug and Ingo's pairing away a little bit as well. So, I'm looking forward to that. And, there's no doubt we'll share a beer with them at some stage. I know we got the families in. I'm looking forward to Jess getting down here with the kids at some point, have a run around if it doesn't get too chaos. But, the families come in for a little bit. We'll do it. I'm sure there'll be a couple of moments there for Ruz and his family. Then the moment will come out to share a beer with them, and then we'll get to sing the song. So it's going to be a cool probably 6 or 7 hours left here at 3 o'clock, and it's going to be nice. It's a pretty big decompression. It's going to be probably a pretty flat next 3 or 4 days for me. It's going to be hard to then be sitting at home and just chilling, and it's not a bad thing, but you always come off moments of this where it's going to be a bit of a downer for the next week, and getting your head back around and probably just reminiscing on what we were able to achieve, because when you're in the moment you probably don't until now, and you sort of deflate now and you go like, shit, we actually are done now, and we've got what we needed to do, and you can listen how crazy this is at the minute, so it's cool.
600 run plus Ashes series don't come around very often. The fact that you've been able to step up for Australia here, as you have routinely in the biggest series over the years.
Yeah, it's nice, and that means there's pressure on the next few years to continue to do the same thing, and I want to try and keep that standard. But it's cool to look back and go a couple of Ashes series in a row now in Australia, and a couple of big moments in a couple of other fixtures where I've been able to pull my finger out. It's nice. Again, when I finish my career, it's going to be pretty cool to look back on, and I'll be able to brag to the kids.
Now you've got India at home and England at home the last 2 years, 2 great series victories. You can kind of take the show on the road to a certain extent, notwithstanding your test in August, but the chance to play South Africa in South Africa, to go to India again, to go to England again. These are marquee series for this team, and could well define how it's seen in history as well.
Yeah, you probably don't get 3 bigger series. I've not been to South Africa for a test tour. I've been there for a couple of one-day tours now, and that's going to be a niggly trip. That's going to be hard work. I think the crowds, the wickets, the opposition, obviously, that's going to be a tough one. And you go by history and you watch those sort of tests, and there's always something that happens. There's always something that pricks up, and they are challenging. So that's going to be a tough one. Then you roll into India and England. So, for this test team, and we don't forget we've got New Zealand in the summer. So the next 4-5 series for us are going to be huge. And you're probably going to look at that, and you're going to probably see 3 or 4 or 5 different changes post when we get to that stage. So, again, we sit here every summer and go, is the next little bit career defining? Is it team defining? Is it? And that's for you guys to worry about. And but every time we go, everything's career defining. There's so many big series now, so many important series. We have a Test Championship final, hopefully in there somewhere. A test against England at the MCG in March. So there's pretty cool things to look forward to.
Speaking of career defining, Trav, can you take us back to the point when you put your hand up in Perth? Feels like a long time ago, and he said, I'll open. And where you come as a test opener in just the space of 1.5 months.
Where I've come as a tester, you've pigeonholed me now into a full test opener. A few people have, and I think if you pick it tomorrow, you're probably right. And I'm holding on to that little bit of, secrecy, or we'll keep everyone on their toes a little bit with the rolling order that we keep talking about. But I said I was open about how much I talked about it over the last couple of years since Davey left, about poking rod and prodding rod, to say Ronnie, I felt like I could be that person. That's never ever guaranteed. Like, there's going to be question marks, and like I go to South Africa and I could face 18 balls for the series. So I've joked about that. It's going. It could be really, really tough opening and batting. So I guess I understand that. I'm not bullish around opening and batting, and I've had this series of probably I could dream of. So it's been just nice to do the role. I think it sets our team up well. I think we made the right decision in Perth. It was an aggressive option. It worked. I bat well with Jake. So in isolation of these 5 tests, it worked and it was great. And I'm glad I was able to stand up and do the job that was required, because, there's been a little bit of a hole there, or the little bit of the only question marks really about our batting order has been about the top. So it was nice to just put that to bed, make that quiet, and do the job. And then we'll worry about in 6 or 7 months' time where we get to. But please, happy.
We'll give you a spell on that front for a time at least. Trav, you've been brilliant with us all summer. Thank you for joining us. I think every single test match you've come a couple of times. Enjoy your afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the interviews you're doing, and we'll catch up with you somewhere soon, I'm sure.
I look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the summer. Cheers, guys.
Gerard, you upstairs.
Terrific. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan downstairs with our interviews in the aftermath of Australia's victory in Sydney and 4-1 Ashes defence. We'll have our post-game show. Damien Fleming can hand out our awards, and then we will convene some Thursday afternoon talk back in the immediate aftermath of the Ashes. Adam White and Julian De Stoop to bring you all together to have your say. 0433 98 11 16 is the text. The open line in about 20 minutes. 1300 736 736. Get your thoughts in order and have your say in the immediate aftermath of the Ashes. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts.
Good afternoon. On the Monash Freeway, we have reports of a crash outbound before Wellington Road. And in Glenroy, there's been a crash at Woodford Street southbound at the Ring Road. We have traffic on the northbound lane there. And the Eastern Freeway does have works underway between Doncaster Road and Middleborough Road. You can take Whitehorse Road or Doncaster Road instead. Ready to play by your own rules? Powerball's massive $20 million draw is on tonight. Buy in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with the power to double your campaign effectiveness, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Stay cool this summer with Chadson Toyota's service special.
Get air conditioning services for just $295 or add AC sanitised deodorizer and filter replacement for only $199.
Book today.
T's and C's apply. Visit chadsontoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Get the SUV you really want with a great deal from Ford. Get $3,000 off Everest Trend at participating Ford dealers. See ford.com.au for full terms.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport, your end-to-end 3PL solution. Our food-grade warehouses, certified for HACCP, organic, dairy, biosecurity and halal, ensure quality and compliance. Call 134 888. Our people are your solution.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Such a big role to play, Alex Carey. He's driving inside out. He pierces the infield. That's going to do it. It'll roll out to the boundary and complete a thumping triumph for Australia. 4-1. A comprehensive defence of the Ashes at home and a thorough dismantling of the Bazball fad.
The post-match show. For Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. And Sonos. This summer, sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Australia win the SCG test by 5 wickets. This is our post-game wrap. We bask in the afterglow of Australia's 4-1 victory in the Ashes. For Sonos, sound makes it home, and for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Just as you absorb it all, Damien Fleming, what's your emotional reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a well-deserved 4-1 victory for Australia. I think just in all facets they were superior. Their batting just had a little bit more depth and a little bit of spark at the top. Bowling depth just stronger with one gun, Mitchell Starc, but Boland and Neser unbelievably well. The fielding, a knockout for Australia. That was a clear win. The wicket-keeping skills, a knockout for Australia. Alex Carey getting former wicketkeeper. You don't hear a lot from former wicketkeepers pumping up the wicket-keeping of the current stander in that position, but everyone was just in awe of Alex Carey behind the stumps there. So for me, enjoyed it. The highs were very high. Heads 100 in Perth, unbelievable. Stark's first 2 test matches with bat and ball. And we were just talking off air, just little things like how important was Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon at Adelaide. Their only real test, Lyon played the first one but didn't really get much of an opportunity. Their wickets were so important on the flattest pitch there. And then for England, they're just going to regret it. They're going to look back and go, we've stuffed this up. This 3-year plan, which we never saw any semblance of a plan. Yep. Could have been done so much better, but just in the they won in Melbourne last test. Jacob Bethrell looks a gun, looks an absolute star, and Josh Tongue with the ball. I think they've got someone who can get wickets all around the world.
So the 3 there. So Australia used 16 players in total, as well as the 11.
Yeah, and that's not very common.
No, it's not. Cummins and the 2 wickets of Root in particular in Adelaide. Lyon, without his 3 wickets on night 4.
And crackers too, like 2 of the best deliveries we would have ever bowled.
Then Doggett, Neser and Richardson were all called upon. And the 3 that you've referenced, so Stark's had the best summer by a bowler in an Ashes since Mitchell Johnson. So that's wow. Travis Head's joined or behind only Bradman and Smith for runs in a home Ashes. And Alex Carey sits with Rod Marsh, second most dismissals in an Ashes series.
Yes.
These are all-time markers from 3 players.
Yeah, so just thinking in the top of my head, that's never happened in one series. You know, the year Smithy got the runs, though Australian bowler took 30 wickets.
Yep.
When Jono did it, no one got 600 runs. And obviously, Brad Haddon was a gun, Ashes wicketkeeper batsman, but hadn't had a series like Alex Carey. So, yeah, that's phenomenal. And the opposite side of that is, well, the worry is we haven't unearthed anyone, have we? But I'd rather just celebrate the genius of 3 excellent players anyway. I mean, Stark's an all-time great, and the other 2 at very minimum are going to be known as very good Australian players. Well, Stark, Head's a match winner like we've never ever had.
Yeah, you keep referencing this. 11 now player of the match.
Not Gilly, not Warney, not McGrath. So Head's in rarefied air there, but even me, like he went that extra dominant test. Normally there's 2 for the summer, and there's failures, isn't there? Yep. Going in the end, he's only averaging 45. He was better than that, but no, he's gone bang in the last test and averaged over 60. So that's and his character's important because there is a little bit of that Booney, Warwick Todd celebration to him, which the punters absolutely love. Because and you can see with the interviews we had with Colo and Bharat with Mitchell Stark, the modesty of Mitchell Stark, deflected as much as he could, and Head deflected to a degree, but there's a cheekiness there that we absolutely love, and obviously Alex Carey's a fantastic role model for all young cricketers there as well. So no, that's probably the highlight, is just the degree of dominance, particularly from 3 players, where we are looking up records. For that to happen in one Ashes series is very unique.
Head 11th Player of the Match award alongside Alan Border, Glenn McGrath and Kane Williamson. So
they're nowhere near the test.
And you just know that number's going to grow.
Yep. And you reference is he only got the one away 100. There was a great one in a World Test final, which obviously elevates that status to that 100 a bit. But, he's made some really fast, important 50-plus scores in tough conditions in the subcontinent, in the West Indies recently, bowler-friendly conditions. So, yeah, that's been, really appreciative. And also getting, Joe Root, Stephen Smith, 2 of the greats, seeing them put on a couple of masterclasses here at Sydney. I thought Root, that cover driving, that the late cut, which is very unique to him, and Stephen Smith, just to have Stuart Broad, he's foe for so many 28 tests or something like that. I just never felt like there's an obvious weakness there, and there was no way Smithy was walking on without getting 100, was it? No, I'm not missing this series without 100. So he's putting himself up there, just a level behind Bradman, isn't he? Of our lifetime, probably Greg Chappell, Alan Border, Ricky Ponting and Stephen Smith. And Smithy looks like he'll end up with the highest average out of those 4.
I do think the point you make there is a really good one, is the whole series for Australia is littered with all-time marks. Stark starts off becoming the greatest wicket taker for a left-arm quick. By the end of it, Smith is second to Bradman on the all-time Ashes run-scoring lists. This has been going for 160 years, and we have had feats across this series performed by Australian players that stand eternal. And for that, I know there's always just this constant quibbling around the Australian team. You go, just step back and have a think about what's been achieved and what we've seen with some of these individual players and admire it.
Yeah, the only thing with Starkey, when Bharat asked him about transition, that he does get his back up a little bit there, and, watching a lot of documentaries and reading books on American sports, mid-30s is fine for pitchers and quarterbacks and those type of players. So we were joking about how after the Boland LBW was just a couple of centimetres tall, and someone texted in that the stumps should be higher now because we are a taller race with each generation. So should careers. So should bodies be able to. They've got strength and conditioning guys that, early 30s is now might be later 30s, as long as that the mind is up for it. And I see with Smith, I'd certainly see it with Stephen Smith. Mitchell Stark, Carey, Cummins in that one test, and Lyon. I see a hungriness. Boland, he would have had a go. I want to play every test. Michael Neeser, and he mentioned he's such a modest man, Michael Neeser, after 3 pink ball tests where he's performed well. Gee, I'd like to play a red ball test. Yeah. Well, he's played a couple and he's got 15 wickets at under 20.
Yep.
So, while and that's got to be a credit to the coaching staff that keeps them hungry. Got to be hungry, set standards by the leadership. So if you're hungry, your body's fine, and your mind is, goal setting to keep pushing yourself. Age shouldn't be a barrier. And sometimes bodies let you down. Josh Hazelwood and Nathan Lyon might be getting into that sort of thing. But for Mitchell Stark, he doesn't look like there's, he's at his peak still.
Yeah,
isn't he?
He is. Damien Fleming reflecting on the events of the 25-26 Ashes. 4-1 Australia winning here in Sydney by 5 wickets. Incidentally, Simon Katich was invited down to make the private presentation to Usman Khawaja and his family, so that's why he's not with us.
Kato started with him at Randwick. My first memory of Usman was I was coaching the Australian under-19s at the Cricket Academy, and he was one of the first ones picked, and he was certainly, in my eyes, the best player in that 19s. There's Aaron Finch and Dave Warner, Moses Henriquez, that standard of cricketer. And it's arguably whether Warner or Khawaja have had the better career over the 3 formats. But certainly when I saw Usman as an 18-year-old, I went, this guy is going to play test match cricket. Close to 90 tests worth, I wouldn't have said that, but well done on your career.
Well done to him. The fall of wickets today for Smarterlight. So Australia was set a target of 160, and for your scorecards it went Head, caught cast, bowled tongue for 29, 1 for 62. Weatherald, caught pots, bowled tongue for 34, 2 for 71. Smith bowled jacks for 12, 3 for 92. Khawaja bowled tongue for 6, 4 for 119. Labuschagne run out for 37, 5 for 121. Carey not out 16. Green not out 22, 5 for 161 of 31.2 overs. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. No batteries required. Smarterlight.com. Have you got a play of the day for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. A single moment from today's play? I could bowl up Jacks getting Smith through the gate.
That was a cracking delivery.
It's an amazing delivery.
Cracking delivery. And even more amazing was, Smithy overplayed it when he was walking off. He never does that, does he? No, that was the ball of the day.
Choose to drink wise. This is our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, adventure is everything. Go find yours in a new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. Who would you like as the player of the match here in Sydney, thanks to Ray White Commercial? As was mentioned, Jacob Bethel, 154. His maiden first-class century. Joe Root's 160. Steve Smith's 138. The judges went for Travis Head, 163, but this is entirely your choice.
Yeah, it's hard to go past Travis Head. To watch, as a purist, Jacob Bethel's was probably the best of the 400s. From the youngest member, who's supposed to be a T20 white ball, won't say slogger, but an aggressive player. That was just a. If you put that back 10 years, you just expect that's what a great knock from the number 3.
Yeah.
Great defence, all the shots. Great running between the wickets. What's he going to provide next series over in England?
Yep, that's the ray of hope, isn't it? As England leave a really ill-conceived tour. RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists. You can hand out the gong for the hard worker the Working Hard Award for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Yeah, I'll just go Mitchell Stark just for the whole summer, and even today he got those last 2 wickets, and I was happy with that. I didn't want him to have, finish on a test match where he just finished with 3 wickets, but for the whole test match to finish with 5, he charged in barely a ball under 140 for the whole 5 test matches. And well done to, I'm always bowler-driven, Boland, but also Josh Tongue. Very good, Josh.
Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you live. Our post-game show for Sonos this summer, Sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in a new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. Quick look at so Mitch Stark, 31 wickets at 19.93. Strike rate of 29.6 all-time. Bryden Cast, 22 wickets at 30.3. Sort of feel like historically that's going to flatter to deceive. An economy rate of 4.8. Scott Boland, 20 wickets at 25. Economy rate of 3. He bowled 160 overs. And then Josh Tongue, 18 wickets in 3 test matches at 20. Like, chronic mistake that he didn't play all the time.
Him and Bethel should have played the first test.
And for runs, Travis Head, as we've recounted, 629 at 62.9, so he wins both the runs and the averages, with Smith going out today. 300s. Joe Root, 400 at 44.44, 200s. Harry Brook, 358. Alex Carey, 323. Stephen Smith, 286.
And when you talk about all-time series, Brook should have had one. Did he play a miss at any ball for the whole series? He contributed a lot to his dismissals, but I never really felt like he was in trouble.
So he's averaged 40, made 250s. He leaves without an Ashes sentence.
To average 40 and only have a higher score of 84 means that you've got a lot of starts.
Yep. Just give us your closing word on England. I think you've been riveting on them the whole way through and called them out on the confusion between messaging and strategy and execution and exactly what the hell this was.
Yeah, don't worry about brand names going forward. Be very, very secure in what you want to achieve as a team and help the individuals have roles to do that. If they have not, they've actually been given a blueprint how to win in Australia, pretty competitive in Adelaide, got the selection wrong, win in Melbourne, competitive here in Sydney. The Tongues and Bethel, the way that they've gone about it is the way that you should be basing your cricket out here. But that'll work in England as well. So, I mean, the word Bazball, I'll be trying to drift that out of the narrative big time and come up with a different theme that everyone's a part of. Get a fielding coach. Fielding's one thing that you can improve as a team individually. It's fun to do together. You need to be the best fielding team going around, and that, I reckon that flows into your batting and your bowling. So they'll be tougher at home, even with 80% of this team, but and also aim to win the World Test Championship, and that means getting the overs through quickly. Not that Australia was that quick either, but that should be the ultimate game and filter down from there.
Ream is steady, hot and strong. Give us your closing word on Australia.
And for Australia, well done. 4-1. You can never be unhappy with that in an Ashes series. We love beating the Poms. Want to beat them over there. It's been a long time, 2001. But, enjoy the night. Send Usman out on a great note. But is it 2021 test matches pretty close together once we start against Bangladesh up the top end. So mission completed. Enjoy yourself. Celebrate your closure of this and make sure you're planning very well for that 21 tests consecutively. Let's win the World Test Championship, beat England in England, obviously win all the home stuff. Let's beat India in India.
Let's take a moment to step back and admire what Australia has done in this Ashes summer. This has been our post-game wrap for Sonos. This summer, Sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu adventurers everywhere, Go find yours in the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. Damien, Fleming, thank you.
Well done, Gerard. Well done, team.
All the on-air members of our team, a big thanks. And then the staff who have made it possible throughout. Our techs in each state, Paul, Lee, Steve, Matt, Craig, Ben, Philippe, Brendan and Sam. A salute for your efforts. Matty Donald has been in the studio for every ball of this test match, and he has the scorecard to prove it. He sits there and scores. He not only panels for us, he scores away. He was trying to work out where to put the penalty runs yesterday.
That was in my head.
Dedication.
Did he work it out?
I told him to put it in extras.
Yes.
Felt like the most logic. To Pato, to Alex Patterson, who runs all of our digital. His creative mind has been at play on Twitter and Instagram and the like. So if you've chuckled along there, it's a salute to him. And our player of the series is Mitch Scott. Executive producer, runs everything for us. Boundless energy and dedication, unerring leadership. Everything's from flights to rosters to the on-air. Mitch, salute to you.
I'm glad you could read his writing there, Gerard. Probably all-time best series there, Mitch.
All great stuff. Thank you to you for all of your contributions, the texts and the interactions that we've had. But we know so many of you will have listened with us in the car, in the shed, in the garden, wherever you've been across the past 7 weeks. We close our Ashes coverage for the summer of 25-26. Australia 4-1 leaders. Winners. Adam White and Julian De Stoop are going to take your calls. 1300 736 736. Have your say in the immediate aftermath. We sign off with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moments of today's play. Such a big role to play, Alex Carey. He's driving inside out. He pierces the infield. That's going to do it. It'll roll out to the boundary and complete a thumping triumph for Australia. 4-1. A comprehensive defence of the Ashes at home and a thorough dismantling of the Bazball fad.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.